start streaming when you did the DNA test. Goddamn. Start streaming on that. Okay. I think we are good on YouTube again. It'd be funny if when I react to the next Jubilee video, they take me down again. Wouldn't that be funny, guys? Anyway, on the...
It took not even 1 week for Trump to make good on his threat to impose...
hold on. The tariff thing, okay? I'm curious. Confirmation bias.
tariffs on a foreign country. Today, the Trump administration attempted to land a migrant deportation flight in Colombia. The Colombian government rejected that effort, causing Trump to post the following on Truth Social. I was just informed that 2 repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. The order was given by Colombia's socialist president, Gustavo Petro, who is already very unpopular amongst his people. Petro's denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the U.S., so I've directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. Emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%. A travel ban and immediate visa revocation on the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. Visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. Enhanced customs and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals and cargo on national security grounds. Treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. These measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance and return of the criminals they forced into the United States. So 25% tariffs have been imposed on Colombia, expected to double to 50% in a week. And as expected, the president of Colombia wasted no time retaliating himself on behalf of his own country. He took to Twitter, posting a long reply, which is translated to read, in part, I don't like...
By the way, it's funny that the things that we're tariffing right before Valentine's Day is A, we get a lot of oil from Colombia, and B, we get a lot of freshly cut flowers from Colombia. You're right, so right ahead of Valentine's Day, okay? Assuming this whole issue isn't resolved by Valentine's Day, people might end up having to pay fucking 50% more. I don't know if the pass-through rate will be that high, but 20 to 30% more for freshly cut flowers. Can't wait. God, I hope Trump gets everything he wants, okay? I hope he ends central bank independence. I hope he does 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, so Democrats have insanely good midterms.
Like your oil, Trump, we're going to wipe out the human species because of greed. Maybe one day, over a glass of whiskey, which I accept despite my gastritis, we can talk frankly about this, but it's difficult because you consider me an inferior race, and I'm not, nor is any Colombian. If you know someone who is stubborn, that's me, Jesus. You can try and carry out a coup with your economic strength and your arrogance, like they did with Hollande, but I will die in my law. I resisted torture, and I resist you. I don't want slavers next to Colombia. We already had many, and we freed ourselves. You will kill me, but I will survive in my temple, which is before yours in the Americas. We are people of the winds, the mountains, the Caribbean Sea, and of freedom. You don't like our freedom? Okay. I don't shake hands with white slavers. I shake hands with the white libertarian heirs of Lincoln and the black and white farm boys of the USA, at whose graves I cried and prayed on a battlefield, which I reached after walking the mountains of Italian Tuscany and after being saved from COVID. They are the United States, and before them I kneel. Would you be anti-Semitic if you told them tariffs?
If I told you tariffs were a Jewish invention? I don't know. I might, because I hate tariffs so much.
The blockade does not scare me, because Colombia, besides being a country of beauty, is the heart of the world. I know you love beauty as I do. Do not respect it, and you will give it your sweetness.
The reason, again, I'm joking when I say I hope Trump gets everything he wants, because I think if Trump does everything he wants, including tariffs and including full-on mass deportation, like actually deporting 10 million people or whatever, as well as the central bank independence thing, the economy will likely be in a place where Democrats do fairly well in the midterms.
From today on, Colombia is open to the entire world with open arms. We are builders of freedom, life, and humanity.
Including suspension of government? What do you mean suspension of government?
You imposed a 50% tariff on the fruits of our human labor to enter the United States, and I do the same. Let our people plant corn that was discovered in Colombia and feed the world. And so now, less than 1 week into Trump's second term, the U.S. finds itself in the midst of a trade war. And I've said hundreds of times before, and I will continue to say now, there are no winners in a trade war. When a country imposes tariffs, those tariffs are paid not by the exporting country, but by the importing company. And that company, having added costs now as a result of those tariffs, will pass those costs along to the consumers. That means when a company imports coffee from Colombia, we Americans pay more. That means when a company imports crude oil from Colombia, we Americans pay more. That means when a company imports bananas and pineapples and avocados from Colombia, we Americans pay more. That means when a company imports flowers...
No more. I don't know. Colombia, flowers. Yes, right before Valentine's Day.
Donald Trump is mad that other countries aren't playing ball with his deportation efforts, and the consequence is that we Americans are punished for it, including, I might add, Trump's own supporters who voted for him, who I presume drink coffee.
Will America suffer more or less than Colombia? Probably less than Colombia, but that's still, I mean, I don't necessarily want Colombia to suffer if it's not like instrumental suffering, if it doesn't make America better eventually. But
and use oil and eat fruit and buy flowers for weddings and events and participate in
yeah, but you got to consider, like, if we're spending, you and me, if the calculus here is Colombia loses $10 billion in economic output and the US loses $5 billion in economic output, those are just made up numbers. I'm just saying those. And like, you know, let's say that like we have this $5 billion loss in economic output, and the thing that we get for it in the end is deporting criminals, like a few thousand criminals to Colombia. I just don't think that is worth it, especially because we have studies on this. The, you know, effects of retaliatory tariffs placed on the U.S. actually tend to be pretty bad. Like regime change. I don't think this will lead to regime change, but okay, I mean, I don't know how stable Colombia is, so maybe, I don't know. But there's this study from 2002, or it's not from 2002. President Bush imposed safeguard tariffs on steel in early 2002. We analyzed the local labor market effects of these tariffs depending on the local labor market's reliance on steel as an input as part of the local production. The tariffs did not boost local steel employment, but substantially depressed local employment in steel-consuming industries for many years after Bush removed the tariffs. The tariffs also led to a persistent exit of steel-intensive manufacturing establishments, suggesting a role for plant-level fixed entry cost in transplanting the temporary shocks into persistent outcomes. Like, yeah, these are not, even if the tariffs are only there for a year, we might have a decent amount of like persisting effects when it comes to these things.
In our overall economy. Not exactly what I'd call a win. In fact, that's a point that AOC made here. To punish Colombia, Trump is about to make every American pay even more for coffee. Remember, we pay the tariffs, not Colombia. Trump is about making inflation worse for working class Americans, not better. He's lining the pockets of himself and the billionaire class. Senator Gallego reiterated that point. This is a dumb trade war that the Trump administration started. This should have been resolved with a phone call. Trump picked a fight with an ally to look strong. FYI, get your orders in now for roses. We import a majority of roses from Colombia. The reality is that if time seems like a flat circle right now, it is, because Trump already did this once with China in 2018. According to the Tax Foundation, the Trump administration imposed nearly $80 billion worth of new taxes on Americans by levying tariffs on thousands of products valued at approximately $380 billion in 2018 and 2019, amounting to one of the largest tax increases in decades. In fact, here's Tennessee's Department of Agriculture Commissioner back in 2019 discussing the impacts of the trade war on farmers and the Trump administration being forced to make those farmers whole by using tax dollars to compensate for him starting a trade war.
60% of our exports were going to China. Trade wars started that effectively lost soybean, corn, took a big hit. I mean, it really, and all farmers in the whole country were affected, and especially those that grow a lot of row crops in West Tennessee. At least some reports that they're making progress with China now. Even if that progress is made and you reinstitute that market, it's going to take some time to get it back developed. Some people say a year or two even after that.
So you think the subsidies that they get, they'll hold out, probably won't go bankrupt, anything like that?
Well, the money that they get's not going to fill the hole completely. We need some movement on and try to reopen that market before we'll be fully whole.
And remember, while this is the first trade war, it is almost certainly not the last. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau came out just days ago promising retaliatory tariffs of his own if Trump makes good on those threats to impose tariffs on our neighbors to the north.
Of course, if the president does choose to proceed with tariffs on Canada, Canada will respond. And everything is on the table. Working in unison with Team Canada, as Team Canada, with business leaders, organized labor, civil society, indigenous leaders, and premiers from coast to coast to coast, we are prepared for every possible scenario. In fact, just last night, I spoke to Premier Ford in his capacity as chair of the council.
Governor. Well, I mean, I know he announced that he is going to officially resign when they choose a new leader. But like the new leader, whether conservative or liberal in Canada, will almost certainly respond to any tariffs that Trump puts up on Canada.
And he reiterated his unwavering commitment on behalf of...
It's just not politically feasible to not respond to them.
...Canadian premiers to working all together. This is an important and challenging moment for Canada and for Canadians. And we know there will be many such moments. Through all of it, I want to be
Macron
clear
is running
that
for
we
leader of the
have
Liberals.
Canadians'
I don't pay attention to
backs.
Canadian politics.
All of which is to say, for the umpteenth time, that trade wars have no winners. We will lose here. There is a reason that diplomacy is a better tool than entering office like an unhinged toddler and waging
I don't see
economic...
like you and me, Trump. I don't think. I don't know. It's hard to even know what Trump actually cares about. But like, Trump complains that we have a trade deficit with Canada. That's not going to, the trade deficit with Canada is not going to go away depending on who the prime minister in Canada is, because the trade deficit in Canada and the trade deficit in the US with Canada doesn't even have, I mean, obviously it has something to do with foreign relations, but it's also in large part just representative of investment and savings in domestically within the country. Savings minus investment equals a trade deficit. Like, it's not even if Canada invests a lot of money in the US because the US is such a good place to invest in, which is a good thing, by the way. We want to be a good place to invest in. That creates jobs as well. Then we're going to run a trade deficit with Canada. That's just how the accounting works.
war on your allies. Remember, these aren't even our enemies.
So you and me, to be clear, the position is that Trump is just lying when he says these things about trade deficits. You know, he did like we have I think it was at some like G7 meeting or something. Like Trump penciled in to his like speech. He wrote in pencil his own handwriting, "Trade is bad." Trump wrote, "Trade is bad." It's speech. I don't know if I have it like listed somewhere in my notes, but he literally like penciled in, "Trade is bad." It might have been in a Krugman article that I read it. Like, I think he just doesn't like trade. Even if there's other things that he also wants to do, like deport people or whatever. But
These are our allies. Trump can parrot America first until he's blue in the face.
Oh, so he just doesn't know you and me. Okay.
Global economy. We rely on other countries to keep our economy running, and yes, to keep costs down. And we are better off cooperating with those other countries than we are declaring war on them. And that should be a basic concept that even a child could understand. And yet the fact that Trump doesn't really tells you everything you need to know.
Based. But yeah, Colombia hasn't even. My understanding, Colombia still has not changed their position. People keep acting like Trump got some W here. Colombia, to my knowledge, still has not said, "Hey, we're going to start accepting the deportation flights using military planes," which is the only thing he objected to in the first place. The schizo post is a W. How is that a W? How is it a W to just make a foreign president schizo post? How? That's not a. Okay. I'll grant you it's a W, actually, I'll say it's a W. For the sake of argument, it's a W. It's a W worth 25% tariffs? 50% tariffs on Colombia? No shot. A fucking dumbass tweet from a president. Let's say he embarrasses himself or whatever. There's no worth the loss in output, the increase in prices that we're going to experience because of these fucking tariffs? No shot, dude. No shot. Also, I didn't even consider this. On Trump, Colombia threatened 25% of tariffs. I can't think of many worse strategic blunders for the U.S. as it competes with China than going nuclear against its oldest strategic ally and last big country in South America, where it enjoys a trade advantage. Like, I think this is another thing, by the way. Hey, doing all these things probably pushes Colombia closer to China, right? I mean, one, even this is another effect of even temporary tariffs, by the way, is that businesses don't like dealing with countries where they don't fucking know if free trade today is going to be 10% tariffs, 20% tariffs, 50% tariffs tomorrow. Even if it is slightly more expensive to produce shit in, let's say, for example, grow soybeans in Argentina over growing soybeans in America, because America grows soybeans, businesses may well choose to invest in Argentina to grow soybeans because they know America might be in a fucking trade war soon. It might have tariffs don't apply to FDI. What do you mean? A foreign direct investment? What? Hey, I'm aware. What was I going to say? But this is in fact what happened with the Trump trade war in fucking 2018 with China, is that China tariffed U.S. soybeans, and U.S. soybean farmers didn't just temporarily lose. They permanently lost some stuff because companies invested in building out a ton of farms in Argentina. And guess what? Argentina now has some increased advantage in soybeans, right? And companies just may trust Argentina more because Argentina isn't fucking starting these trade wars. Yeah. Like the operations within a country, how would tariffs affect the operations in that country? What do you mean? What do you mean by FDI? I don't know. Do you mean foreign direct investment when you said FDI? I'm aware tariffs don't apply to FDI. Now they do kind of indirectly lower it, but yeah, I don't know how you ever got the impression that I thought tariffs apply to foreign direct investment. I'm aware, but nothing that doesn't change literally anything I said. And also they do still affect it directly because the trade deficit, the trade balance is netted out by capital inflows, right? So, I mean, all else equal, it's not an FDI. You said people won't invest in America. Yeah, if companies think America is going to be in a trade war, or even if they have uncertainty about whether America is going to be in a trade war, they're going to choose to invest in other countries rather than investing in America. It's a pretty obvious thing. I'm pretty sure there's even I have empirical evidence for this somewhere. Yes. It's about exchange rates. And then move operations to America since it's a large enough market, and that is a way to avoid the tariff. What do you mean that's a way to avoid the tariffs? I'm saying the example I was going over is we tariff China. It's literally, this is what happened in 2018. We tariff Chinese steel. In retaliation, China tariffs U.S. soybeans, right? So soybean farmers are people in China are more likely to buy soybeans from places in other than the U.S. because they don't have to pay a tariff on it, right? Do you dispute that logic? If China tariffs American soybeans, people in China are going to buy Argentina soybeans, like, as again with what happened. I think Brazil has made soybeans. So what do you mean? So again, like I said, if people can't buy, if soybean farmers in Brazil or Argentina now are doing better overseas, right? They expand their business, and that can give them an entrenched fixed cost advantage. Do you dispute that? If soybean farmers in Brazil are now exporting more, they're going to want to expand their business, right? You don't dispute that part, right? No. Okay, that seems obviously wrong. If a business is doing well and is able to export more, presumably they're typically going to invest in expanding. Seems reasonable. Seems like clearly we see increase in exports from Brazil in soybeans. So farming is an upswing in Brazil, and new generation wants it in action. As Gen Z millennial growers rapidly enter the sector, they're increasingly adopting the use of precision agriculture, which lets operators monitor and analyze their fields and make data-driven decisions. Young Brazilians are also trying to incorporate, trying new kinds of crops, machinery, boosting yields. They're adding irrigation, reducing chemical pesticides, adding GPS monitor when they step into the leadership roles at farms. Once run by the previous generation. Well, most parents were not adverse to looking at their cell phones. Their children are not. The educated child uses digital tools and then managing. What's this have to do with anything? I'm saying that trade war, I'm just giving you an example of a negative effect of the trade war. That's all I'm doing right now. Wait, can you answer the question? Wait, do you still dispute that, like, obviously, if a company, if soybean farmers in Brazil are doing well, because I answered, didn't I? But do you still hold the same position that soybean farmers, if they start doing better in Brazil, they're not going to invest in scaling up their business at all? Why you just skitching out? Because you said something obviously retarded. No, I didn't. Well, you did, but okay. I don't know if this has any data on investment, but you just didn't match the comment to the right question. Wait, what did you say no to then? Disputing that Aggies would scale up production. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, now that's what I matched it to the right question. Then, I think the most reasonable assumption to make is that if Brazil is able to compete better against the U.S., or if Brazil is able to export more soybeans to China, no equals not disputing. Okay. Wait, so then what do we disagree on then? Does that not represent a bad thing to you? My point is, how about the Colombian tariffs as we're talking about right now? Reading comprehension? Oh, my bad, you and me. Can't wait. I think Cato had, do want to read about the Cato executive tariff control. Traffic, oops. We should probably read this at some point. And then, also, speaking of Cato, whatever Scott Linencome or whatever says on tariffs, it says on this, that's my position, exactly. What is this? Trade opponents quietly expressing confusion and bewilderment, saying they aren't even sure what Trump wants, particularly since they argue that Canada has taken action to address both border security and Mexico has worked to stem migration to the U.S., two of Trump's main irritants. Mexican officials are similarly frustrated with their inability to negotiate and trade because vehicles and auto parts cross borders multiple times before final car is completed. Supply chain made possible over decades of trade between nations. We don't have clarity on if each time it crosses the border would it be tariff each time. Thanks for the follow. I'm assuming it's a bot. Yeah, I got it. It's a bot. Because users and investors would invest in the U.S. by moving operations to get yes. Businesses don't like uncertainty. They don't want to invest in making fucking soybeans. People in China, okay, if you want soybeans, aren't going to invest in making soybeans in the U.S. because they think China might tariff soybeans again. They don't like countries that engage in trade wars. What are the chances most countries begin to take a hardline stance against the U.S. using tariffs, just preemptively impose them to get them out of the way? What do you mean a hardline stance against the U.S. using tariff? I mean, most countries are. Do you not? Jesus Christ, do you understand what access to the market means? I don't. You clarify. If you have tariffs, you're restricting a good from flowing into the U.S., correct? Yeah, you're increasing the price of importing it. I don't dispute that part. That's kind of the... Yeah. So you move operations to the U.S. that circumvents that tariffs. Yeah, that's not what I'm arguing right now. To be clear, I think it would be a bad thing if we did that, but... Moderate versus woke. We'll react to that in a second, but... But that's what the aim of tariffs are. Yeah, well, the tariffs can have different uses. So, like, again, these are retaliatory tariffs that are supposedly used as a negotiation thing. Some people wanted, maybe tariff inelastic goods that don't bring production back but do raise revenue. But yeah, I agree. I'm aware. Tariffs are also used to incentivize domestic production. Here, maybe I like this tweet. No business wants to establish its entire supply chain in a reality where everything can be taken from them because an angry orange man woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Additionally, the United States spent years persuading Colombia to be obviously no business. A new reality when the United States wields tariffs as a political tool is not only bad because American consumers it holds American consumers hostage to Trump's political agenda, but also because it forces companies to seek out more long-term predictable trading partners. Companies don't want to invest in countries that are constantly caught up in trade wars. Multinationals aren't going to set up supply chains, and multinational companies aren't going to set up supply chains in countries that are constantly where they have the threat of being tariffed on. But don't invest in a democracy. Well, I think we should most democracies don't use tariffs nearly to the extent that Trump wants to use tariffs. Subsidies fuck up the budget. Well, tariffs. You can argue tariffs actually lead to a net revenue loss sometimes, depending on what you tariff, because you can reduce output by so much. But I just don't think the goal is a good goal. Obviously, I don't think it's a net benefit to do what a tariff wants to do. Also, tariff, you'd have to, if you just want, there are a lot of goods, I shouldn't say a lot, some goods that I am in favor of tariffing. For example, batteries from China. I think that batteries shouldn't be made in China, or the U.S. shouldn't be buying batteries made in China because they're essential for, our military. So I think it is preferable to tariff batteries from China so that we make batteries here, or at least in a friendly allied nation. But, just tariffing one country, by the way, typically doesn't bring production, depending on a good, doesn't bring production back to the U.S. It just moves production out of that country, which again, sometimes is a thing you want to do. Sometimes that's a really good thing. But a lot of times there's just not much of a point of it. It just hurts consumers for no great reason. And you don't actually get the production back in the U.S. You just get it in fucking Colombia. Or not in Colombia, but in the neighboring nation. And there's also, tariffs are not super hard to avoid. There's an example of people avoiding tariffs in between Turkey and Israel through I think they call it redocking. Let's see if I can find it this time. It took me forever to find it last time. Nope. Here we go. Wait, actually, I want to continue reading this still. Why does Google not translate the page? It's translated the page before. There we go. Pretty sure these global tariffs these are global tariffs in a long variety of goods. For debates, you got like a quick, efficient way for explaining negative tariffs. I mean, it depends. Well, I have like what I think are somewhat intuitive ways for basically debunking a lot of the arguments they give. I think like I mean, like most of the debates I have on tariffs is more like me responding to the cases that they make, right? So it's like, it's like, I don't think tariffs protect jobs, like they say, and not a net. But like the easiest way, I don't know, like the easiest way to like explain the negatives for tariffs is that you're making consumers, likely making consumers pay a higher price. Obviously, there are nuances to that, but the pass-through rate tends to be very high. So you make consumers pay a higher price, all so that we can produce a good here with materials that were previously being produced for more productive things. And that typically has a lot of negative side effects. Read any agriculture commodities report lately? Farmers about to be hurting. I don't read their reports, but I imagine if we have fucking another trade war with a lot of people, that retaliatory tariffs are gonna fuck some of them over. I don't know. I mean, it's I like the way that like What's Wrong with Protectionism book explains it for deadweight loss. It's just it's hard if they don't already know what comparative advantage is. But I would just say, trade does not have to be zero sum. Like both sides can get more out of trading for each other than if neither of them trade with each other. Obviously, tariffs prevent that. I don't know. Maybe I should come up with a more cohesive like opening statement, or making like the negative for tariffs rather than just responding to their arguments. But I work for them in protecting the trade policies, but the story behind flowers is much cheerier. Flowers received extensive trade liberalization, primarily thanks to U.S.-Colombia Free Trade Agreement, which entered into force in 2012. Colombia has been the U.S. top trading partner for flowers since at least 1989. But before the agreement, Colombian flower imports were subject to high U.S. tariffs. The agreement moved tariffs on flowers and cut flowers. The agreement removed tariffs on flowers and cut flower trade bloom. Jesus. Between 2012 and 2022, the U.S. flower imports almost doubled, as shown on this chart. However, the U.S. also liberalized flower trade with other countries, and top 10 trading partners cut flowers in 2022. The U.S. has free trade agreements with 7. As a result, overall flower imports increased from around 968 million to almost 2 billion in 2022. Who is going to buy flowers from Colombia now? But it depends on how. I don't know. Like flowers, I would imagine actually is the case where there might be. Well, flowers are probably relatively substitutable, but there are probably some flowers that are really only efficiently grown in Colombia, or or because of the fixed cost advantage Colombia has built up, are effectively only efficiently grown in Colombia, right? Like Colombia has the right climate for a certain number of flowers, and even if neighboring countries have the right climates for these flowers, they built out all the fixed cost over the years that they have like an entrenched advantage. Comparative advantage. Ooh, funky term, comparative advantage in growing these flowers. But Yeah, but who's going to buy them? I mean, I was just explaining. Like, some people are probably going to buy Colombian flowers no matter what. But I would imagine the demand for flowers from Colombia specifically is relatively elastic. So people are just going to substitute for flowers. They're pretty much fucked, aren't they? Yeah. But also, like, so many of our flowers fucking come from Colombia that I would imagine, even like before Valentine's Day, there might not be enough flowers from other countries to fulfill all the demand to fully substitute everyone away from Colombian flowers. Well, it's just flowers? What do you mean it's just flowers? Do you realize that the flower increases will affect the pharmaceutical markets? Really? Why? Americans can live without... Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Americans can live... It's the same thing that that super Democratic senator from Maine said. Well, you know, we don't need avocados year round. We can just eat fish. You know, I'm right. Yeah, I'm aware Americans can live without flowers. It's not an essential part of the quality of life. Okay, and I've already conceded to you. Obviously, Colombia is probably going to be hurt more by the 25% tariffs we have on them than America is going to be hurt by the 25% tariffs that we have on fucking or that Colombia puts in America. Right? That doesn't change anything I say. My only position is that it's a net negative. This is it's a net negative to impose these tariffs, and it's dumb to say, well, we can live without flowers, we can live without avocados. I'm aware, yes, that doesn't make it any less of a net negative. Like, it's dumb to just say, like, well, do we really need it? Like, what matters is consumers demand it. We're a free country. Consumers should probably... Is it a net negative for Colombia to not let the military planes in? I don't know. It would depend. I don't know the specifics. So, like, a net negative for Colombia, if it is the case that, like, these are all, like, criminal. Wasn't your case earlier that it would be a negative for Colombia and that's why they don't want to let them in? It's because there's, like, criminals on this plane or whatever that they're going to have to spend money incarcerating or whatever. I would imagine in that case it is a net negative for them, but... Yeah, it was a negative, but it's a bigger negative than bringing them back. Bringing what back?
Why did the United States deport illegal immigrants on a C-17?
They're criminals, okay. Well, check out this too. My goat, Ryan Macbeth.
Why did the United States deport illegal immigrants on a C-17 Air Force military transport? On Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, a C-17 Globemaster III assigned to the 60th Air Mobility Wing took off from Fort Bliss, Texas, and flew to Guatemala to repatriate illegal immigrants in support of customs enforcement removal. And by the way, since the Air Mobility Command did this, I'm wearing my Alcoholics Moving cargo shirt today, which you can find at Bunker Branding. I also have a couple of patches available there as well. So it was one of my Substack subscribers who asked me this question. Would not leased commercial aircraft been less expensive? So he is referring to, like, hey, would it have been cheaper to get a charter flight than use a military flight? And, you know, honestly, I don't know. So let's try to figure that one out. Now, I have to tell you that I have been working on a really big video that will attempt to put an actual dollar amount on what it would take to capture, house, try, repatriate up to 11 million illegal immigrants that are estimated to be inside the United States. That video is coming soon, I promise. I just got to get all my ducks in a row for that one. But one of the things I noticed while doing the research for that video is that it costs about $236 a day to keep an illegal immigrant in detention. So keep that number in mind, $236 a day. Also note that military pilots need the flight hours. They could take off and cut holes in the sky, or they could do an actual mission. Back in 2011, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie got a bunch of crap from the press because he took a $12.5 million state helicopter to his son's baseball game. And it was said that the helicopter ride cost New Jersey taxpayers $1,800 per hour. But if you're paying that money anyway, the money has already been spent on the helicopter, and the pilots need the flight hours to maintain their status. So again, they could cut holes in the sky, or they could perform an actual mission, even if that mission is delivering the governor of New Jersey to a baseball game. So either way, they have to fly a minimum number of hours. Now, in this case, a C-17 was used. Technically, two of them, since one also took off from Arizona. But for the sake of the math, let's just focus on one C-17 so we can try to get it down to...
I'm really interested. Did they actually only put these people in it? Please tell me they put more people. They had to actually fill that plate. There's no way it'd be cost effective for only this few people.
But for the sake of the math, let's just focus on one C-17 so we can try to get it down to a specific cost. Now, a C-17 can hold 134 troops in jump seats along the walls and in special palletized seats on the inboard side. Now, we can pack people in there like we did in Afghanistan, but that's not safe. So we're going to go with 134 deportees per C-17 flight. Now, as of 2025...
Did they put, I don't know, does anyone know, did they put 134 people on this flight?
If another agency wants to use an Air Force C-17...
Why didn't they take a picture of the of the thing? You saw it, didn't you? Is this of deportee? These people are wearing masks. This looks like it's from fucking 2020. Out of the military budget, who cares? Is it from the actually, well, you know what, maybe you're right, but well, I mean like obviously we should, like, if there's a cheaper way to do it than using the military, we should probably just do that, or I mean just not. I mean, obviously I'm not really in favor of most deportations anyway, but
and in special palletized
yeah
seats
okay
on the inboard side.
I'll take your word
now we
for
can
it, I guess.
pack people in there like we did in Afghanistan, but that's not safe. So we're going to go with 134 deportees per C-17 flight. Now, as of 2025, if another agency wants to use an Air Force C-17 for a flight, the non-DoD reimbursement rate for C-17 costs was $19,862 for every hour of flight. The Air Force will send you a bill. But that isn't necessarily the operating costs. That's a little tougher to find, but the Government Accountability Office in 2022 had a report which said that a C-17 costs $30,378 per hour to operate.
Jesus.
So I don't think that number would fluctuate that much in the past 3 years, so the real answer is that it probably costs about $30,000 an hour to fly a C-17 full of 134 people. So I think we can assume that the average rate that it takes to move one person on a C-17 is $226.70 per person per hour. So what is the equivalent of a 134-person passenger jet? What's the equivalent of a C-17 in capacity for passengers? Well, it would be a 737-700. And that can hold a couple more. It can hold up to 149 passengers in a one-class layout. Now, according to Paramount Business Jets, the cost to charter a 737-700 is around $21,050 per hour, and you can hold a couple extra people. So the cost to charter, at least based on Paramount Business Jets, is $141.28 an hour.
I'm dying. Hold on. Where did that fucking zombie come from? I put torches down everywhere. There shouldn't be any mobs in this area. I don't know, maybe it ran from over here. I put a wall down too. Oh wait, there was just a zombie there. Oh, huh? Whatever. Okay.
Per person per flight hour, saving the taxpayer $85.42 per flight hour. Now, a company called EvoJets had a lower charter price between $6,800 and $9,800 per hour, but that's kind of where we get into the problem, and that problem is bidding. Now, for every day that you put out a competitive bid for someone...
Sure, but like obviously, I'm just curious if that actually, if they actually only did put it's gotta be mentioned in some article if they fucking only had like 9 people on a jet.
To repatriate your detainees, you're spending $236 a day per...
I'd imagine that I mean, you could, if it was such a low number of people, you could just use a smaller plane that has the lower fixed cost anyway.
Person detaining that detainee. So if we have those 134 detainees that could be on a flight, it costs the U.S. $3,160.
No, I'm aware. No, he explained it to me. I get it. No, you explained it earlier too as well. I get it. I understand.
$4 per day to keep them fed, housed, and guarded. So if we have to wait a week for a charter contract to come through and for the plane...
I don't know if any of these...
...to actually get to the airport to remove these people, we've now just spent $221,368 just to get a cheaper flight. And that doesn't quite add up. It might actually be more efficient to put them on the military flight now than wait a couple of days for that charter flight. Now, according to the Immigrations and Customs website, ICE uses commercial airlines and charter flights, both. So we can assume that they already have a contract with charter airlines, but I would also assume that these are pre-negotiated contract rates. And the charter airlines, they're not just waiting around to fly these people out. Those planes are probably being used by other clients when they're not being used by ICE. So you still have that problem of, hey, we got to turn this plane around and get it ready to take prisoners to a destination. It also might be a certain case where charter flights are available on specific days.
I think those are the small. No, I'm pretty sure I saw pictures of Biden having deportations in planes that only held like 12 people. I might be
the contract because there is a
that,
certain
but,
amount of
I
people being
swear.
deported every week. Now, while doing the research for my border deportation video, I discovered some data that said it costs about $1,479 to deport an illegal immigrant, at least via ground. Now, ICE has never provided an exact cost of ground transportation, but in 2007, removal was estimated at $1,000 per person. If we adjust this for inflation, that number is about $1,479. If that were true, then deporting 134 people the traditional way costs $198,224. So maybe a military jet.
I don't know. This is a big jet, but I swear I remember. Honestly, it could have just been a fucking like header on like a Cato Institute article that wasn't even necessarily related to deportations, but it just had like a generic stock photo.
That is cheaper. Now, that number of $1,479, it might be an average cost across all methods of removal, commercial, charter, military. I just don't know. All I have is that number. It does seem kind of high, but maybe that number also includes overtime for guards and per diem. We really don't know. But what I do know about military aircraft is that they do serve at the pleasure of the president. So a military jet that's ready to go right now might be cheaper than a civilian jet you have to wait a couple of days for. On its surface, it may seem like wasteful spending, just like Chris Christie's helicopter. But again, pilots need the hours, and a plane.
Okay, it looks like they have more. There's more people there, and they have masks on. Okay,
that is available right now might be cheaper than paying to detain a certain number of prisoners for another day to wait for that charter flight. Hey, if you want to support the channel, go grab one of my Alcoholics Moving cargo shirts from Bunker Branding. I also have those patches available now in Spice Brown, too. And you can also grab my novel, The Wind Machine, from Amazon.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh no, Venezuela stopped taking them. Venezuela stops taking flight of new migrants. Reported. This was a year ago by now, but now is there a bathroom at C-17? Is there not? How long is a flight to Colombia? I mean, you can get a bucket. I'm sure that, presumably the military uses the C-17 for flights that are just as long, if not longer, than from the U.S. to Colombia. So I'd imagine they have some mechanism for using the bathroom, even if it's not a toilet. They didn't use military planes either because they considered them national emergencies, so they could use. So they couldn't use. Yeah, well, no, I know. Yeah, it wasn't a Google it. What, C-17 toilets? Plastic bag in a bag. Okay, well, it seems like Chad is having a disagreement here. So. Is that it? Ancient Roman style with an open stall. This just says bucket. But that's a meme. I think it's this. Looks like it, I guess. But I'm presumably gonna have some mechanism for. I mean, even if it's whatever the fucking. NASA astronauts use, like, okay, well,
in a time when
fuck. I think we'll read those two things afterwards, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we might only read one of them. I do have to finish my blog post now. Finally, I get to watch this. I've been not watching it for the past 3 days. I've been distracted. It has my guy IRI in it, though. He's very far in the back. He's wearing a Destiny sweater, which has not aged well since the release of this episode.
We are almost fighting Satan, and Satan being Trump. You know, I'd rather the dog catcher be president of the United States over Donald Trump.
I would rather a rock with googly eyes be the president over Donald Trump.
Real truth.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. The far left made us lose the election.
Why is it so low quality? I mean, the far left certainly was not helpful. I don't know if I would say they made us lose. I think inflation was a way bigger issue than the far left making the moderate left look bad or something. But
In the interviews, I did have a lot of people agree.
Ooh. Show yourself.
damn.
Okay.
Let's go.
So awkward. Yeah, see? Okay. It's a kind of a big accusation to say that they made us lose the election. Yeah. I think there are elements on the far left that contributed to like a sort of an optics that made us look a little bit more extreme than we actually were. So in that way, yeah, of course there was a little bit of contribution there. Was it the sole reason why? Of course not. No.
Yeah, I think it's pretty nuanced. If you looked at it as like a pie graph, 70% is because of the far left agenda. I think there's just too many Americans that are too close to the center.
70%? Biggest issue with you Americans about to learn what high cost really means. True. I mean, I obviously think the biggest thing was just inflation. I think that was probably the single biggest thing. And then it's hard to even blame the far left. It's hard to blame the far left because the far left barely, if not openly rejected our candidate anyway, Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris just refused to condemn or say anything against the far left in strong enough terms. And she probably should have done that. But
and I don't have issues per se with what is considered the far left agenda, but the big issue is if it's costing us national elections and the House of Representatives and the Senate and the Supreme Court and the White House, we have to make some adjustments.
Yeah.
I really think that optics are important because I don't know how it is for everyone, but personally when I would go on my TikTok or any social media, I would see a lot of Kamala HQ videos and a lot of things from the Democratic Party, and it was giving a lot of far left ideology viewpoints and the way it kind of portrayed itself. And it is good to rally up support and stuff, but it also I feel isolates those who do care about other issues such as the economy and other things like that. It turns people off because I think at the end of the day we have to acknowledge that there is a stereotype when it comes to the Democratic Party, and it's unfortunate, but when people see things that align with that stereotype, it ultimately kind of hits us back a bit. Not to say that there's not stereotypes everywhere, but
yeah. I mean, I think in general what we're saying is that it's not that we disagree with a lot of the things that the far left believes in. It's so much more of the way it's communicated in their approach. And I think we see it in extremism in any capacity with regards to any issue. But obviously for us, I think it affects us more because it's well, gosh, I do agree with you in so many ways, but the way you're doing it is making us look so bad. And it's turning, like you said, a lot of people that are more in the center away.
And I actually believe that a lot of moderate Republicans actually held their nose and voted for Trump. Mm-hmm. But they were just so we cannot go this far left. We almost, since he's the only real viable option on the right, we have to go with him.
So many of them that I've spoken to, they see Trump as being moderate, which is really interesting. I mean, and they defend it, but it's again, it's the optics, and whether it's true or not. But if that's what people are perceiving it, if they're whoa, the left has gone so far left that Trump seems like the moderate candidate, then there's definitely an issue there, and I think needs to be addressed.
Can you guys
fighting up about it from the start. True, getting back to both sides.
I would say a good chance that I feel compromised.
I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say that, but we were optimistic for a while. Do we not remember the joy? I'm an extremist. I am the most far left person.
The far left agenda would be transgender rights, and I say that. Please don't think that I'm saying there doesn't need to be acknowledgement of any person wherever they're at, whether it's LGBTQ+, transgender, minorities, whatever. I believe we all deserve equal human rights. But if your agenda is to focus on one group of people that kind of compromise, I think something less than 2% of the population, and you're neglecting something huge, I think you were the one that said the economy, you're not going to get many people to go down your train of thought with that.
I feel like the Democratic Party was like, we're going to hit all of these left ideals. We're going to hit about trans rights. We're going to hit about women's rights. We're going to hit about all of this. And that's what kind of led things to the back burner. And the problem is when you do hit certain demographics, like you do want to send a message out to all women, you kind of forget the fact that like not all women want abortion, right?
Sure, yeah.
And by having that emphasis on like these pinpoint issues, you really do neglect them.
Abortion was like the biggest winning issue from Democrats, so much so that like Trump really, I say moderate on abortion, but Trump wasn't, Trump has kind of flipped off an abortion a few times, but obviously did not want to come off as a like extreme pro-life candidate, right? So
majority.
Yeah, and the exit polls showed that the two biggest issues Americans on the whole, all Americans cared most about was the economy and immigration. Right. And like the percentage that cared about things like abortion and race relations, like they were on the map, but they were so small in comparison to these bigger issues.
As well, but it's the economy
I would say that I do
too,
hesitate to call it a left-wing agenda because it sounds kind of sinister when you say that, and the right-wing agenda, and it's almost like they're trying to infiltrate and control everything, and therefore they're bad, and we must destroy them. I don't really like that terminology, but as far as what I think, if we had to call it an agenda, what we see happening on the left is that they're really set on putting everything in terms of race and sex and sexual orientation, and it causes a lot of division, it causes tribalism, and again, I'm not saying that that's their intention. I'm not saying that's their agenda. I'm not saying that they've written it out like this is what we're going to do. Optically, that's how it looks. That's how people are interpreting it. And it wasn't very unifying for a lot of Americans. It wasn't the most important thing to a lot of Americans when we had things like immigration and the economy that it was affecting everybody, and everybody really cared about.
And now, can the disagreeer step forward?
Oh boy, I see it.
Yeah, I heard the word of the day was optics. And it's interesting to me, just a quick survey. Does anybody think that Biden is a far left president?
Well, optics is what matters, unfortunately, when it comes to winning elections. Obviously, optics matter. Okay, Vosh moment, clip it, guys. Vosh moment.
No.
Right, exactly. And if you look on Fox News, you look on any right-wing media, they're labeling him as a socialist. So the optics of like Kamala was too far left or she was going too much into progressive values, no matter who it is, the candidate's going to be labeled this crazy far left extremist. So the optics, I think, are a little bit weird to be prioritizing how the right views Democratic candidates instead of what those Democratic candidates actually stand for. And to me, when we're just talking about the far left is discounting economic issues, that's really the only thing the far left was talking about.
You and me, I don't think you understand what I'm saying about tariffs. I'm saying businesses don't want it, multinational corporations don't want to invest in countries that are constantly having trade wars. If I have a business and I'm, in China, and I also, and part of my business is growing soybeans or whatever, I might not want to invest in, in the U.S. and China. I might not want to invest in the fucking U.S. because I know the U.S. might start a trade war with China, and then there's retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. that affect my soybean production. Like, what?
We want to see student loans be more forgiven. We want to see some sort of housing situation to the increasing rent. We want to see better climate measures so that way we can stop things like these California wildfires and other disasters across the country.
Yeah, building on that really quickly.
I think student loan forgiveness, even though I don't even think that's that objectionable a policy, my understanding student loan forgiveness did not even pull very well.
A really illuminating moment for me personally was, it was like a week before the election or something, Kamala was being interviewed by somebody, and she was asked if she thought trans healthcare was like a human right, and she was, like you're saying, supposedly the progressive candidate. That's certainly the way the media, or a lot of the conservative media was labeling her. And she sort of waffled back and forth, and eventually she ended up
strongly support 30%, strongly somewhat disapprove 40%, neither, don't know. What do you want to do? Strike a deal to real plans with America, be exempt from tariffs for 4 years. I don't know how do you strike you strike that deal with the U.S. government if you're a company. Trump leads in 4 years, and now you have exempt plus a good plan or tax break 3. I don't know how often those deals happen. Obviously not every company is going to be able to make that deal. They don't have the leverage to make that deal. That's not.
It should be up to the states. Right? And that's why it's interesting for me to hear that you guys thought it was, lean too left, when I know certain people who, didn't vote for Trump as a result of that, but were like, okay, Kamala clearly doesn't have my interests at heart as a trans person. You know what I mean? And while, yeah, somebody said that is a small demographic, it's still a demographic I think worth paying attention to.
I think a culture war is real, and we did not start that. The left did not start that. With advocacy, the right created a culture war in order to focus on these issues that are marginal. They are putting the focus on these issues, not the left. Like Trump ran an ad. It said Kamala is for them, right? Like playing on the whole gender, non-binary, transgender rights thing, right? If we keep playing into these culture war issues, it'll just lose elections, because what Kamala did is
feel less safe
towards
than
the
J6. I mean, the J6er is being free does not actually affect my personal safety in any way, but like, I don't think it's a good move regardless.
To fight against this label of radical, right? And in general, that's just not going to work, because you already have someone who's so far right in Donald Trump. She's never going to get elected running on a moderate campaign. You need to create enemies when you're in politics, and that's just the truth. We are the enemies of the right, and unfortunately they have to be our enemies because that's how politics works.
But we don't have to be the enemies of the people. And that's who's putting the commander-in-chief in office.
I want to build on that because I don't blame the far left, because for me it was about immigration, it was about inflation, and I don't think the far left took us in the wrong direction on that. But I think we didn't draw the line on things. So like with immigration, none of us support illegal immigration. Yeah. Not a single person on the far left, far right, anybody. But we never made that position clear. It's more about we need to draw the line on some things, or the right will define it for us. We'll be playing defense the whole time.
I do think it's a very fair point to say that we are constantly playing defense and just responding to their ideas instead of creating our own. But I do think it's interesting. I would say most of us agree that Kamala was pretty moderate, and yet she lost the election. But you still say that 70% of the election being lost is because of progressives, when we weren't even running a candidate. Kamala is not a progressive. Republicans often will blame transgender people and blame
Well, I mean, again, it's Kamala didn't speak out against the far left and out there, whatever. And then if she's not willing to do that, then optically it makes you look kind of bad. What's up, Ludic Twitcher? Welcome back. Actually, obviously, many on the left support illegal immigration. That's why we had so much of it. They wanted it. I don't think that's what IRI means. I mean, what do you mean by support illegal immigration? No one on the left wants illegal immigration in the sense that they wish there was more of it. They're semi in favor of or actually in the far left, they're obviously in favor of amnesty. They didn't close the border. They didn't even try. It's obviously not true that they didn't even try. Even Biden did shit to close the border and deport people. But which the far left got mad at him for, by the way.
All minority groups and vilify them and us. And I see you kind of accepting that framework by blaming transgender people and progressive ideas for the loss of this election, when it was a moderate that lost.
So not in terms of the Democratic Party itself. Maybe they don't have a far left agenda, but do you think that there is a cultural far left agenda that might have turned people away from the Democratic Party?
I think agenda might be the wrong word. I think there might be a cultural sort of movement that is very leftist, extremely leftist at this moment. Yeah, but I also think that movement is sort of a reaction of the last few years, culturally sort of swinging the other way. But yeah, certainly I can say that. And now personally, I see this movement.
Bentley's little thing.
What do you need?
Do you have Bentley's collar or his shock collar thing?
Yeah, it's by his kennel.
And I align myself with it because I see a lot of the things that are being fought for, and a lot of people that are fighting are things I believe in deeply. But sure, no, I absolutely, for the sake of the argument, yeah, I'm sure there are some people who that was a turnoff for. Yeah, I think
actually, speaking of
men and
agenda,
women's sports, and she wonders if the left went too far. Well, I'm not on a moderate side for the most part here. I will say, I don't think IRI, I really don't think IRI is trying to blame transgender people for losing the election. He's just Kamala just did not have good enough responses to the, men and women sports questions. They believe that there should be no board. That's that. No one who remotely supported Kamala Harris believes that there should actually be no borders. That's not true. No. Even these people up here, I don't think any of these people up here support no borders. No. It wasn't Kamala's fault. Biden and the wackos on the left doomed them. Real. I mean, I don't think you're entirely wrong. I think if Biden dropped out earlier, we obviously would have had a better chance. But are you sure? I am fairly certain.
Our agenda is making the rest of the party, and you look bad.
Maybe
I define
one of
my
them's
agenda
more crazy
as
than I
fighting
think,
for women's
but
rights, which have been very much heavily under attack. Roe v. Wade was just abolished. I define my agenda as increasing economic opportunities for a shrinking middle class. I define my agenda as holding billionaires accountable, because clearly there's an issue with the distribution of wealth in this country. And I think that Trump is a product of this. Because people aren't happy with the middle class is thinking, and Trump is over here blaming everyone else, when in reality, it's because he continues to give incredible tax breaks to the 0.01%. And I think it's funny that I'm actively trying to fight for the rights of you and you and you and you. But to you, I'm making.
I mean, the middle, depending on what you mean by the middle class shrinking, the middle class, I think, technically has gone down, but a lot of that is because people are getting richer, right? Depends on what you define as middle class. It's a really hard question to determine whether real wages are rising, but non-fun as Mahmood. What the fuck? I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't get the. Anyway, and the tax cut to the rich thing is not entirely wrong, but he expanded to the child tax credit though. That was good. I can give him credit for that. Voters could not unsee the night after night images of thousands and thousands of illegal polling over the border. Kamala could never have overcome that. If Biden dropped out earlier, I don't know.
You look bad.
So, and I'm glad you brought that up because I really, like I said, I think we all kind of agreed it's not what you're fighting for that we take issue with whatsoever. It's how people on the very far left, how they communicate it. They can come across as very
trickle-down economics. I mean, you'd have to define it more. Like, obviously, I don't, like, literally believe that, like, giving money to rich people or giving tax cuts to the rich is gonna trickle down to other people. But, like, in the sense of, like, you know, can taxes on the rich be distortionary and distort incentives in a bad way? Like, yeah, can certain taxes on the rich be inefficient and therefore be overall a net negative to society for imposing them? Like, sure. So, yeah.
At a very divisive, very tribalistic, and very hateful towards anyone that doesn't automatically agree with them. Now, what's interesting is that there's clearly a huge division even within the far left and the progressives, right? It's like the economic progressives and the cultural progressives. When you're talking about anything to do with the economy or distribution of wealth, that is more like the economic side of things. And then we have the more cultural side of things where they're really, really preoccupied with things like race and sex and sexual orientation. Now, those people exist, and I agree that I think that the right, the Republicans
Federal
jumped on
VAT
that and
should be a
exaggerated
thing.
massively.
I probably agree.
And I also agree that the left didn't necessarily try to separate itself from that. They just kind of defended it. You know, they defended it more. They kind of dug their heels in deeper rather than saying, we don't want to actually focus on that. We want to focus on the economy. We want to focus on distribution of wealth. We want to focus on tax fairness. We want to focus on like school loans. We want to focus on all that because I think that would be way more unifying.
But you can't focus on one without the other. This country is not just economic and then social. It's socio-economic.
I mean, Liberty Twitcher, there are obviously, I would say like cases where, you know, the market fails. So there's probably justified like government intervention there. And then like, obviously, you know, the investments of rich people may not necessarily always trickle down, it benefit the public in the same way that government investment will, right? I would say there's going to be distributional effects that are probably going to not necessarily benefit a lot of people in the same way government spending can at least, not always can.
All of when this hasn't worked is when it comes to increasing legislation on welfare and creating welfare breaks. A lot of Republican rhetoric will be around people are career welfare people are just sitting on welfare. And they'll use a lot of stereotypes and stigmas that are around the black community and be able to kind of hijack racism and xenophobia to then in turn create economic policies that don't benefit anyone because the majority of people on welfare are actually white. So it's not like, so it's not like one and the same, and you can't separate it and say, oh, well, people who care about defining civil rights can be in one camp and people who care about defining economic rights are in another camp. It's one and the same. It's all the same issue.
It's not necessarily a left versus right division. It's really a populist versus institutionalist division. Even when we see like recent events with Luigi and people on two different sides that are agreeing that sometimes these actions feel like there's a guttural sense of justice. And we could argue whether or not, you know, these things are ethical, but there's clear support amongst right-wing coalitions and left-wing coalitions that I'm getting screwed over by institutions right now. So when you say progressives are trying to like demonize people or not like accept people who don't automatically agree with them, I'd say that's not the case. I think that progressives and people that are on the populist right have a lot more in common.
100%. I so agree with that. I so agree with that. And I want to clarify that the only time the division really comes in is when there's a hard focus on race.
I mean, I agree with that too. I just think that's a bad thing.
And sex. That's when it seems to be very, very divisive because if I try to say anything that's a little bit anti-feminist, even if it's not, it's like, oh my God, you're on the right, you're an anti-feminist. And it's like, no.
I was just simply going to say, you guys are not wrong.
Ban rights.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said in your last statements. But I think what we need to understand is that word we've been using, agenda, honestly is synonymous with marketing in this particular conversation. Kamala and the DNC raised more than $1 billion to get her message out there. What was the message? That to me is the problem.
But that's a moderate message. Like, that's on y'all. That wasn't that.
Kamala has a moderate I would agree, because the messaging from the DNC was that she wasn't Trump, which is like the same thing they pushed with Hillary, and it was like, I mean, at least that was the progressive perception of the situation, 100%.
I mean, at least we have an agenda. I feel like a lot of the moderate agenda is just like, we're not that, and we don't like that.
I do have issue with this, though, because it's like some progressives...
Boy, do I have an agenda for you. Boy, do I have an agenda. Okay, it's called DBCFT. It's called LVT. It's called NGDP targeting. It's called unconditional cash transfers.
Separate themselves from moderates.
Ranked choice voting and or some other voting system, proportional voting system, different ways to get to the.
So like, well, that's on you guys. Like, no, we're all on the same team. Like, I feel like a lot of progressives didn't find a reason to support Kamala.
Common hemisphere, exactly. Yep. 70%. One unified American market. Yep.
it's 70% progressive ideals' fault for losing. I'm just in the context of this conversation.
When I said that, you have to understand when I said that, I am in no way, shape, or form attacking the progressive agenda. There's that word again, right? What I'm saying is that the overwhelming majority of the country can't process what it is that the progressives would like to enact while they're in power.
Well, that's not
and I fully feel like 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing. And right now we have 100% of zero. So we have these progressive ideals, these progressive ideologies, philosophies, this progressive morality that I don't really have any issue with.
That's me.
But what good does it do us in our pockets?
So why do Democrats not align themselves with that then? If there's no issue with these policies, with these ideas, with these philosophies, and that's my question.
I guess I would come back with, you realize that in like the last 100 million elections in the United States, Democrats always win the popular vote, except for this year. To me, that's the most telling statistic of anything that came out of this election, was that the majority of people in this country are now saying, whatever's over here on the left is just too much.
And I would argue that there's no one who
technically, Donald Trump didn't win a majority, just a plurality. He only got 49.9% of the popular vote. Okay, so technically,
It just feels like you're blaming us when the candidate who didn't win the popular vote isn't even progressive.
Biden won the most votes in American history, and he ran on a very progressive campaign. Did he live up to a lot of those promises?
No.
He did not. But he ran on a very progressive agenda, and he got the most votes in American history.
But you realize that the Democratic Party was always known as the party of the people, the small business guys, the working class people, unions, right? So what does it say to you guys that most people have now associated the Democratic Party with wealth and elitism, right? But that's a cultural issue. You're arguing our case. That's why I'm talking about the marketing aspect of it all.
You're over here.
I agree with what you're saying 100%. I completely agree. I completely agree. No, you're absolutely right.
Can you erase that?
Destroyed, debunked.
Y'all better leave that in there.
Moderate Democrats have shifted too far to the right.
What counts as the issue is, it's less that like moderate Democrats have shifted too far to the right, and it's more that just more people are in the Democratic Party now because Trump is so fucking schizo insane that we have like moderate people in the party.
I myself have shifted to the right, and it is very uncomfortable for me to be like, wow, why are they looking more reasonable? Why are they easier to talk to? Why do I like them more? I've been a liberal my whole life. I mean, my whole family is Democrat. I've always been on the left. And so just for me personally, I know people who are similar to me where they've been voted Democrat their whole life and they've been liberal, and we're like,
I won the popular vote.
Not the extremists, obviously, but there's a lot of MAGA people who are awesome. Like, they're so nice and they're so fun to talk to and they're so willing to listen to me. And so in that case, I feel like, man, I just kind of do better maybe in the middle or a little bit more to the right because I'm having a hard time having conversations that feel constructive with people on the left.
Can you talk about like what issues that you feel like you shifted more right on?
So when it comes to things like, let's say, immigration, people on the left, if you bring it up, they're like, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Like immigration.
I think it's a problem.
That's awesome. So glad that people can see that there are people out there who are more on the.
I was gonna say I don't know how many people say like the immigration thing like isn't a problem. Like the asylum system isn't a problem. I don't think that there are many leftists out there. Actually, there might be leftists out there saying that. There aren't many moderates out there saying that. Nothing happens, then Hitler gets elected. Liberals can do nothing wrong. Real.
Progressive side who say there's a problem because when I've spoken with people, they kind of want to downplay it. They want to justify it. They want to say these people are helping the economy. They're not committing that many crimes compared to Americans.
But that's
that is true. Yeah. Those things are true. So, but it's still a problem. We can't.
Based. I don't know. Like they might not say it's as big of a problem as people on the right do, obviously. But like, I like the way I would slice it up. Like, obviously, like I don't think the chaotic nature of our, the fucked up nature of our asylum immigration system is good. But I don't think the illegal immigrants are having like massively detrimental effects in the economy. Like that's usually like.
Sustain 11 million new citizens.
I disagree with that. Completely. I think that there's so many areas across the country that are
I'm not a leftist. Don't worry.
In order to make those economies thrive.
By the way, just point this out, okay? Trump's putting tariffs on all the Colombian flowers before Valentine's Day. Incels win again. I'm not gonna have a Valentine's, okay? Unaffected. And guess what? You think I drink coffee? I don't drink fucking coffee from Colombia, okay? I drink Monster Energy. Incels. Unaffected, incel W, easy win.
That's true, but I think that we can't have like a completely open border policy.
Nobody's asking that's a straw man. It's not
I think my issue is that we have a very hard, the amount of homelessness of American citizens right now is so
You're
high.
New Shooters
I skimmed and I would like to focus on economic rights for current citizens before trying to include so many.
Kim New York is saying coffee. I know. I noticed that. I'm as bad at speaking, but I accidentally did a accent. Fission Destiny was named it. Wait, really? I didn't see that. W and cells
overall
real.
well-being of people in general, especially when I put myself in a place where I'm coming from a destabilized nation that has to do a lot with U.S. foreign policy. What would I do to protect my family's best interests? I don't want to vilify those people or say that they're criminals when it's a civic violation. People who run a stoplight, we wouldn't call it criminal, even though they've technically broken the law. I wouldn't call it criminal.
No, the vilification is just end that, cut that. But at the same time, it is an issue that we need to address. Them as people is not the issue, but we as a country have not really come up with a great plan for immigration.
Yeah. So then that sounds more.
Doesn't he make up
like
a Vosh sending a girl snooze around is way worse than short stack coffin porn. I don't know if Vosh has an excuse now, okay, to not talk to Destiny ever. Is there a particular group or people that radicalize you the most? Candace Owens, Ethan Ralph, Nick Fuentes, Turkey Tom, Mr. Beast. This guy is trolling. iDubbbz. This is a troll. This is a troll. What did Mr. Beast do to him? Did you read his response to Trump? Yeah, I read most of it. It's just him saying, oh, I'm not going to shake hands with a slaver.
Sounds a little bit like I can have a conversation about that. That's just one example of it's because I'm not sure they have to feel like they have to defend their stance so strongly that anything that challenges a little bit they take as being like an attack on them. And it's like, no, I just really want to discuss the issue, especially when you can see how big of a problem it is for so many people in the country where they really have strong feelings about immigration. And if we just kind of say,
did I say Sky?
Well, no, I look at it differently, and no, you're dramatizing it, and no, maybe you're just racist or whatever it might be. Right? I that's kind of where I kind of split from.
Well, it is rooted in a lot of racism. I mean, you don't think Trump saying that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs isn't racist?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Statements like that are racist. But just because he says that doesn't mean that people who maybe are questioning the way that we're dealing with immigration right now are automatically.
But Trump is defining a rhetoric. I mean,
but
when Trump made that statement, like hate crimes against Haitian immigrants increased in the areas in which he made that statement. So people are.
After Trump's comments in September, more than 30 bombs targeted schools. Government, Well, these incidents indicate heightened tensions. They do not necessarily qualify as hate crimes.
Listening to Trump and agreeing with Trump. So when the leader of your party is espousing such a hateful and racist rhetoric, I think that as people who know that to be untrue, we really have to fight against that, and we have to fight hard because people are friggin' listening to him.
I think this goes back to the success of populist messaging, right? So Trump is running a populist campaign where who you're pitting the people against are people coming from other countries. We can't support our veterans. We can't support our homeless because of these people coming from other places. And that's the rhetoric that is winning people over because they clearly see that they're getting screwed over in this economy. And they're trying to figure out who can I blame for that. The people that are easy to blame are people that you don't know, that you might not share a similar culture or language with. Or people that you've never seen before because you've grown up in like a very traditionalist, homogenous small town. And someone's coming over here wearing a dress. What's going on? They must be the issue of why I can't pay for my groceries. All of this is like the demonizing of marginalized groups that has nothing to do with economic output.
I mean, the only issue there is that like the populist ideas are just stupid and bad. Like that's the issue you run into. Like, tariffs are like a populist policy, but like they're just stupid and bad. Like wealth taxes are a populist policy, but like they're just like stupid and bad. Not as bad as tariffs though. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for a lot of people it's a sort of cultural thing, but I think the reason I stayed standing was just my idea that, anyone who truly sort of believes these things isn't really good. I mean, if they learn things are going to shift in directions, obviously, but aren't going to shift necessarily too far in the opposite direction, in my experience. Obviously, there are exceptions and that kind of stuff, but I don't think necessarily there's some, big issue with the moderate left in general.
I don't understand how moderate Democrats could have shifted too far to the right when there's only one, and I can only speak personally right here, but there's only one issue that I probably would have to agree with Trump on at this point, and I don't like the way he handles it, but I do like the marketing, which is America first, right? So as we know, we've had these horrific fires blow through Altadena and the Palisades and all over California just within the last few days, right? Devastating communities, right? Do you realize the amount of money that we sent to Ukraine, how that could have taken care of
dog, kill me, really, bro? I mean, the messaging works, but it doesn't make it any less like stupid. Dog, kill me. I'm more in favor of moderate localism as opposed to progressive localism. Kill me, kill me, kill me.
Building people's homes, like literally rebuilding everybody's homes. Not even costing the insurance companies and all the hassle that everyone's going to have to go through just to get their homes rebuilt, if they can actually do it, right?
Well, let's see how Trump helps them since he's so American. I'm very excited to see how Trump sends aid to California.
I have zero faith that Trump is going to do the right thing on almost anything, but I'm just saying the messaging of America
I am a radical anti-localist.
Resounds very loudly now and very emphatically with the people, and that gets back to the whole popular vote thing. Most Americans are now saying, dude, we've got millions and millions of people coming across the border who are just draining the resources of this country. I happen to be married to a beautiful woman from Ghana, West Africa, 22 years in a month. When we first got married, financially we didn't have much, and that's all great. We built a life together, but we had almost next to nothing. But we had to pay an attorney to do all the legal machinations, and I think it took something like 10 years. She was naturalized in the LA Convention Center downtown. So I personally can identify with a level of frustration when it comes to basically people just flooding across the border. But I also acknowledge there's a huge racial component to it, because why do we not speak to the northern border at all?
Yeah.
For those of us who have been across the border to Canada several times.
No, they do, but only when you mention tariffs on Canada. Whenever you mention tariffs on Canada, now all of a sudden it's actually we need to tariff Canada because they're letting too many fucking Indians in or whatever.
How easy it is to go and come. So personally, if I was a terrorist or if I wanted to do America harm, I wouldn't even be thinking about the southern border.
At one point, Trump called Ghana and several other African countries, what do you call garbage countries or something? Yes, there, that was
maybe I'm ignorant on this. Do we have mass immigration coming down from Canada?
I can't.
Why would they want to come here?
With regards to the racial element.
I think that a lot of Trump's rhetoric.
Well, I think there's not nearly as much immigration coming from Canada, but I think the reason we still get stung isn't because Canadians illegally immigrate. Is that other, I think a lot of Indians legally immigrate to Canada and then illegally move to the US is, I think, typically the route that happens there. But it's not that many. It's like less than 10. It's like less than 5,000 a month. I think I think it was 51st state. True. But, if they were the 51st state, the Indian immigrants wouldn't have to, illegally immigrate to Canada and the US. They could just illegally immigrate to the US. And that would be based because I am an anti-border leftist, as these people state.
Is taking these the fascist playbook and using it in an American context when we as a country are very kind of confused and angry. And he's doing didn't J.D. Vance once call him?
And the CIA I don't know first of all, who is they? No one denies that they were fucking with him. The dispute is over whether they killed him, right? I don't think anyone denies that the FBI did not like MLK. It even told him to kill himself. Oh, Jews, of course. But
it's clear that Trump is a fascist, and I think that giving a fascist or someone who wants to
No. How? No. That stream. God damn it. Is this stream nuked yet? No, short stream is not nuked yet. We'll see.
A fascist, any concession on literally anything is playing into that fascism. I think you have to be so
That's true and okay.
Powerful and proactive with your defense against fascism. So I think in that sense, the concessions towards the right are moving because the right is just moving in a direction we cannot go. So that's why I think that the party is going a little bit too far that way.
But the concessions I don't think you're giving enough credit to the people who are already on the right, who are now headed extreme right. It's not necessarily the people who are on the left shifting over to the right. It's the people who we once considered reasonable, rational human beings, just right of center, are now
yeah, so what I said earlier, a lot of this is just it's just less it's just the Democratic Party tent getting bigger because Trump is insane. And, moderates who previously didn't like Trump are now considering themselves more part of the Democratic Party than just, Oh, did the YouTube source room not go down? It just went. I have it open on my phone so I can see if it goes down. It might not have. Nava, what do you want the consequences of the world shifting conservative along from the... What do you think the consequences of the world shifting conservative along with the new breeds of fascism being born will have us in the next decade? I imagine countries will be more isolationist, first of all. That seems like we're on a new anti-free trade thing, not just with Trump, but with other conservative people who are all isolationist. Thanks to Devil, yeah. Shorts is still here, good. I don't know, not good. I assume that we'll probably backslide on climate change even more. Not ideal, subpar. I'm a based neoliberal, so I don't think inequality is an issue. Inequality is based, but I imagine inequality would get worse. Yeah, I do. Okay, to be clear. I'm half trolling. Okay, inequality can be an issue. Okay.
But that's fascism. That's how that works. If you give a mouse a cookie, like that's what's going to continue to happen. So we as a party have to pull everyone back towards the center. We really do. And that does not start with concessions that way.
So can you just give a couple examples of what you see as being the most alarming fascist elements that we are contributing to by potentially moving towards the right?
I think that agreeing with Trump on the issues of social justice, like social rights and civil rights, should not be a question. The fact that we're starting to question again Roe v. Wade, the fact that we are pulling critical race theory and teaching from class.
I mean, Democrats ran pretty clearly on codifying Roe v. Wade. I don't know, like the Democrats were not questioning Roe v. Wade at all, I don't think.
The fact that the dictionary has been banned in several schools in Florida, like the dictionary, like if that ain't some shit from Fahrenheit 451, I don't know what is. And the idea that like, oh, there's some good people and we have to like try and talk to them and find a middle ground, they don't want to compromise with us.
Kamala Harris was a terrible presidential candidate.
Are you fucking kidding me? Everyone but IRI, really? What's your definition? Terrible? Terrible? Really? Terrible? Terrible? No shot, dude.
So yeah, I'm just going to get us started because I feel like I have a pretty quick little diatribe here. I just feel like she was very uninspiring. I don't think she spoke very well to the working class American. I think it's clear she divided the party in kind of in two. And even though it seems like a lot of people want the same things, she raised a lot of money and where to go, right? Towards a bunch of commercials that didn't really convince anybody and campaigning around a bunch of states that didn't amount to anything. So yeah, I think the Dems have a terrible habit of betting way too. I don't think that you can just use the fact that she lost as evidence that like all of it was terrible. She was terrible from the start. Their campaigning. I mean, their campaigning in states probably helped down ballot races even. Like Democrats, Democrats did way better because of Kamala Harris in the House and Senate than they were expecting them to do with Biden, right? Like Biden's internal polling show them like losing the House and Senate by way more. Art on a candidate, they're sure can't fail.
She wasn't a great candidate, but she wasn't bad either. I just don't think terrible is such a strong word. Netherlands is a pretty high level of inequality, but generally people on the poor end of the curve feel decent, so it's not much of a problem. Well, yeah, I love establishing a floor for the standard of living, okay? I love welfare, and I love a baseline for the standard of living. Okay, base.
It's interesting you say that because a part of me wonders, did anyone really like bet on Kamala? Because
when is good still losing everything? When the alternative is losing everything way more. What do you mean?
I'm gonna freaking eat my words.
I respect that.
I totally did.
I mean, I obviously think she was also good just in that like her policies are better than Donald Trump and her character is better than Donald Trump, but like regardless, the candidate part.
I'll just be forthcoming with this. I mean, I advocated for Kamala. I disagreed with her very strongly. I made that known in even a lot of Jubilee videos. But I still thought that she would win. I really believe that neoliberalism was more palatable than the neo-fascists that we're seeing with the Trump campaign.
That's so true.
And I think that that's really indicative to how much things need to change amongst the DNC in order to continue to win.
So much as it's not Kamala Harris as a person, it's what she runs on. And I think that if she ran on a progressive campaign, she would have done great. And she elected a great vice president as well. I think Tim Walz is an amazing, amazing person who polls very, very high. The ideas that he espouses are great. And then he gets attacked on the news and he's like, since when is it so bad to feed people lunch? School lunch. Oh, that's radical, then I'm radical, right? I think that Kamala Harris' messaging was the issue, not so much.
Good. Okay. What are we? Okay. First of all, the word they're using is terrible. So I don't think it is terrible. Terrible. It's a strong word for our queen, Kamala Harris. Okay. I don't know what we're defining as good. I mean, like in my mind, Democrats were already like so fucked because of inflation and partly because of the border as well. That like, I don't know if we could have done any better. We could have done much better. Like obviously there are things Kamala didn't do ideally that like, I don't know, like I think they're comparing her to how Obama or Biden did, which she did terrible comparatively. I don't know. She probably could have done it one if she talked about how land value taxes, destination-based cash flow tax, and how tariffs appreciate the exchange rate. This is accurate. This is truth. Kamala would have won if she implemented my exact policies, which all poll super well and are all great.
Kamala Harris as a candidate.
Well, I have to say.
By the way, I need to make another poll for people to like the stream
with Biden
on YouTube.
And Trump, and Biden just clearly showed the decline of life and so forth. I was on the phone with my older brother, who's probably a little further left center than I am, and I was telling him, that this actually could be the best thing that happens to us, because now the huge donor class is going to cut off the funds, and once the funds get cut off, that's when we start making the hard decisions like Biden dropping out of the race. I said, but the worst thing that we can do
Destiny want to run a political... Yeah, no, I have seen Destiny's content. I've seen clips of him on Twitter saying he wants like a House race to be handed to him so he can canvass for them or whatever.
Kamala Harris. Have an open Democratic convention. Let the people choose who's going to represent us in this election. And I believe we could have won if we had chosen the correct rep. And I'm not stumping for any one particular person, but I am saying that if we all got behind someone probably other than Kamala, we could have done well. And by the way, it's not because Kamala's an awful person. It's not because Kamala's a woman. I honestly believe, like you said with the last prompt, America still struggles with a high degree of racism.
I want to discuss Kamala a little bit, not really debate, but just
it would have been
exponentially
tougher to.
We're willing to. After this video, we can for a little bit, which we still have like an hour left.
Get Kamala in there, then
I need to have the VOD of it be uninterrupted for this. Fuck, I did not want to click on mini player.
In a time when...
Oh my god. For the reaction video.
I was wrong. And I think that that's really indicative to how much
happens that chosen the correct, and I'm a spiritual guy fighting Satan, and Satan being Trump. I'd rather
real
the dog
accurate
be president of the United States over Donald Trump.
I would rather a rock with googly eyes be the president over Donald Trump.
I think that, just to play Kamala defense here, I guess she only had 90 days.
Yeah,
so it's like I don't think that she necessarily ran like the most terrible she could do. I think she was really pressured in order to take a lot of interest from the consulting class. A lot of people who were very wealthy saying, hey, we're giving you all this money, can you placate to our needs? And I think she kind of threw the American people away in fear that she wasn't going to do too well. But I think what you were saying, like if Kamala had a genuine campaign, if Biden said 2 years in, hey, I'm not going to run for second term, I'm just going to have my first term, then we have that open primary. We have time to really talk about as a party, how do we want to move forward? But I think that with the time frame that Biden forced us into by not pulling out till the very last minute, I think Kamala was really the only choice.
So 2 points that I would make. The first thing is Kamala had 4 years to make a case. That's the first thing. The second thing for me is she didn't do an interview for over a month after she became the nominee. And then when she did the interview, she did it with Wall sitting next to her. It almost seemed
this is the biggest deal. To her loot. No shot, dude. No shot, dude. No shot, dude. How dare you compare us to Trump, largest single donor campaigner? Real.
Like I need the white guy sitting next to me to legitimize what's going on here.
Well, I think
instead of standing there on her own backbone and getting her message across 3 days after the nomination and not a month plus after the nomination.
I will say that was a mistake on her part, but I do think it's interesting how frequently the right referred to her as a DEI candidate.
So offensive.
Even though she had the longest career in politics out of any of the presidential candidates running.
Well, so did Hillary Clinton, right?
I know, and it's so interesting that they've kind of demonized this term DEI to basically mean a minority or a woman has taken a job from a somehow more qualified white person just because they're a minority, when in fact she is the most qualified.
100%.
But I do think she should have been more proactive at the beginning of her. As soon as Biden announced he wasn't running again, she should have hit the ground running because she didn't have that much time.
Well.
All right. Based, IRI, come on, let's hear the Kamala defense. I love it.
So look, the prompt is she's a terrible candidate. Was she perfect? No, but she was thrust into an impossible situation, in my opinion. She had 107 days, and some of you guys have made the argument, giving her some credit. And I think Biden is the one to shoulder the blame because he should have known a year out, hey, maybe I'm declining a bit and I shouldn't run again. I love Biden. I think he did a wonderful job. He governed us through the pandemic. He passed a bunch of legislation that will help us for the next decade. And that's what his campaign ran on. And the American people, they were just tuned out on that. And so she, with 100 days, what is she supposed to do? But let's give her some credit. She got people pretty fired up. Remember the whole Brat Summer thing?
Kamala is Brat.
Right?
When the was announced, everyone was
right.
So
and I want to bring this up. That was one of her major decisions, and she made the right decisions. I don't think she had the best answers for some simple questions like, how are you going to bring down the grocery store prices? So,
would you change anything in the Biden administration? No.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I agree. But that was when she absolutely lost the election.
And I just have to point this out, that we're in the middle ground. That was a moderate decision. And that's what we're trying to disagree with, is just blindly saying that I agree with the status quo. I want to make any big changes.
Biden was actually super progressive earlier? Or no, he said Biden ran a progressive campaign. Not that he necessarily was progressive, but...
I'm afraid to say bold action because it's not palatable. It's not optically favorable. If I talk about progressive policies, that was the decision that she made that lost her the election.
And it's interesting because Trump isn't moderate. Trump on the right is a very right-wing extremist, and yet he was able to get elected. So if a right-wing extremist can get elected on a campaign that is rooted in fear, how come a left-wing extremist can't get elected on a campaign that is rooted in hope?
At the end of the day, I think Kamala Harris was a candidate that started off very well, and then she became terrible. I don't think she was...
Well, the thing is, there was no solution to the grocery store prices, but Trump lied his ass off and said, I'll bring them down.
Sure, why didn't she keep lying?
Well, maybe she should have lied.
I wondered that same thing myself 8 million times.
I don't think you have to lie. Why can't you actually tackle grocery store prices?
Mason, in an ideal world, you're absolutely right, but this is the game, brother. This is the...
Well, what do you want when she had the progressive answer to the grocery store prices, which is, people frame it as price controls, but it wasn't real. It was anti-price gouging laws that 40 states already have, but people freaked the fuck out about it. There were so many fucking news columns about, oh my god, Kamala doing price controls, evil communism, far left evil, communist, far left evil. I don't think the progressive answer on grocery prices is swaying people. Peg. Oh, I don't know. It could just be the person saying it. Trump also proposed price controls. He said we're going to cap the interest rate on credit cards, and people don't give a shit about that. Anyway.
You're on that side.
No. Can we have Michael? Can we?
I'm
not saying it's lighter. I like it, but
Kamala
it works.
would have won.
Strategy.
Kamala would have won if she said we're going to nationalize American oil, and then we're going to invest the profits into a sovereign wealth fund, and we're going to give payments, and we're going to use it to fund a UBI. She would have won if she did that. Okay.
10 people don't understand macroeconomics.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to explain to people how and why your prices are actually going to go down. I guess if you're anyone other than Donald J. Trump, because he can say anything and he has a whole contingent of people that just believe what he said, which is sad, but that's a whole other conversation. Kamala, as intelligent as I know she is, I just know she is. I've never had a conversation with her, but there's just clearly a high level of intelligence there. She never, in my opinion, conveyed in simple terms, how am I going to make your lives better? And how am I going to protect you?
I think nationalized oil sovereign wealth fund would be required just UBI. Well, that's just a way to fund the UBI, right? I'm just saying, imprinting money. Well, I mean, sure. But.
Again, we're back to marketing. The marketing was awful.
All right, let's move on to the next prompt. Thank you.
I'm not saying you should lie. I don't think you should lie. I'm just saying you will get catch
Lie on your taxes. Lie on your.
I'm not saying it's cool. I'm just saying it clearly works. Exactly.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Shader News.
Sponsored in my reaction
for supporting a
content.
group with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
The Republican Party appeals more to the average American.
I mean, evidently.
Yeah, I think it's obvious that the Republican Party appeals more to the average American because I think our Congress is a reflection
Shut up, MMTer. Shut up.
Of ourselves. We vote for who we want in office. It's clear that the Republicans won a popular vote in recent times, and it's unfortunate, but it's just a fact. I feel like as America's current state, the Republican Party is the party that says it's for the people. And even though it's racist and sexist, all the isms and all the bad things, I think we also have to realize that a lot of people in America are also those things. There's a reason why Trump won on his MAGA campaign. It's,
popular vote too.
Yeah.
Popular vote.
I disagree with labeling the American people as misogynistic or racist. I'm not saying that's what you're outright saying, but I really think Trump played into a populist message, and I sound like a broken record continuing to say that, but Trump identified, you guys rightfully feel that you're being screwed over, it's the Democrats' fault. And he did a great job of messaging that over and over and over again for every single issue. And I think the Democrats need to learn from that playbook of properly villainizing the right instead of just saying, hey, we're not them, vote for us, everything's going to be fine, everything's okay, inflation's going down, y'all will survive as long as you vote us in again. We'll save democracy.
Well, to give ourselves a little credit, we have a heavier lift. We're trying to actually do something, whereas the Republicans are just complaining about
That's
stuff
all
a
they
lot.
do. That's their whole.
Right.
Real hacker
We're like,
based.
no, we want to try to do some incredible things with this country. We want to bring in more people. But the Republicans have done a good job of coming up with boogeymen for people to blame their problems on. What I've realized is Americans do not want to look in the mirror and blame that guy for their problems. So it's trans people, it's these immigrants, and we don't have good boogeymen. You guys brought up Mark Cuban a few times, and I think we're off on this on the left because I know it sounds weird, but Americans like these billionaires. Look at Elon Musk. They look at these guys as rock stars, and we here bash them all day long. And I understand, I support the wealth inequality is ridiculous, but Americans don't make that connection. I think we got to really chill, pump the brakes on attacking these billionaires because it's just not resonating with the American people. We can come up with a boogeyman. I don't know what that is right now.
Well, our boogeyman is.
I mean, obviously, you can play into a populist message by attacking billionaires or whatever, and attacking corrupt billionaires and rent seeking in the government where they are. I don't know why. Listen, I'm all for attacking billionaires when they work with Trump. You should attack, but you should call them an oligarchy when they work with Trump, okay? I'm fine with calling America an oligarchy now that Trump is in office and has 14 billionaires in his cabinet, okay? I don't know. I don't know if Americans relate that much to billionaires. They might find. I mean, there's some people who are like, oh, you're vilifying success or whatever, but these leftists don't want to scapegoat boogeyman. They literally believe billionaires are evil. Well, that's true. Well, yeah. I mean, they're talking about effective optics and whatever, but yeah, they do believe that there is no moral billionaire. So there is also that. But right now I'm giving them benefit of the doubt because they're talking about optics or whatever. So
Trump. And we've heard so much negativity ad nauseum, just day in, day out, minute by minute about Trump. Oh my God, Trump, farted in his office. I mean, literally, it's the dumbest stuff you just hear all day long about Trump. I have zero love for Trump, but I get so tired of hearing about all the things that he does wrong from the mainstream media. I can see why most people are just seriously like turned off. Like, if they're actually attacking this man as much as they do, he must be something special. I can almost see that rationale going on in the mind.
And that's what they do in cults too. Like, that's part of, like, the more we're attacked, the better we're doing because we're on this path, and the non-believers don't. Like, it's such a heavily studied. It is psychological. He is kind of brainwashing people a little bit, but it's working.
Yeah, I think it took me a minute to come over from that.
Think
It was
billionaire
begrudging,
tech
to be honest with you.
wrong. Hell, even the right does it now. They just go after woke socialist tech companies. That's true.
Energetic, emotional sound bites and talking points work, unfortunately. And I think, especially to the average person who's too busy working 9 to 5 to really be overly politically educated. You know what I mean?
Like, I'm from Louisiana. A lot of people down there, you don't really look for reading. You look for the sound bites. You look for the emotional clips, and that stuff, it works. And it works because it tags into the pathos of what people believe in. It's like what they want to vote for and look for. I just think it's reflective of America because, of course, the South is always going to be.
I will say, okay. Both Bernie and Warren did underperform Kamala in this election, okay? So populism destroyed. Leftism destroyed.
Yeah, I think it's just reflective of how America is.
I think it's deeper than America, to be honest. I think it's human. I think it's human to get riled up and get emotional because you care deeply about something. You know what I mean? I think the people on the right have a far better understanding of that.
And I think we're all hugging, we're all saying, yeah, the right's so bad, kumbaya, blah, blah, blah. But I really think that a lot of it is moderates' fault for why people are viewing Republicans as these great people. And I think it's because people view...
I think about Republicans being great people.
No, that's what people that are of the working class, that's the prompt, is that people feel that the Republican Party better represents the average American. And the reason why is because the DNC for so long has placated to moderate views on how we're going to change our rhetoric, how we're going to change our marketing. We don't want to be controversial. We want everything focus tested. Trump went on podcasts. He tried to change the culture. He tried to change the way that people viewed him. And he used that populist message in order to build the flames of his campaign. And that's something that I think can rely heavily on the blame of moderates, not necessarily saying y'all, but moderate consulting class that usually is being paid by.
Well, I wonder when the Republican working class will realize he just doesn't care about them. I'd love to see the day.
Why did Biden, who you've already called a moderate, I believe all of you referred to him as a moderate, how did he win Georgia?
Because he ran a progressive agenda. Biden ran on eliminating student loans. Yes, he's done a lot for that, but he hasn't done significantly what he
did a lot of that.
He also ran on eliminating student loans. Yes, he's done a lot for that, but he hasn't done significantly what he promised to do.
When he tried to do it at the Supreme Court, my understanding is Biden basically did as much as he could until the Supreme Court shut him down, at which point he continued doing what he could. That's my understanding. I will defend Biden till I die.
Also ran on solving the housing crisis. We've seen housing prices just continue to inflate. These are issues where...
I mean, I have no clue if Biden ran on that. But he did. He also did do stuff on on housing. I mean, not like visible stuff, but Biden's moves in my roundup yesterday. I'll quote some excerpts in a plan. Again, here from that plan. Oh, Air 404. God damn it. Hold on, let me. Okay, fuck you. Stop like notification. Paul Kerwin and Noah Smith were live. What the fuck? I missed this? I missed... That would have been awesome to watch. Okay, anyway. The Department of Housing and Urban Development is announcing the availability of $100 million to communities to identify and remove barriers to affordable housing, production and preservation. The Department of Treasury and Housing and Urban Development announcing a major improvement to the Federal Financing Bank multifamily risk sharing program that would provide greater interest rate predictability for state and local housing finance agencies, Transportation Infrastructure Finance Innovation Act, Railroad Rehabilitation, blah, 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 use loans for conversion projects that may be eligible for categorical exclusions. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation proposed a new tool that would accelerate historic preservation for millions of federally funded, licensed, or owned housing units. HUD anticipates finalizing a rule to update its mandate to... Jesus, I can't fucking read. Finalizing a rule to update its manufactured home construction and safety standards. A new rule finalized would enable duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes to be built under the current HUD code for the first time. And then there's more stuff, but like... Oh, yeah, thanks for archiving the 404 version. Okay, what about like...
If you run on an agenda like that and you're not living up to those promises, people see it as hypocritical. And Kamala ran nowhere near in the same forms of rhetoric that Biden did. Biden also ran on the border. He said we need to chill out on all of the internment camps, jailing up kids. This is all terrible. As soon as he comes in, he's utilizing a lot of the same Trump policies. And that's something that the American people can read through and be like, oh, so that actually is the solution.
My understanding is he did repeal a lot of the executive orders that Trump had on the border, right? That were the kids in cages, right? And then He reinstituted some of them later on when the border became a big issue. But I don't think Biden ever stooped closer to the level of Trump. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but.
If both parties are doing it, why don't I go with the party who's actually doubling down and saying this is my policy?
Biden administration held more kids actually than the Trump administration.
And Barack Obama deported more people than any president.
Because held more kids as a percentage, or like as a percentage of people coming over, just the absolute number. I'd imagine the absolute number was higher because illegal immigration as an absolute number was
Biden
higher.
administration held more kids actually than the Trump administration.
And Barack Obama deported more.
True, based on removals, which require a court order. However, for returns primarily involving Canadians apprehended at the border, he did not. Rights groups, including ACLU, labeled him deporter-in-chief. Real. Non-fan is the border czar under Kamala. Real. Accurate.
For people than any president.
And I will let 20 million illegal immigrants in a day. A day.
Get over here.
But you're right. We got whooped on the border. People who voted with the border as their number one issue completely voted for Trump.
In Pennsylvania.
Well, and that's why you're seeing the rightward shift, shall we say, from our Democratic moderates, because that's where the people are at. They've been convinced, whether right or wrong, that there's a problem on the border and that Biden's policy didn't work. But and lastly, I just want to keep bringing up populism. I agree with you. Populism's great, but we are the establishment. We're fighting for the government. We're fighting for bigger government. It's easy when you're on the other side and we need the government out of our lives. We want to cut them down.
Well, you just got to come at it from a corporate angle.
I think the Republican Party does kind of fight for the government to an extent. Not being able to decide what your children are learning in school, trying to bring church into school, that's kind of big government. I think that's way, completely over-regulatory.
Church and
so
state,
it's so funny that, the control...
Also, the entire, schedule F appointment thing, the merit-based hiring that Trump did again. How is that not big government? The fact that Trump just fired 17 inspector generals without notifying Congress, as he is required to do by law, is that not the fact big government? That's not big executive branch, at least. Same thing with the Federal Reserve. Trump threatening Powell again, saying that he's going to demand the Fed lower interest rates. That's not good. That's expanding the executive branch's authority.
Of my womb. Get the fuck out of my womb, government. Get out. It's funny that we're the party that's big government when I think both parties are kind of the party of big government, but what is that government doing?
But to Guy's point, I think it's the rhetoric is they're really coming out of we need to remove government, even though they're going to utilize it and they're authoritarians. Their candidate is literally trying to become a dictator on day one.
That's so frustrating. It's they're oh, we don't care the states' rights, but you don't.
But our rhetoric can be an anti-corporate campaign. We can talk about how much corporate greed is ruining people's lives, their ability to provide for their families.
I would resonate with the working class too, because everyone has been.
Yeah, because it's wrong. It's wrong. Greedflation, not real. Always fake.
Over on a rent payment, everyone has missed a car payment. Everyone can relate to not having enough money. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I feel
and we don't want, we're losing at making the billionaires a boogeyman. Which Democratic politicians are making billionaires a boogeyman? I only hear that from progressive people or people that don't have any form of legislative power. We need politicians going in there saying, this is
crazy.
You
mean the one girl?
This is resources we need to get for the people.
I don't think she's crazy.
Bernie, he's
ugly,
the king of blaming the billionaires.
Yeah, and who does Bernie resonate with besides progressives? MAGA people. There are so many Republicans
I'm sorry. I think she's a little crazy. Not ugly, though.
Say that they would have voted for Bernie if Trump was not in the running. I will never vote for a Republican
Bernie
again. I will
100% won in 2016 if the DNC hadn't stolen that nomination.
Absolutely.
So I heard a lot of frustration. I think that's the biggest thing here, that Republicans are appealing to the people, right? They're using the populist message properly. But I think Democrats can easily do it too. We're just held back by the institution itself, trying to keep itself in power. In general, I think that people like Tim Walz, like Ilhan Omar, all these people pull really high in places that are not generally very progressive. I think the Democratic Party can be the party that appeals.
Oh no, she was the one that won her primary, right? The other two, progressive people, Jamal Bowman and the other guy, I think lost their primaries, right? I don't think they. And again, Kamala, or Bernie and Warren both underperformed Kamala in their state elections.
People again, because the facts are that they did in this election, but I think it can easily happen again if we move more towards these ideas that speak to the people more.
Well, specifically, what ideas are you referring to?
I think Medicare for all is an idea that a large majority of the population does actually agree with, and I don't think anyone in this country will tell you that our healthcare system is not broken. And I think that that's an easy idea to run on that will generally benefit the people and will get Democrats elected way more easily than running on being a border czar.
When it comes to Medicare for all, I think people have to be beaten down way more than they are right now to give up what they have. People are terrified of of the unknown. And
people have insane status quo bias, and most Americans like their healthcare plan. I think it's over 50% of Americans like their healthcare plans. I forget where it was either Krugman Post or No Opinion Post. Archive search. Medicare for nobody real. Yeah, most insured adults give their health insurance an overall positive rating. And there's this big like status quo bias. Like even if Medicare would be better, people are like Medicare for all would be better. People have like a hard time visualizing or understanding why, so they don't want to give up what they have now just for the potential of something, slightly better.
I just think things are not bad enough to get people on that side. When Kamala ran on expanding Medicare to include in-home care for the elderly, that's costing people like $4 or $5 grand a month right now. You think they would have jumped on that? They couldn't care less.
Didn't the man just murder a
healthcare CEO? And everyone agreed with him.
And everyone was like,
person, though, that's not like a reflection of America.
That's a reflection of the frustration of the American people. People in general do agree with these policies. Sure, they're scared of the unknown, but I don't see an issue with jumping into real change. And if you communicate that properly, which Democrats do.
Also, it's hard. Americans barely know what Medicare for all means, so it's hard to know. It's hard to know what exact health policy they want, because like if you poll Americans on like, do you want to ban private insurance? Most of them don't want that, but it's just on. If you just ask them like, do you want Medicare for all? They usually support it. It's my understanding. Most Americans support it.
I think you'll easily get through and fight against these lies and these non-existent policies that Republicans have, because you're truly speaking to something that will change your material condition.
Once again, this whole thing comes back to marketing to me, because I've heard interviews with hopefully
based in true
seemingly
localist,
maybe intelligent people saying on the right, I can't stand Obamacare and what Obamacare did to this country, but I love the American Care Act, the Affordable Care Act.
This was funny.
I'm like, what?
I think
so. Either we're not conveying a clear and concise message about the things that we are doing for the American people, or they just hate all things blue. Because it's like, it's amazing. I'm like, you hate Obamacare, but you love the Affordable Care Act.
That's a really good point, because again, going back to the exit polls, the healthcare was on there as well, and I don't know the percentage, but it was tiny in comparison to immigration and the economy. But which is causing which, right? It could be that because Trump just went above and beyond to discuss these issues in some capacity, whether he had plans or not is kind of irrelevant. He put the idea in Americans' minds.
And
so now when they leave the polls, they're like, this is what I care about. Versus, like you said, with messaging and marketing, if the Democratic Party did a lot better job at saying what you care about is healthcare, and say it over and over and over and over again until the people are like, I care about healthcare, and then the exit polls will change.
Can you expand on, and you can end it. You're the only one who said that the Republican Party isn't appealing to the average American right now. Why do you think the Democrats are appealing more?
So I don't believe that. I believe actually that Republicans appeal to the people. I do agree with the prompt, but I think that it has nuance to it. And I think that Democrats are able to appeal to the people if they want to, if that makes sense. And I think that the Democrats historically have been a party that appeals to the general populace more than Republicans. Republicans generally associate themselves with the donor class. Mm-hmm. I think that Democrats need to go back to the messaging that is truly a populist messaging.
Biden was a great president.
Let's go, IRI, let's go. Yep, I knew he was going to be the only one. Let's go. My man. Yeah.
Yes, I think when people look back at the history and what happened with Biden,
Based
they
in
will
truth.
appreciate him a lot more. This is the guy who got us
Truth-filled.
through the pandemic when people were not so hopeful. He was able to corral Congress and get bipartisan legislation passed. I mean, infrastructure bill, $1 trillion worth of infrastructure to upgrade our bridges, our tunnels, something that we've been needing for decades. A guy who brought back manufacturing to America with the CHIPS and Science Act.
They brought back manufacturing. I think it's good that we have chip manufacturing here. I don't really care about aggregate manufacturing, but that's true. He did lead to increasing manufacturing jobs in the exact places we needed it. Yes, based, correct.
A solid leader when people were looking for that. So I think Biden had a brilliant presidency. It's sad that our fellow Americans aren't going to reward him for that. But that's the times we live in now. Maybe he should have dropped out, earlier and given someone passed the torch a little earlier. But as far as his presidency goes, I think this is probably one of the best in my lifetime, and I appreciate what he did.
True, and the NLRB stuff. Let's go. Pro-union based. Actually, too pro-union, if you ask me. Kind of unironically, though. Okay, kind of unironically, but.
I would agree. I think Biden has had a very strong legislative record. I think that he's built a lot of relationships in his decades as a public leader.
Oh,
and I think that
the Silicon Valley Bank. I give Biden credit for this, even though it really was not him. It was mostly the FDIC that did a good job handling it. I think the Fed probably played some role, but you know what? Happened under Biden. Therefore, Biden was responsible for it. Not it crashing, but it. But all the deposits being insured, and the banking crisis stopped.
Did a lot of good as far as passing good legislation. I think part of being a good president, though, is effectively communicating that to the people. And I think we'd all agree that's probably one of his weakest areas is proper communication. He's not a good orator. He's not good at inspiring that type of hope. Really, Biden was a refreshing look into what a boring normalcy can be, as opposed to Trump's very erratic, flamboyant personality. And I think that does a disservice when it comes to highlighting accomplishments.
Just a quick response. I vote for a president to make tough decisions behind closed doors, not to give speeches. So me personally, I understand the value in that, but to me it's more important than
I think you're engaged with the substance and the policy guy. You're just not the average American. People need somebody that they can look to that don't have any political education and be like, that's my guy, I want to have a beer with him.
But they're going to benefit from what he did for years.
But they're never going to give him credit.
They're not going to know that. They don't care. They don't know. They have no. Also, God, Republicans just lie. Remember when we had to start putting up the signs that say funded by Biden's infrastructure plan because Republican senators would post a picture of a bridge being built in their state and be like, wow, look at this big bridge that we built, and everyone would be like, motherfucker, you voted against the infrastructure bill. Motherfucker, you don't get to take credit for this. You voted against the bill that funded this. What do you mean, brother? What do you mean?
Did he really benefit people in the long term? You have to be electable as well.
I think Obama, I have many criticisms of his presidency, but in terms of being a face for the country, oh my God, let's talk about amazing. It's class and it's friendly and the smile is perfect. And I don't think that's everything.
Oh, speaking of Obama, drone strikes. Biden ended the drone war, basically. I mean, he still did some, obviously, but Biden did not do many drone strikes.
Obviously, but I think in terms of perception of the presidency, I think that has a big part to do with it. And unfortunately, that was just probably Biden's, one of his lowest points. And honestly, Guy, I see your point about the speeches versus the decisions thing, but if the guy can barely put a sentence together, how can I trust him to make a tough, call in the Middle East or something?
His unfettered support for the genocide in Gaza. I think that the Israel...
First of all, basically every US president does that. Biden actually had a fair amount of pushback for Israel. Okay. For a US president, Biden did, quite a bit of things on Israel. Also, I'm just so after Trump was caught on tape saying, hey, let's just deport fucking Gazans to Egypt and Jordan and they can stay there maybe for a short time, maybe for a long time too. I don't care anymore. No, I don't care. No, shut up. I don't care. I will defend my goat, Joe Biden. Oh my God.
Palestine conflict is something that people have turned an eye to in a different way now. And Joe Biden stood on his ground about unfettered support for Israel and the Benjamin.
I was not unfeathered. He paused fucking 2,000-pound bombs and Trump just unpaused them, but at least he wasn't saying that he was going to fucking deport people to Egypt.
And Yahoo administration, which is a genocidal administration.
Okay, so I have 3 very, very quick points why I would never, ever consider Joseph Biden a great president. In my opinion, Joe Biden
is a loser and a moron. Why do you support him? Because I think what he did was a net benefit to America.
Legally responsible for the mass incarceration of black men and women, but definitely mostly black men in America based on the...
president, right? So the 90s crime bill, even if you have criticisms of it during his presidency or whatever, but
86 crime bill, 94 crime bill.
Well, actually, I say sure, but also even the Black Caucus supported this crime bill. People did not think this was going to be a racist crime bill or whatever. The crime was just a big problem at the time, and we probably didn't address it in the perfect way, obviously, or the right way, obviously. But I don't think Biden was trying to be racist or anything. I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe there's some behind closed door meeting where he admitted it and we have it on tape. I just don't know about it. Just because the orange man bad doesn't mean special needs good. Did you hear the words coming out of my mouth? I said I said I think what Joe Biden did was a net benefit for America. I didn't mention Donald Trump. I didn't say anything about Donald Trump. Doesn't matter at all. You are how retarded are you? You love career politician, swamp monster, DC insider, bro. That's so weird. I love the establishment. I would never stop defending it.
And then again, he promised to get that George Floyd Policing Act pushed through. Biden did nothing to get that done in his.
Biden was relatively pro-policing, and that was based. I don't think he was able to do it, but the fact that he wanted to hire new cops, was a somewhat moderate, reasonable voice in the whole defund the police stuff, while still, obviously saying certain things with the police probably aren't great. Literally, George Floyd is right after George Floyd was murdered, obviously. Does the word elitism mean anything to you? The word elites are based. All the elites are based, and I love them. And their net benefit. But the fact that Biden was relatively pro-policing, I think was probably a good thing.
Presidency. And I am so disappointed in him for that. I almost don't care about anything else that he did. And I know there were some good things, so I'm not going to sit here and say everything was bad. He definitely did some good things. But as a black man in America, There is no way in the world I could ever attribute greatness to the man.
The reason why he went back on that was to appeal to moderates. People.
Oh, you're killing me.
No, I'm serious. If you look at.
You say appeal to moderates, but how many Americans ever supported defund the police? Like obviously the progressives supported it, but as a black man in America, why are you elitist? Because I believe the elites help the black man more than anyone else.
Pulling on police reform, specifically things like defunding police or putting more resources towards allocating social services. These are things that moderates did not like. They like living in the suburbs. They like having their policing. They're like, this is not
Very
tasteful.
NIMBY policies.
And Biden said, you know what, actually.
Biden was not NIMBY.
You're right, this is going to pull bad. I'm going to lose elections if I do go on my promises in protecting people. It's his failure to be a progressive candidate is the reason why he didn't actually enact that type of policies.
I just want to hear, starting from left to right, who you think would be the next best presidential candidate, and then we can have a discussion about that as the closing part of the segment.
I honestly really liked Tim Walz. I really liked him. I thought he was a great candidate for.
I don't have a strong opinion. I don't know if Tim Walz, I don't think is a great communicator either, so I really don't know.
Both progressive and moderate Democrats. I think we all really rallied around him. And it was one of the first times I saw people really excited about a liberal politician in a while.
I think AOC is actually a great candidate. I think she went into her race in a very grassroots way that brought people together in her community in a way that she can do for the nation as well.
I think we need a new face that has not been thrown in the mud or attached to historical losses. Personally, I think someone like Greg Casar would be really good for uniting people who understand these issues and want a progressive vision with a new face that's very charismatic and a very good communicator.
So I'm a California boy, very, very hard. I love this state. I was born here. I'll probably die here. It's Newsom for me right now for a couple reasons. Got a proven track record at dismantling potential conservative candidates. And I also think Gavin Newsom has this sort of this old-fashioned sensibility, this old politician kind of thing.
I don't think Gavin Newsom would be good. I don't think anyone from California would be good, honestly.
We're going to get this done. And as silly as that is, it appeals to especially older voters. You know what I mean? So again, this is 4 years out. This is just my best guess, but I'd pick Newsom right now. And he's got name recognition. That's another thing, too. People know who he is. Like him or hate him, you know who he is.
I'm probably going to give the most uninspiring answer right here because honestly,
Joe Biden.
I don't necessarily see anyone out there, but if I have to be forced to throw out names, I would probably say something like Governor Wes Monroe. I always liked Beto O'Rourke, his approach to policies and humanity and social issues.
John Stewart, 2028, maybe, man.
So
maybe
if we're just
Apex.
making a wish list, I probably would go Beto.
Well, I think it's got to be an outsider. The American people don't understand this system of government. They don't know what the filibuster is. They don't know what gerrymandering is. They don't know why the system's broken. They just know it's broken. So they want someone to come in from the outside to shake it up. But I was actually going to say the governor of Maryland as well, Wes Moore.
I said Monroe, I meant Moore.
I know you meant Moore. This is a guy who's shotgunning beers in the parking lot with people. He's just a man of the people, and he's got the energy and the excitement, and nobody knows who he is. And so I think that's a likely candidate.
I kind of love that.
I was going to say, you're making people vote for this dude. I don't know anything about it.
Do you think Medicare for All is in the business interest of Big Pharma? No, I think it's not. I think that's why they lobby against it, is my understanding. It would probably, Medicare for All, assuming that there's a big government insurance company, they would be able to push prices down from Big Pharma. Drugs would get cheaper. Big Pharma would get less profit.
Well, that sold me. I mean, I'm going with this guy too, because honestly, I'm so politically lost these days, and I don't. I'm also just not plugged in enough to know the details of all of these people, and I have very little trust for politicians, honestly. So if you guys think this guy's great, I'm happy to. I mean, everyone seems to kind of agree.
Yeah, demand would raise. I don't think demand would significantly raise for most things. I think demand would probably raise for preventative care, but ever heard of the Bill Clinton sock drawer case? No.
Let him a vote. Yeah, you should help him run.
I was going to say,
whoa, I started that.
Also, welcome back, Brass.
The person who came to my mind was also Beto. I just feel like he's from the South, he could appeal to the good old red, and he's also just he has a certain charm to him. I feel like that's something we've been lacking recently with politics, because I'm not sure if you've seen our recent politicians, but a lot of them are old. So we need younger candidates back. I'm not sure if I'm quite with the AOC train yet, unfortunately. I think she might be too young.
Unelectable.
I'm not going to go on tangent, sorry. But yeah, I would say Beto for now.
I have a 30-second comment on that interaction right there. It's saying AOC's unelectable, but liking Beto O'Rourke, who's lost every election that he's tried to run. What are you talking about here? Anyway,
it was just a wish list.
Why can't AOC get a wish list?
I know. I feel she has so much negative press because of her far left thoughts and philosophies, and I like AOC. So this is not.
I really don't know if AC is unelectable. Populism seems to do pretty well. Here's what you think after reading. I was hoping you would summarize it for me.
Not a personal thing, but if someone gave me $1 million and said you have to bet on whether or not she can get elected, I would 100% say there's no chance in a national election.
Of AOC, I really don't know. I feel like AOC would probably get negative press for her initial rather progressive positions, but I don't even know if she couldn't overcome that. I don't know.
election.
Sorry, going back
and
to
Gavin Newsom's also unelectable. I don't think he has a shot, and I wouldn't mind it.
So is everyone we said unelectable except for freaking Tim Walz?
He's actually probably unelectable because the right is so good at coming up with these little disgusting nicknames like Tampon Tim. That's what they will make the narrative about. It's not about his service to the country. It's not about feeding the kids, which he does.
There was also a lot of hate towards Trump, and he still managed to win freaking twice. Like the fact of the matter is, we are very by two-party country. So whoever you put up on one side party, the other party's gonna freaking hate. But that doesn't mean that they're just unelectable because they hate them. It's like, of course, they're supposed to.
Just as a group, if you all had to pick one presidential candidate, who would you pick?
I'll give you 3 options. Greg Casar, John Ossoff, or Raphael Warnock. Those are...
I feel like John Ossoff could be good.
I like Warnock.
Warnock is a pastor from the South.
Yeah,
Georgia
he would
senator.
go very well too. And I'm from Georgia, so I actually voted for him in the election, and I saw people in my county that's very, very red really rally around sort of a candidate that was very, very different.
I like that.
Do you guys think he's progressive enough for you?
He's a moderate, but I do like the progressive posture he has, and he's willing to work with progressives.
Yeah, Raphael Warnock.
Warnock, baby.
Okay.
Follow the wave.
Right.
America is not ready for a female president.
Okay, before we discuss this, Brass, I'd have to do more reading about this case, but again, if Trump thought the documents were personal, he would have just told Nara that. He wouldn't have tried to hide them and not comply with the subpoena and lie to Nara about it. He would have just said, these are personal documents. He wouldn't, like... Also, like, even if they are personal, he's still guilty of obstruction for the whole trying to not comply with the subpoena thing. Like, he would just have hardcore screwed himself. Like, he clearly did not think they were personal. We have him on tape saying, I could have declassified these, but I didn't, brother. He did not think that these were personal documents. Otherwise, he would have either told Nara that, and he would have said on tape that he could have declassified these, but I didn't. And he wouldn't have obstructed justice to try to cover it up. Anyway, okay, regardless. Anyway. Damn.
It's a tough one.
All right, fine.
It's a tough
I won't
one.
leave you alone.
Thank you.
Bullshit. It doesn't matter. It could have been a bullshit subpoena. He still didn't comply with it. That's still obstruction. I'm thinking, unless you're saying the subpoena was illegal, I don't know if he can get charged with obstruction for a subpoena that's illegal. But you can say the subpoena is bullshit, lawfare. I mean, you can say it's lawfare, but like, even if it's a lawfare subpoena, it's still obstruction of justice to intentionally not comply with it.
Yeah.
I say that America is not ready for a female president because they've shown us twice that they're not willing to elect the most competent person for the job who was a woman in both scenarios.
I mean, Hillary won the popular vote.
I wish we were. Yes. I would love to see a female president. Obviously, I don't just want a woman in office because she's a woman, but I would love to see a competent female politician have that historic opportunity.
Which has been done all over the Western world and the industrialized world.
In
I mean,
almost
female leaders
every
are
other.
not rare at all. I mean, just our neighbors to the south. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame, but I mean, if America was ready for a female president, we would have
we
one.
would have
Yeah.
we would have our second one.
It was pretty nonsense. Let's say, even if it's a nonsense subpoena, I don't think it's a strong case to be made that the subpoena was illegal or somehow exceeded the DOJ's authority or whatever. It's still obstruction and not comply with it. Why wouldn't he just say that they were personal? Why wouldn't he just tell Nara and the FBI that these were personal documents if he thought he could do that? Why would he say on tape, I could have declassified these, but I didn't, if he thought they were personal documents?
Agreed. I actually think I would have sat down.
On the first female president, 2036, space brass, yeah,
Because you
hell
came
yeah.
in from that angle. Because I agree. I think in terms of culture, America has an enormous problem with sexism. That was not the entire reason, but I think certainly played a huge factor in Hillary Clinton not getting elected, Kamala Harris not getting elected.
I disagree with both of you. I think that it really depends on who the woman is. It's not necessarily because they're a woman. I think Hillary Clinton has historically been a very unpopular political figure. And when we see people like Nikki Haley get second runner-up in a Republican Party that is historically anti-women, who's anti-women's choice, uses a lot of sexist rhetoric, it's very indicative that people are changing that tide.
Yeah, I think it's indicative of the policies that need to change within the party itself. It doesn't matter who's putting it forth.
He did say that? Say what? Say that these were, he didn't, I don't know, he hid documents to not comply with the subpoena, and he told, I think he even told Nara that he had given all the documents back when he hadn't given the documents back.
Sure, they have to be popular, they have to be likable, and Americans are more accepting of, I think, the general idea of having someone different than them, as long as they're speaking something that they believe in.
Can I ask, you don't think there's, and I'm really not trying to gotcha or anything, I'm just like actually asking, so you don't think there's a large sect of people that when they saw Kamala running or saw Hillary running, that was like, oh, that's a woman, I'm not voting for her?
No, I think they saw what she stood for as a woman, and then they played into, oh, she's also a woman.
Biden ran a similar...
I mean, I think a lot of people are kind of looking for an excuse to not vote for a woman, right? Like, a lot of people aren't necessarily against voting for a woman, but like, probably have some interesting bias. He was obstructing, but it's still Illegal. You can't do that. That's illegal. Why would he even, if he thought they were personal documents, why would he try to obstruct at all? Why wouldn't he just say these are personal documents? Why would he try to obstruct it? That only makes things worse for him.
Campaign.
You guys, touching on misogyny, we're doing an incredible disservice to women by saying.
Okay,
that
wait, I can't argue about this, right? I have to react to the video.
You're not ready because the American people aren't ready for you. Because not only are there qualified women, which I'm sure that y'all would agree with, but those sentiments is what plays into those actions.
But that's not what I'm saying, Mason. I'm not saying women are not ready to be president. I'm saying it's time to acknowledge
that
it's time to acknowledge the sexism of this country. This country has an incredible culture of misogyny that's increased. Right now, the amount of misogyny that women have to overcome needs to be acknowledged.
But let's also look at it more granularly, right? If America was truly a democracy and not a constitutional republic, Hillary Clinton would be the president of the United States because she actually won the popular vote.
She won the popular vote and lost the electoral college, and Kamala lost the popular vote.
Well, exactly. So that was a different scenario. But it would have been President Hillary.
But it's both. Like in both instances, it's two different ways in which this country has said, "You woman, we do not want you to run."
I think if Trump didn't get the nomination and Nikki Haley did, she probably would have won too. So I do think there's a considerable amount of people that will vote for a woman. I actually felt it was a non-factor in this election.
I wouldn't say it was a non-factor. I think there's a large sect of misogyny.
You told me what the goals were then. What was his criminal intentions with the docs? I don't know for sure his intentions. He wanted to keep them because I think he just has a big ego and probably wanted to show them off to people, as evidenced by the fact that he did that. He was showing them off to someone when they recorded them on tape saying those things. I don't know, there probably could be some, it's a national security concern, by the way, because of the very reason that he could have had interactions with foreign officials and had classified documents when he has interactions with foreign officials. There's clearly a concern there.
Misogynistic people who think women cannot lead, and that is completely incorrect.
Well, I heard,
but I think that if you run on the proper things that speak to those people, they will not.
Why do we need a subpoena to search his document? Because of the Fourth Amendment? Hold on, okay, I can't argue this. I have to react to the video.
Come on, let's be real here, right? We're on Jubilee's middle ground. Let's be real here. Kamala Harris is a black woman.
Oh, absolutely. That played
she was fighting up a hill that Hillary didn't even have to fight.
I will say, I know that hill. It's a fuck ass hill. It sucks.
Kamala, black woman, Hillary, white woman. Hillary won the popular vote. We can all probably agree that there was a ton of hatred for Hillary that I actually think was based in misogyny. Things that she said and did would be acceptable from a white man. They still want you kind of buttoned up, and Nikki Haley is that kind of buttoned up woman that people probably could swallow. I personally could have voted for Nikki Haley if Joe Biden happened to actually have been the candidate. I could have done that and not felt horrible about it. But to not acknowledge that Kamala being a black woman, and in my opinion, sadly, the lowest human class on the totem pole of humanity here in America, as far as equality, value,
you phrased that poorly.
We're doing ourselves a disservice to not acknowledge that.
So I guess the prompt needs to be changed a little bit then, because it's not, is America ready for a female president, but for a black female president, I guess.
Well, we weren't ready for Hillary either.
Well, but again,
she won the popular vote, so I almost feel like I'm kind of changing my
I have a quick
stance on
question for you on this then. What do you think is the best solution towards recognizing this sentiment? How do we move forward?
That's tough. I mean, that's a tough one to answer, I should say.
And that's what I find a lot
with
this.
I have an idea. I think that a big part of racism and sexism comes from this kind of tribalistic fear that when others gain rights, the ruling or the group that has their rights will lose them.
You will not replace us.
Exactly. This kind of sum zero theory that we're going to take over their jobs and whatever. We're not coming for your stuff. This is one of the wealthiest countries in the world. There is enough opportunities for everyone. And I think it's kind of creating that narrative that we are all on the same team. You cannot be a man without women. You cannot be white without having other people live in this. It's a diverse country. That's just the T. We're all here together and we're all under one roof. So stop trying to fight against us.
I think representation matters too. We're starting to see women in leading positions now. A lot of people found out a woman can be a fire chief here in Los Angeles. I had no idea that women were leading huge fire departments, but also in New York they had, I think, their first.
Don't you know? That's the whole reason the LA fires started IRI. It's because of the female fire chief and the lesbian firefighters.
As well. Police chief. So representation starts to get people more comfortable.
And I hate getting into the comments because it's such a cesspool. But some topics I get interested to read the comments when you're looking at articles and so forth online. You should read how much hate LA gets for having that female fire chief, because all you see is DEI in every comment.
And online voices are loud.
And she is fully qualified for that position. If you look at her credentials, she is fully qualified for that. But I sat in bed yesterday just reading comment after comment. Everybody, well, this is what happens when you get a DEI hire.
And now they're using DEI to undermine our competence and weaponizing this word and now using it to perpetuate discriminating against us in these positions.
Well, I think that there's some firsts happening here, and I think you're going to get a lot of yuck in the process. And so I think, the next person who comes down and is in a leadership position may not suffer as much from those, those sort of attacks.
And I hate to cause division, but there were a lot of moderate consultants who said Barack Obama was not ready. It wasn't his time. We need to run somebody else like a Joe Biden in 2008. And he won with historic margins on that optimism and hope.
There will be some benefit to Trump's presidency.
I mean, okay, damn. I mean, like, there's some benefit to everyone's president. I don't think any president has done zero good things.
Fine.
This is by far the most reluctant I've moved over here.
You know, it will be interesting. It will be interesting to see. I could see Trump doing something good on Ukraine. I also think it's more likely Trump won't do something good on Ukraine. But I could see Trump doing something good on Ukraine. It'll be interesting to see if we actually get the Abraham Accords V2. That would be interesting and probably good, depending on how the Palestinian issue is dealt with. But Nafon is biased. He's too skinny to understand wanting a fireman that can carry some weight. Real brass.
Well, look, I'll just say we can't stall for 4 years. Like, we got to try to do something. We can't be like, well, when we get back in power, we'll do something. He did things like the First Step Act that were good, and so we should push for that.
Project Warp Speed.
Yeah. And so I think it's okay that our representatives, our senators, are meeting with him, trying to find some common ground, because there is common ground. We can't just write off half the nation and say, well, we disagree with you completely. We agree on a lot of stuff.
We also don't want to advocate on the fall of the country. Like, obviously, a commander-in-chief we don't want is still the commander-in-chief, and that's something that if he succeeds, we all succeed, so we want to make sure that we're doing that. Now, do a lot of his policies seem to make sense? No. And that's where my accelerationist comes out a little bit, is maybe this will radicalize the people into seeing that right-wing politics doesn't work. So we'll see what happens.
I was literally going to say that exact same thing, and kind of combine it with guys actually too, is that I think, if anything, my hope is that this will mobilize people, get people moving, get people excited, or excited in like a let's get to work kind of way. Yeah, I think it has certainly the potential to be the start of something very good and big and powerful.
Also, now we can never run again. So we're done. This is it. Last 4.
Real. Well, I don't know. Actually, who knows? We'll fucking see, man.
I hope that the war ends in Gaza. Just the overwhelming carnage that's going on there. I hope the war ends in Gaza.
How did people think this? How did we think this was going to happen? Obviously, Trump is going to be way more pro-Israel. And then he comes out today or yesterday, whatever, saying he wants to deport people from Gaza. What do you mean? Of course. What a dog. What do you mean? I guess, I don't know, if you deport literally everyone from Gaza into Egypt or whatever. I don't know. Maybe the war will end, okay? I don't know. Maybe.
Just the overwhelming carnage that's going on there. I hope he does have some positive effect on that. I hope and pray we stop sending these just truckloads of billions of dollars to Ukraine for that situation.
We will.
And then lastly, again, like I said, with one of the other prompts, I don't necessarily.
I don't know. Again, I don't even know what Trump will do on Ukraine yet. We'll see.
Really like how he facilitates this, but I do hope there is more of an America first spirit among Americans. To me, that doesn't mean cutting off our aid to the world, because I also do see America as, I think Reagan said it, that shining city on a hill, that kind of thing. But I know that's pie in the sky, but I do love the fact that we tend to aid and assist in places that just don't have it.
I think that's less of a pie in the sky and more of a bakery or a buffet of all these sweets and goodness in the sky. Like, a lot of that is absolutely not going to happen, especially when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Well, that's why I said I hope. I didn't say I believe it will. I just said I hope.
I think no tax on like tips, for example, is a decent policy to an extent.
Can you disagree?
He said he's getting rid of daylight savings time. I'm here for that.
This is just a quick random tangent. I kind of see America as like a game of blackjack. You can either be risky, you could hit when you have like a 17 out of 21. You don't know what you're going to get, but it could either go really well or really bad. And I think something that's going to be very interesting is that everyone knows that Trump is kind of like volatile. We don't really know what to expect with him. And I think the pressure he is putting on like other countries, it could either be really well for us as like Americans or really, really bad. So I think the fact that he is a wild card and kind of having everyone on their toes could indirectly kind of be a good thing for us, because we don't really know what to expect. Not like that,
it's not just.
No, I mean, again, I could see him. I could see him getting a win with Ukraine. I could see him doing Abraham Accords V2, and that could be a good thing. Even if we get Greenland, I don't know if that's or get Greenland or even get the Panama Canal. I don't know if that's actually a good thing, because I kind of think that's probably going to make people not want to ally with the U.S. as much. That's probably going to drive people towards, trading with China, allying with China, getting loans from China, because they don't think China is going to demand that they hand over part of their fucking territory. So I don't think it's actually a long-term good thing. But
that's Trump. It's also
supporting democracy is pro-American. Used to be New Ways.
So everyone Trump brings into his cabinet, and they're all a bunch of fucking morons. Like, I'm sorry.
100%.
Like,
100%.
so even if we have
Isolation
some
always
faith
just selflessness and chauvinistic, letting your allies fail isn't pro anything.
maybe
Real
he'll give us
truth.
no daylight savings time, and like he'll be kind of energetic and like I don't know, whatever.
I think looking at the entire Republican field too, Trump sometimes can come ahead when it comes to like the amount of damage he can do is pretty limited. I mean, we saw his last term; he was pretty stagnant as a legislator. He's not good at getting people to corral around certain issues. He's not good at building bridges, even within his own party. So in a way, he's not going to do a whole lot of harm.
But he didn't have the House and the Senate.
Yeah, he did. He did in 2016.
Yeah.
But the
We're
only thing he
relying on
could
his
pass was the 2017 jobs.
Well, no, he lost them.
tax
He
cuts.
lost them in 2018, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but he came in with all three.
I am fearful, though, of not the next Trump, but who Trump will set the stage for. Someone who could, believes stuff as radically as he does, but actually has the political experience and know-how to really, really mess stuff up. That's what I remain fearful of.
But he's also damaged the Republican Party, where there's a lot of sycophants in there who only vote for him and don't vote down ballot. They think the rest of them are rhinos. So he might have screwed his party over for the next, few years.
He did, yes.
That's another positive, though, is he brings out voters both who hate him and who love him.
Yeah.
So he's not good at getting Republicans elected if he's not on the ticket. And we saw that in 2018. We saw that in 2020. We saw that in 2022. And we're going to see it in 2026. So.
With regards to actual potential positive things, I know that RFK is controversial in his own way, but if there is a movement towards trying to bring back health in America in some capacity, I think that's really good.
Oh no, we have Isaac. This is Isaac's mom here. Isaac doesn't. I mean, Isaac has two dads, but Isaac's mom right here.
That used to be such a huge liberal thing to be so skeptical of the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry. Again, how they're bringing it forward may be problematic, may be hopeless, may not actually make any good headway. But the fact that Americans are talking about it again, I think is important.
Okay, I have to hard stop full no. RFK is like the worst person ever. He has a sexual assault case allegation against him currently of his old babysitter, his kid's babysitter. He was assaulting. He his work in Africa, his nonprofit organization is responsible for spreading misinformation about AIDS vaccines, which is had serious consequences for the spread of AIDS in Africa. This dude, he dropped a freaking dead bear off in Central Park. This man is the worst thing to happen to public health since polio. I can't with him.
Obviously, horrible, ridiculous things. I'm curious, what do you think he's going to? What's going to be so catastrophic about him with regards to American politics?
Well, let's just hope we don't have another issue like COVID in which people need to get vaccinated or they will fucking die.
Okay,
let's hope we don't have to have
putting aside
any kind of
a huge
emergency.
catastrophe like that, what do you think he's going to do that's going to be so horrible for America? I'm genuinely curious.
Spreading complete misinformation, destabilizing healthcare and the medical field, sowing doubt in basic medicine. And I'm kind of just responding to your claim that he's going to be helpful.
I hope. I mean, I'm just saying the resurgence of an interest in health, I think, is important for the country.
He said Wi-Fi causes cancer, girl. What are we talking about?
I'm not saying that I support RFK as a candidate or that I would have voted for him, but I'm saying that just the interest in health, bringing that to the public's attention. And I hope that doesn't go a huge conspiratorial route because that'll just serve as a major distraction.
That's
and
all he does.
discredit.
The interest in health is based in conspiracy.
The interest in health is based
his interest in health is based in conspiracy.
You brought up a great point that you should be skeptical of the corruption of large institutions like the pharmaceutical industry. Yes, there's a lot of greed there that we should properly try to regulate. But I think
I hope it subsides if I remember correctly.
But what I'm saying is, when you're saying an interest in health when it comes to being skeptical of medical professionals, I think that does do a disservice to the American people.
He says vaccines cause autism.
I mean, it's wild.
He said
Yes,
that they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay. I agree that
Alex Jones, but it wouldn't.
It's so unfortunate that we can take something that's factual that there's chemicals in the water and then put that alongside, it's making people gay or frogs gay. That's get rid of the second part. First part, yes, can we go with that and talk about that?
So see, I agree that health needs to be a much more important issue because
chemicals in the water based fluoride make teeth better based also makes also forced feminization. Chemicals in the water based.
At the same time, it's who is speaking on that issue, and he could not be a worse person to do that. I'm sorry, I gave it to you.
No, I totally know.
It
doesn't bother me because I wasn't a massive supporter of him. I'm not offended in any way by that.
I did see your bumper sticker outside.
Oh, I have no bumper stickers on my car. How dare you? Not true, guys. Not true.
All right, let's come back to the prompt. If anybody can be specific about Trump.
Well, he's also shifted the focus on the new media, I think can be good. A lot of it's bad. We don't know who's funding whose YouTube channel or whatever, but a lot of people are on TikTok.
IRI funded by Israel and Russia and Iran at the same time.
On Twitter, on YouTube, and so the fact that he's forced the Democrats to invest in that, I think is a good thing moving forward.
Yeah, it's kind of he's bringing all of these things to people's attention, and maybe the worst people are in place to be actually moving the country responsible. Yeah. Exactly, but now it's kind of in everyone's awareness at least. And so then we can look back and be like, wow, that was such a good thing to bring to light and they totally mismanaged it. But now we're all aware of it. We all care about it. So let's bring in someone that can actually fix the problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, building on what you said, Guy, really quickly in new media, I think that's a very good point, actually. I hadn't actually thought about that, which is, people laugh at it, but I think Trump and Vance going on Rogan did a huge amount for their campaign and people paying attention to them and listening to them, millions of views. I think literally tens of millions of views within days. So I think if that creates, hopefully, an environment where politicians, if they want to be taken more seriously, are forced to not go to the super rehearsed, super sanitized, options, I think that's good. Now, I don't necessarily think Joe Rogan is the guy, but if he can start that, you know, hey, who am I to complain about
Pete
that?
Buttigieg on Jubilee was fantastic.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
And I give Trump credit for, embracing that new media more than Democrats.
Well, let's not go too far. Barack was the original, utilizer of social media.
This Reddit AMAs
new media. I mean,
He had a Reddit. I
Well, I
didn't
feel
know
like
he had a
Trump
Reddit
is
AMA
kind of using new
page.
media because he's been villainized so much by those who practice journalistic ethics.
He might not ban TikTok. He might get
That would be
TikTok.
cool.
That would be
A lot of
cool.
funny memes on TikTok.
Yeah.
He says he wants to fix voter fraud. We might have more secure
Which is a
elections.
non-issue.
Yeah, so I think at the end of this, we've argued a lot on both sides. I think
Fluoride is in fruits and sea salt at a similar amount of tap water, even in some freshwater wells. Hippies lost their minds to go back to saving a tree real.
it's clear, though, that honestly we're all coming from the not exact, but very similar position. We all have very similar wants and aims and goals. We all want a country that we can be proud of, a country that we can all live in and be prideful in. And I'm hopeful for the future, guys. It's going to be a tough 4 years. I think if we work hard together, though, and we unify as a party, we can weather any storm.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Incredible. The way progressives are killing each other like bullies with their moderates voice their opinions pretty much proves their point. I didn't notice them doing that much, at least. We are fucked, how so? Can I do picture-in-picture with this? Oh my god, what fucking video player is this, man? Oh, picture-in-picture. No way. It's just people are future... Wait, which people? The moderates or the... I'm assuming you mean the moderates? I mean, all them TBF kickers for real. Okay, I want to watch Paul Krugman. In no opinion. I'm guessing they talk well. 1.5.
I'm here with the great Paul Krugman,
I'm
who
truly
has recently left New York
centrist.
Times and is now just writing independent Substack, which of course is the best way to write, as we know. And so we're going to talk about just that and also about the economy, obviously. So, hey.
Okay, lots of people are joining as we speak. I think it took a minute there for it to go live. So for everybody out there, I'm Paul Krugman. Noah Smith is our host for this little dialogue, and let's hope that let's give it a minute.
Let's give people a couple minutes to show up.
Yeah.
The Times actually called me up, or someone from the Times wrote to me and asked me if I wanted to be an op-ed columnist for the Times, and I said no.
That's interesting. Okay, some people have been saying, will they ask you? And I said they might, but that you would probably say no.
I did say. I mean, so I give two reasons. Number one was that I didn't want to have to deal with intra-company drama.
Yeah.
Like fights in the company Slack and staffer revolts and other things like that, which I've heard about a lot.
Okay, that never affected me. I was completely off that. I wrote for, but not at the Times. Wasn't part of any of that. But what was your other reason? I'm just curious, because I can tell you about what motivated me.
Well, actually, I guess there are two other reasons. One is that I have realized how much better I write when I don't have editors. And I think that's not necessarily true for all writers, and I think especially journalists, like real reporters, actually probably do need an editor because it's more about the facts and getting things exactly right. And some people can, editors can help teach them how to write.
No opinion admits to being wrong all the time. Damn. And I'm not, when Paul Krugman retired or whatever, he said he retired, not just left the Times. I honestly thought it was just because he's fucking 70 years old and didn't want to write shit anymore. But he is absolutely pumping out those Substack posts, bro. It's literally almost one a day. Goddamn.
Well, I already have a unique voice, and I think that when I write through an editor, it doesn't come through and it sounds like someone else talking.
Okay. Yeah. So you would probably have liked my old job. So when I started, actually, for me, about a dozen years ago, the Times, I really actually enjoyed working for the Times. There were, I was very, very lightly edited. Columns are, it's a very restrictive form. You get about, you have about 800 words, or actually 5,080 characters, including spaces. And so you have to say what you're going to say there, and you have to write for an audience that is coming at you from a standing start. But there's a certain amount of pleasure in the craftsmanship in pulling that off. And I would, at that point, I had a copy editor, nothing more. And the copy editor would occasionally say, I don't think that you established this fact right, or I think the wording on this sentence was awkward, but that was about it. And And so I was I was edited only in ways that were completely constructive. And then I also had at that point a blog where I could.
I also, my college that I have, they have something called the writing lab, and you can get you can get help from people with your writing. It's it basically, I don't want to say a free tutor because it's less, I guess, restrictive than tutoring. I mean, it's just getting feedback on your writing from people who work at the college or whatever. I mean, I want to, you know what I want to do? I want to just submit my fucking blog post to them and just be like, hey, this is a paper that I'm writing for my class. Want to give some feedback on it? And not... and then just use it for my fucking personal blog. I don't know how ethical that is. Presumably, I don't even know if that's probably against their policy as well. How are they going to know, though?
Go and do more technical stuff.
Kind of seems like a free editor to me.
No need to adhere to the dignity of the paper or whatever. So it was a good arrangement. It was a little harder, but as I said, I kind of enjoyed the craft. But my job changed gradually over the years, and at this point, first of all, there's now at the Times 3 levels of editing. Before it ever goes to the copy editor, there's an editor who makes much more substantial edits than ever before. Copy editors used to jokingly complain that they had no work to do because I came in clean at length with all my facts verified. But now a lot more editing, and then a layer of editing above that, which got very intrusive in the last year. So the column became much less, became a quite unpleasant experience. And they killed the blog in I think 2015. And I opened a Substack account, feeling the lack of a space to do stuff like that. At times I know you can't do that, and I said, well, I need some way to have longer form thoughts and an occasional chart. And so I had a newsletter at the Times, which was far more constrained than blogging or anything like that, but kind of kept me going. And then in September of last year, they said, well, you're writing too much, and eliminated the newsletter. So it was you would hate the job I had this past year. It was not. And I came to hate it as well. It just, maybe what they were doing made sense in terms of the Times' objectives. I don't know, but it was intolerable from my point of view.
Yeah, and I actually left Bloomberg. One of the several reasons I left Bloomberg was similar thing. They the old leadership left, and then they brought in new people who added one more layer of editing. Yeah, and it also, in addition to just being a real pain to go back and forth, and to chopping up the column so that it wasn't it was kind of bland and dumbed down a bit. In addition to all that. It was late. We had to go through several layers of pitch approval to get everything through. And so by the time I was able to get something out, to write about something, it was no longer the top thing in the news. So if I was going to write about the LA wildfires, when they happened, I just sat down and wrote that, and then pressed send, which is how I do everything. But then at Bloomberg, it would have taken 4 days to get that out. And by that time, people would have been on to something else that really was relevant. So.
Yeah, that is also a major consideration. I mean, even I had for a while, a twice weekly newsletter at the Times, but it was on a fixed schedule, which meant, that was actually much more lightly edited than the column, but still, what if news breaks that I really need to respond on a day that I don't have a newsletter scheduled? Then no way to respond. And so the delays, and whenever there's partly an issue that the papers want. They want a beautiful graphics. They want everything, and also with the approval process. So you have to sell something, anything that goes beyond the simple column. The columns could be timely, but were highly restrictive in format, and then also increasingly intrusive editing on content. And the newsletter wasn't what I wanted to do. So, and the occasional long form piece. I mean, I had a piece on tariffs, which came out all right, and tariffs didn't go away as an issue, but that was like a month and a half in the construction because of all of that. And it's right. So it's and there is a problem. I mean, I don't exactly know what was going on with me with the Times. It's not clear that everyone was facing the same level of rewriting, and then me having to rewrite the rewrites that I was facing. So I don't know, and I don't know whether I was too progressive or just too strong in tone, but
targeted, Paul Krugman targeted for being right.
Thread of what commentary is supposed to be doing. It's not supposed to be uncontroversial. It's supposed to. I always used to say if I didn't get a lot of people angry with a column, then I'd wasted the space.
It is opinion.
Yeah, it's opinion, and it should be. I also, one of my other lines was, if I wrote a column where a third of the readers thought it was great and a third hated my guts, and a third had no idea what I was talking about, that was a successful column.
That reminds me of Larry Summers' forecast for the economy.
Oh, well, yeah.
1/3 of every possibility.
Yeah, but
Hey.
but you're trying to get people. Yeah, it's that's not fun.
You want things divided in this game.
You want, it's there. I mean, it's something. I haven't got the exact quote, but Keynes said something about words should be a little wild because they're the assault of thoughts on the unthinking. And
That's an open AI murdering a whistleblower. Do we have? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I remember Boeing allegedly doing that. I don't remember OpenAI doing that.
For much of my time, for like 23 years at the time, I was able to do that. And
that was that long. Damn.
Yeah, that's
we got old.
Yeah, well, you didn't get old. You're on your way, but no, I'm about to turn 72 here. It's what you could say.
Tucker interviewed his mom just recently.
You're probably at this point.
Not gonna lie, I don't take First of all, I don't take Tucker Carlson seriously. Second of all, I don't take do you mean the guy who got killed, his mom? I don't take his mom seriously. His mom is obviously way too emotionally invested to actually be objective. So there's that's not serious evidence for me to consider. I'm going to need more than Tucker Carlson interviewing someone's mom.
The premier economic substacker and shown what can be done with it. And I'm making a big push in a very, we're different people with different ways of writing, but that it can be done. And but look, the interesting, I had, the last time I had a serious problem with science management is ancient history. I wrote a bunch of columns saying we are being lied into war in Iraq, and which was pretty scary, and management was not happy. I was called into the publisher's office several times and urged to tone it down.
You need to see evidence she brings up an interview for her case. I don't know. I'm not interested in the thing to begin with. I'm just saying she summarizes very well. I'm just saying I'm not gonna trust. She's obviously biased. She's obviously gonna present biased. Is there anywhere else where these allegations are made, or is it just the mom making them, or is it does she bring up the same evidence in a court case, or? It's either I'll just label it 5, or does she only bring it up to Tucker Carlson?
Columns themselves went pretty much out as I wrote them. So it was never a lot of intervention in the actual writing. It was just kind of we thought we were hiring you to write about .coms, and now you're writing about the march to war, which is true. And it wasn't really, it had to be done at the time. But now, anyway, so yeah, so there's this, and there's so much to be done. So much, well, are you every day? Pretty much.
So I'm most days. I found that the sweet spot was 4 to 5 a week. When I did surveys, people always said it was evenly split between people who wanted 4 and people who wanted 5. Okay. And then I found that when I do more than 5, I was doing 7, I was doing 1 every day for a while, and they were a little shorter because of that. But then as a result, people started unsubscribing, saying I can't keep up with the emails. I'm just getting too many emails. And email's the main distribution for Substack, right? It's the power of Substack over traditional blogging is that people get it in their emails. They don't have to set up an RSS feed or navigate to the site or whatever that they used to do. And so they just get in their email every morning, and that's how I'd say most people actually read it. And people were getting too many, and people don't like their inboxes deluged so much. So I realized that 4 to 5 was the sweet spot. So I aimed for 4 to 5. And as a result, I started writing longer, slightly more in-depth things, so that people who wanted to could read a little more. So I think now my posts are maybe 2,500 words usually, whereas before they were more like 1,500 at the beginning. And so
she dismantles with evidence the conclusion that police presented. They say he committed suicide. Okay.
And right now.
So does she present this evidence to anyone but Tucker Carlson? And again, here's the issue. The evidence could be in her favor. I admit I haven't read into that. It's just not worth. It's just one specific case of this. It's not worth me reading into all the evidence, right? It's just I have a very high prior for trusting the police over her. Joel Hussey, I don't follow. Okay. I just it's not worth me diving into the evidence all the time. For every absurd claim someone makes that actually their family member was murdered by some evil company, it's just I just have a way higher prior for trusting the police over, first of all, his mom. Second of all, his mom who presents it to Tucker Carlson. I don't a guy who cost Fox News $1 billion for lying about Dominion voting machines and is a Russian shill and goes to Russia and says, look at how low the grocery prices are. Like, I just don't. Yeah, I'm not going to take that very seriously. And it's just not. I'm just not interested in.
It's I've only been at this now for
only like
December 13th, the old.
I'll be honest, Dan. There's no way I'm able to read into every single one of these things. So, based on my, prior of trusting the police and like objective people over the mother and Tucker Carlson, it's just not worth looking into it at all. Because if I watch the Tucker Carlson interview, she's gonna make like 20 claims, and I'm not gonna have any knowledge if they're true, and I'm gonna have to look at the police report, and then I'm spending 2-3 fucking hours looking at if one guy was murdered. It's just not.
And at the moment, I'm still there's just stuff that wants to be written. A few things are happening now,
You're wrong. You trust the police in any case sensitive where multi-billion-dollar company benefits has the motive to kill him. You very misguided over. You trust police in case such sensitive where multi-billion-dollar company benefits. I don't know, unless the police is like, I don't think the police are directly benefiting like from is OpenAI paying off the police or something? That's more likely than his mother just being emotionally invested or something. Or his mother could have money as an interest. What do you mean Tucker Carlson could have paid her for that interview? Tucker Carlson gets a lot of people watching him. Over the mom, yes, I trust the police. First of all, just in general, I'm going to trust the police over a victim's family. Because the police are actually trained. First of all, the police are not emotionally invested in they can be more objective. Second of all, the police are trained in these things. The mom is neither of those two things. Or the family in general is neither of those two things. If the mom, I don't, maybe Tucker Carlson was the only journalist willing to interview her or something. But if she's presenting evidence to Tucker Carlson, who is a not serious journalist, that makes me take her less seriously as well.
Kind of. So I find myself I've had a Friday post, and then there's something that just wants to get out, and so it ends up. So I've had something every day for the past week. That's not a steady state, but it's
right.
But mine are shorter. They actually tend to be like 1,100 words.
Right, and I think mine started out that way, and then just got longer. And I think I've hit a nice equilibrium with about 2,000 to 2,500 words, because that allows me. I had the wrong charger next to my seat stupidly, and now I have to go get a better one.
Okay. For everybody watching, this is live.
This is live. This is live. I'm just walking around my house. You can see my rabbit if you want. Here he is.
No way, giggles and cinnamon.
Yeah, so anyway. Sorry, I just mistook the charger.
Yeah, no. I'm almost at the fully USB-C life now. Working on it, but it's interesting. The Times thought I was writing too much, and now I'm writing about 3 times as much as I was for them, and I'm having absolutely no shortage of topics. The hardest part is, although that's been working okay so far as well, is I'm finishing each post with a musical performance, and am I going to run out of music? But so far so good. And yeah, I mean the thing about, this is a new world. We're all trying to figure it out. My sense is that. Do we still say mainstream media, legacy media, whatever we want to say, that they haven't quite grasped that they're still thinking of themselves as the establishment and needing to, even in opinion, appear sober and balanced and a bit boring. And the trouble is, we're now in not in that kind of world. There is no establishment. It's a fight for people's attention. There are many places they can turn. It's also crazy times. I mean, it's if you aren't scared, then you're not paying attention. And that's just this is, so here we go. And it's been, I'm having I'm a little embarrassed, feeling guilty, because I'm actually having a great deal of fun. The world is going to hell, and I'm having fun writing what I want to write. So, but it's quite something.
I do feel that the vibe is now everything is going to hell and everything is crazy, and yet it's kind of fun. Whereas the vibe in the 2010s, mid 2010s, late 2010s, was basically, this is the fate of the world. Either America will reckon with its racist past and refound the nation upon anti-racist principles, or we will fall into fascism and darkness and blah, blah, and every tweet that you write is a battle in this war. You just got to put your back into it. And, this is the moment when now people are just like, you know what? Stuff's going to hell, but I'm having fun and riding the wave of crazy. And I was not really alive for this, but I feel like that was the vibe of the early 80s. That it was, that in some ways we're getting back, or maybe the late 70s. And you were alive for this and I wasn't. But how much does this era resemble the late 70s? You had this conservative resurgence throughout America. The right wing was really on the march in the late 70s and early 80s. And yet you had, and then you had this sort of dramatic era of great power confrontation where we thought we might have nuclear war with the Soviet Union, and Brezhnev.
You're just so much guy to refuse to focus on company being one with the motive who does show. Yeah, but you're saying you say the police reported that it was suicide, right? Or the police somehow influenced by the company motive? Like what? Who does show risk incurred, huge cost for what whistleblower exposed? You focus on your personal feeling. I'm not. How am I focusing on my personal feelings? You don't use logic. Anyone looking into a case like this must employ. Okay, what logic am I not employing? Report doesn't make sense. I told you I have not examined. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm agnostic on that or whatever. Because of my priors for putting more faith in the objective trained police than a mom interviewed by Tucker Carlson, I'm gonna side with them. Generally speaking, going
to be like some global revolution still, but yet people in America.
That's who I'm intuitively going to feel like
is the same age as you and
is making it has the best case.
There was a lot of bad stuff going on, and there were, no, I'm scared now in a way I wasn't. In fact, I do think that we were the fascism.
It's about the Boeing. This is about apparently some OpenAI assassination. They're saying he shot himself from a position he was unable. Brother, people say that again. You're citing the mom, not objective, emotionally attached. Obviously, interviewed by Tucker Carlson, who is not a serious journalist, okay? I'm not going to trust that. When people say the same thing about Kurt Cobain, and I think the evidence probably suggests Kurt Cobain did kill himself, is minors. I don't know the Kurt Cobain conspiracies, but people say that a lot about suicide victims, but people think Kurt Cobain shot himself. Oh my God, man. Oh no, Maida.
Is a real possibility right now, and I did not feel that in the Reagan years. It was just a completely. There were bad people, and some of them almost comically bad. I mean, I was actually in the Reagan administration. I was a senior staff at the Council of Economic Advisors, which was just sub-political level. I was a senior international economist. The senior domestic economist was Larry Summers. But that was the thing. There was the loyalty test. If Marty Feldstein wanted what he thought were the best technical experts he could get, that was okay. And while there were some very weird people in the Reagan administration, there was also a strong sense that there were rules. I mean,
she invested in her own inquiry. Courtney Love killed Cobain. She was involved in CIA and drug. Okay.
We've been sitting behind Martin Feldstein's chair at
cabinet
meetings, and somebody would have some idea, and the guy from the U.S. Trade Representative's office said that would be illegal under the GATT. For listeners, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which governs international, supposed to govern what countries can do by way of tariffs and stuff like that.
What the fuck?
Is a real possibility right now, and I did not feel that in the Reagan years. It was just a completely. There were bad people, and some of them almost comical.
Wikipedia calls it a suicide. Must be true.
I was a senior staff at the Council of Economic Advisors, which was just sub-political level. I was a senior international economist. The senior domestic economist was Larry Summers. But that was the thing. There was the loyalty test. If Marty Feldstein wanted what he thought were the best technical experts he could get, that was okay. And while there were some very weird people in the Reagan administration, there was also a strong sense that there were rules. I mean, I'd be in these sort of second-tier interagency meetings, and we've been sitting behind Martin Feldstein's chair at cabinet level meetings, and somebody would have some idea, and the guy from the U.S. Trade Representative's office said that would be illegal under the GATT. For listeners, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which governs international, supposed to govern what countries can do by way of tariffs and stuff like that. And if USTR said that's GATT illegal, in the discussion.
So Otto killed JFK too.
And that's
God damn this.
Where we are now. So no, it was very, very different. Now it's true that people, in some sense, have realized that or at least I and my friends have realized that if you spend every waking moment on, we need to talk about how scary and awful the Trump administration is, that's a recipe for exhaustion. That's not even productive. So you need to be doing more stuff. But
we did that for 4 years. We had constant resistance to Trump for 4 years.
And which kind of worked. And then that's we need something. You need to mix it up a bit, and you need to build certainly as individuals, you need to build a base of saying I can do more than just that, because a lot of people are doing that, but hopefully there's something else you can say. And I mean, to keep your sanity, you have to keep some sense of the absurdity of it all. I mean, let's see. I wonder if I step aside, you can see. No, I raise it a bit. You can see the. I really can't. There's a bottle of gin on the sideboard behind me, which is purely in honor of Pete Hegseth. But no, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the weird say drug shit, but Kurt recently OD'd and escaped from drug rehab. Also wanted to fake his death and flee the country and blend into normal life, which was all told through Courtney Love, the person who apparently found his corpse at home, the one place the police allegedly didn't like. Okay. I mean, why? I mean, what was her supposed motive to kill him? Honestly, I don't know. Everything you said makes me think that he had more of a motive to kill himself than she had to kill him. But I don't know. The money, I guess it makes sense.
So Japan had a guy like this. Back in the 2000s, Japan had this foreign minister, Nakagawa Shoichi, who was just like plastered at every diplomatic meeting he went to and eventually died at one of them.
Oh.
From alcohol poisoning.
I mean, that sort of thing. I mean, there are levels of. I won't tell you.
Oswald murdered all many dozens found murder connections to JFK assassinations found dead by diet. Oh my god, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to do. How many conspiracies do I have to look into, man?
And you could.
Not fun. Could he say meow? I do not trust your motives, Ness.
The table. I mean, he was obviously drinking his way through the crisis. So.
Oh my gosh.
No, I mean, and we know that Nixon spent his last several weeks completely plastered. So
completely plastered. And Grant was famously alcoholic. He struggled with it his whole life.
Yeah, but he
was a nicer guy.
Never when it mattered. I'm a huge Grant groupie, actually. That's a whole other story. But I think he was, he tried to be a good president. And,
just say meow, bro. Not that hard. How do you want me to? No motive other than kitty. I don't trust you. I don't. I could say it. Do you want me to say it like Sonic? Meow. That's what Sonic says because we watched the Sonic movie. But don't you trust it? I don't trust that you're not like scheming. You're not like at your friend. Yes, like Sonic. Like at your friend's house, and you're like, look what he's fucking did to your friend. Look at this fucking Konichi. What? Look at this fucking dude. Let's get a clip of him saying something stupid.
Privately, and it was getting worse as he got older.
No, I know, and it's but
I'm just concerned about this election process. I think Hegseth is he's there to like de-wokeify culture war, blah blah blah, the military. But then
get the woman out, just like they said in Sonic 3.
Yes, he's an alcoholic. Okay, fine.
Dude, that was an insane fucking. I'm by myself in my room watching your bum ass stream. Okay, thanks, Tess. That was insane. If you haven't seen the Sonic the Movie 3, fucking there's a point at which Eggman's dad is like, captured by the evil FBI in this universe, and the Eggman says, I can't believe this. And Eggman's dad says, me either. Woman in the military? That was fucking awesome, man. Love wasn't famous yet when Kurt died. She just wanted to start as a singer, and Kurt, I didn't even know what she was. Oh my god. I can't. I don't know enough. If Kurt goes away, leaves everything behind, she's never got a higher chance of failure. But if Kurt dies, she would inherit a lot of things. Bruh, are you making do you expect me to know things?
They don't care if he's an alcoholic. They don't, people got on Grant's case constantly about it, and he was on his own case. But in Hegseth's case, nobody, none of the Trump people care at all that he has this problem.
Oh, I don't think that's right. I think it's considered an asset. They are
an asset. Okay, fine.
Uniformly selecting people with deep personal flaws. It's sort of, you have to have a substance abuse problem, a sex abuse problem, or a corruption problem, or preferably all three to be on their list. And there's actually something to, I mean,
Real.
Rubio, but yeah, he's just mild. He's just, but
all the assistant secretaries seem good though. All the number twos seem good. So I think my hypothesis is that we might be migrating toward this Japanese-British model of like the minister, you know, in those countries is in charge, but they're actually just a political liaison, and the person who really runs the thing is the vice minister.
Well, it might be, except that in Britain they're civil servants, and here they are still political appointees, and that's worrisome. And
right, but when you look at who it is, they're a lot more reasonable people than the people at that point being pointed at the top.
Yeah, at the top, but it's clearly meant to make a statement. And
Shark Tank guy Kevin O'Leary's connected to Courtney Love and CIA drugs music. I have no, we've
no, you missed it.
You make my brain hurt.
But there's one point in which General Groves, who plays the bluff military guy who doesn't
We're so far.
but is in fact much smarter with it. And there's a certain moment of where Oppenheimer says to him, in a moment of revelation, "You didn't hire me
no, not chat's arguing.
ties. You hired me because of them, because they ensure that I'm going to you can hold it over me." And I think that's very much part of what's going on here. But yeah, I mean, it really is. So no, look, it's good, and very happy to have white skin because given what's been happening, you know, the software.
So true. Paul Krugman ally. Let's go.
On the Central Valley, the Border Patrol are just kind of pulling people over because they look like they're the wrong race. And
well, that's how we did it in the 50s. Baseness. In the 30s, the last two times that we did this.
Yeah, and it's and we'll see about anyway. This is I'm. It's funny. I went through. I mean, I was appalled by a lot of stuff during the Reagan years, but never.
I hate this fucking spider backpack.
Never felt that democracy was in danger. There was this little, possible nuclear war thing, but aside from that, I was pretty calm. And now it's.
Well, that was more like the international tensions we're seeing with China and Russia now.
Yeah, but no, now it's internal, and we really have no idea how deep this will go. I'm writing about deportations for tomorrow, and my theory there.
Good, which old man is a stupid one? These are both. First of all, Noah Smith is not old. These are both not stupid people. This is Noah Smith. He is based and correct. This is Paul Krugman. He is my goat. He is the most based and correct person on this planet. They are two of my favorite queer superstars. Two of my favorite black queens. Okay, is who they are.
But it may not matter. I think he's unleashed something that will spin out of control. That the
most loved queer activists.
The message that ICE and the Border Patrol have taken is that it's open season. We'll see. I could be wrong about that, but it's very.
I think you're right that will happen. Those things will happen. I think that it will annoy some people, and there will be mild, diffuse disapproval of it that will slightly hurt Trump in the midterms. I think overall people are going to tolerate it.
Oh, I think people will tolerate the deportations per se. They won't tolerate the consequences.
Inflation.
The agricultural workforce is, for all practical purposes, entirely immigrant. About half of them are undocumented, and given what's been happening in these recent raids, legal residents get swept up along with the undocumented. So I think the effect on agricultural production, the effect on construction, is going to be pretty serious. Yeah,
I never thought leopards would eat my face. So.
That's right. I wonder how many of our listeners know that, but that was one of the just sort of this isolated internet meme that somehow just worked. But yes, and then the question, I mean, how much...
Can we do an Impractical Jokers stream? I think they would copy strike me immediately. It sounds fun and special jokers. Practical Jokers is one of my special interests. I don't know what we could do with the Practical Jokers. I've already been copy striked fucking twice today. Jubilee won't let me react to their shit, okay? So... this is the neoliberalism I support. Sweatshops in every corner. Base. Fiscal surpluses and austerity. Real. Base. Correct. I only support two of those things. Figure it out. Fucking finally no more Jubilee videos. Do you not? I mean, Jubilee, it's free money. Well, actually, Jubilee steals my ad revenue. Whenever I upload the videos, usually... well, sometimes they don't. A lot of times they do. They don't take the video down, but they make all the ad revenue go to them, which is fair, and that's fine. It would only have given me $1 anyway, but whatever.
McCarthyism in wider walks of life.
That tariff debate video did really well, though. I'm glad that video did well, and I'm glad the majority of the comments are really positive towards me and Econo Boy, which I mean is to be expected because anyone who watches that debate with more than 2 brain cells should come out with that opinion. But I'm glad it did well, and I'm glad people thought I did well.
And that, that was really pretty bad. Although what was odd was I don't think anybody ever really thought that Joe McCarthy was going to bring down the Constitution. It's just that he ruined a lot of people's lives.
Well, Paramount want to copy strike me every time we made a white swap video.
Well, I mean, arguably, what
True, we could become famous.
And Arnold Palmer and some of those people, that arguably that was unconstitutional at the time. It's just people no one cracked down on it.
Yeah.
So this would be the anti-DEI push. I think has more in common with the Red Scare of the 20s than with McCarthyism of the 50s.
Yeah, and the requirement that federal employees inform on their colleagues who are practicing DEI is unbelievable.
Who's practicing DEI? Are you doing DEI?
Yeah. So, but meanwhile, one of my old professors was F.C. Delmar, who'd been through a lot, but he talked about some of the stuff that came out of the during the interregnum when Russians were still able to do economics before Stalin completely clamped down. He said there was a lot of interesting stuff. That bad times produce good economics. And that's sort of
in Argentina, all these great macroeconomists from Argentina.
Yeah, that's right. Argentina has got a circuit of people who have really interesting things to say and are completely ignored by successive politicians.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Milei, actually, the economists I talked to were pretty upset about Milei, even if they were generally in favor of austerity and whatnot. But they were also thought Milei was this wild man, and yet Milei's getting great results. I'm impressed by Milei. Like inflation's down.
Oh no, he said austerity in front of Paul Krugman. Oh no.
Is up and stuff's actually doing okay in Argentina, and I'm astonished by that. But I'm happy too because Argentina deserves a break.
Well, I've been around. What he's doing is not very different from the convertibility law that supposedly permanently said 1 peso, $1 forever, and introduced.
Right, sure.
And that worked pretty well for a few years, and then blew up spectacularly. So
he did austerity too.
Yeah, well, they did that too. The Argentine
stuff is not doing okay in Argentina. I mean, from my understanding, inflation is down. I think unemployment's up a little bit, and I think poverty is up a little bit. But I mean, that's probably to be. Argument is that might be an expected short-term shock, but long-term might be better. I mean, I don't know.
Was not because of runaway fiscal deficits. It was because ultimately a peg to the dollar was not sustainable for a country that is sort of a very long way from America.
Do I want to be more involved in the streams? Can I be your co-host in a video? What video do you want to? I mean, sure. What do you want to? What do you want to co-host?
He did. So we'll see. We'll have to see how it all plays out. But gosh, I miss the days when political and economic crises happened in other countries.
No, wait, you know what, Ness? We can have a debate. You have to argue that it's okay for white people to say the N-word, and I get to argue that white people shouldn't say the N-word. Inflation only went down relative to
knock on wood because
the rate. That's what inflation. Mida, don't pull a fucking localist on me, okay? Inflation is the rate at which prices increase. Okay, if the rate goes down, that's inflation. I obviously understand the actual price level has not gone down. Okay, it's inflation. The rate at which price increases has gone down because the rate at which prices are increasing is going down. Okay, don't pull a fucking localist on me. Okay. Which is a declining, going from 200% per year to 160%, which isn't good. Well, obviously, yeah, I wouldn't. I don't even know if it'd be good to immediately go from 200% inflation to, 3% inflation or whatever. But, I mean, better.
Our,
Where's Sample? Sample, you here? Sample. Tell me how Argentina is doing. Calling all Sample text. I don't know if he's here.
Inflation. There's still inflationary pressures, but it's not that high. It's 3%,
and that's exaggerated. No, if you look at that's a legacy owner's equivalent rent. If you
True. My goat, Krugman. Let's go. Of course you got perms, Ness. This is my goat, Krugman. Yes. No, I already told you. I'm not gonna take a. First of all, why are you giving me a link from Times of India? First of all, but I'm gonna take the mother seriously about a crime relating to her own child over the police, and when she's interviewing Tucker Carlson, who admitted to lying about the Dominion voting machines in 2020. What's up, Ness?
Hey.
Hi. What's your opinion on owner's equivalent rent?
On what?
Owner's equivalent rent.
On Kendrick's new album?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, yes.
I haven't had the chance to listen to it actually, but I've heard snippets of it. I think it's pretty good.
Incredible.
Yeah. So I'm enjoying this Minecraft gameplay. Who is this Grand Designs enjoyer?
He's a non-fun chatter. What do you mean? Twisted logic.
Is this a non-fun op or just a chatter?
I mean, he's not always an op. He's a bit of an op right now, but
I can see this. This is inappropriate language.
Real. I mean, most of my chatters are at least sometimes a little bit of an op, but
Well, yeah, sometimes I'm an op, but that's just because we're such close friends.
True. Oh fuck! I'm stupid. I should have tamed the dog with a doggy bone so I could make him look funny. But I don't have any on me. So. Is that what you're? Is that all? That's the input you have to the stream. You're enjoying the Minecraft gameplay.
Yeah, I am. I have school in the morning, so I should go to bed. But also, I don't feel like it.
Based.
You had Mr. Few, right?
Yeah.
I have him for physics. And yeah, he puts me to sleep in that class.
Real. Do you think he's gay? I think he's gay. He has
a wife and kids, actually.
I think he's gay.
He came into Red Bull on Friday with his wife and children.
Deeply closeted. Denying
Deeply
it.
closeted. Enough to start a family with a woman.
Yes.
Right.
You don't know they're his kids?
I do know.
No.
Because I've had Mr. Few 2 years in a row, and he's done the same get to know me slideshow at the beginning of the year.
Could be lying. No.
Okay, well. Yeah, I guess I trust you more than Mr. Few.
My gaydar is perfect.
Jared, I hate to break this to you, but you can only have a gaydar if you're gay.
That's not true. I can tell.
That is true.
I know who you are.
Yeah, I'm a kind-hearted person who's lovely to be around. That's who I am.
That is true. That is so true. What do you think? What do you think the worst thing Trump is going to do is?
He's done some pretty bad things already.
Yeah.
I don't even know, because he kind of already did all of the bad things that I was expecting him to do. I don't know. He will push Melania to cry in public.
I mean, he does that a lot, seemingly. Okay, screw you, Maida. Okay, I see. Okay, goddamn it, Maida. What a lame answer. Lame cope answer. Okay.
Me?
Yes, correct.
I don't know. I think the worst thing he can do or the worst thing he's gonna do.
I mean, well, the worst thing you think that he's at least somewhat likely to do.
Fucking revoke the Civil Rights Act.
I don't know if he, well, actually, I don't know. I think that's likely. I mean, he obviously already passed a whatever executive order, anti-DEI, whatever.
It wasn't even anti-DEI. It was
anti-discrimination in employment.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff
I forget
is.
the specific name of it. I have to look for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna be. The title of it is gonna be Anti-Wokeness Act. Wokeness destroyed. Them gays be gone. But obviously, yeah. I mean, some of that stuff is codified by like the Civil Rights Act, but do you have POW parties in your personal finance class?
No.
Okay.
So the awesome thing about my teacher is that she taught personal finance for the first 2 weeks of school, and then she stopped teaching.
Cool.
And she would show a video, and then we would copy Google Slides in our notebook, and that's what we would do for the day.
Well, if you were,
and then sometimes we would play a simulator
class.
game, and then that would also be it.
Oh, I remember the simulator games that we had to do. Did like TurboTax ones?
No, we played a lemonade stand game where you owned a lemonade stand.
No, see, we played a game sponsored by TurboTax where you used TurboTax to fill out your simulated taxes. It was awesome.
I played a game where you had to budget money to go to Las Vegas.
What if
that was it?
You went to Playboy Cardi instead?
I am thinking about it. I'm going to see Tyler, the Creator in the summer. So that's similar enough.
Basically the same thing. I don't know the difference. So
Tyler, the Creator can say words, and Playboy Cardi says
like Radiohead.
Yeah, like Radiohead.
I love Radiohead.
I know.
Anyway, Jay Powell, if you were in Mr. Sondheim's awesome class, you would have had POW parties where you watched the Federal Reserve say something. Jay Powell would come out and be like, "Good afternoon. We cut rates because labor market stinky poo-poo." And that would have been awesome. And then you would have known. And then I would say, Trump doesn't like that guy. And to be like, that guy, I love that guy. Because I watched him. But you didn't do that because you're lame.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
The final project that we had to do that she claimed was worth 20% of our grade was this. It was like a stocks project where you had to they gave us you've done it before. They gave you $20,000. You had to invest in stocks.
Yeah, I did that.
And other things.
I got last in mine.
Did you do that? Oh.
Yeah, I did horrible. I had negative 50% returns at the end.
Damn.
Significantly more than anyone else. The people who I was behind were people who just didn't do anything. The person who had the second least amount basically had the starting amount because they only invested $1,000 in one stock, and they had almost the starting amount, and it was just not just not good for me. Was the issue?
Yeah. Well, it ended up being good for me because in addition to making like the graph that you had to fill out where you would like keep track of the stocks every day, you had to write like she gave us like an essay to write about it, and then we had to make a Canva presentation on it. I only filled out the chart. I left the rest of the document blank, and I got a 100.
Days. We didn't even
That
know.
tells
I
you
thought they
something
didn't
about
even-
my econ teacher.
Yeah, cool. I don't even think ours was graded. It might have been. I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember I got like I think I did get a 100 in macro, actually. Because I'm goated.
For some reason, everyone hates Mr. Sondheim.
Mr. Sondheim is my goat, and you guys don't appreciate him.
He was getting one time he like was subbing in my class, not like actually subbing, but just like watching over our class. And he got into this heated argument with this kid over NFTs. And it was just kind of stupid because like
my goat.
the kid didn't know what he was talking about.
My goat. This is
It
what
was-
I do
it was
every day when
embarrassing.
I debate people.
You talk about NFTs.
Well, no, but I talk to people who don't know what they're talking about.
Oh. I haven't heard NFTs be brought up in conversation since like 2018. Is that when NFTs were a thing?
I think it was. It might have. It was like 2019 to 2020 or something. Like, I feel like some of it was during COVID. It might have been before COVID though.
I remember it was my freshman year because I had Mr. Anderson for computer science, and he was. Oh, and I remember he looked like I thought that he looked like the monkey NFT.
True.
Does it he?
I mean, he kind of does though. I'm thinking back, and I'm thinking that he, in fact, kind of does.
One time I was giving this kid a tour of the school, and he happened to have computer science with Mr. Anderson. And so I dropped him off in that class, and Mr. Anderson was like, "Oh, hey, Vanessa, I haven't seen you in forever." I was like, "Yeah, it's nice to see you and stuff." And he was like, "If you want any like letters of recommendation for colleges or anything, like let me know." And I'm in my head, I'm like, I haven't seen you in 3 years. Why would I ask you for a letter of recommendation?
Because he's Mr. Anderson.
Yeah.
The Mr. Anderson. He's not even a real teacher, isn't he? Isn't he a...
No,
like-
he is now. Now he does computer science
okay.
full time.
Yeah, he was just our like substitute guy or whatever. So
He was, but I think the year after we had him for computer science, he became like the official computer science teacher. Now computer science is required to graduate. Did you know this?
no, I guess that makes sense. But my computer science, I did nothing in that class, man.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think we got any good letters to the editors about too many burger places?
Oh, I saw that. Were you the one who sent that to me?
Yeah, it was awesome. This is apparently a letter about we need a driving simulator for students. Okay. This is a letter about deer hunting, I guess. Okay.
No.
This is a letter about Donald Trump. Oh man. Oh man.
I don't want them to hunt deer.
Real. Ness, what Name the trait that is true in humans, that if true in animals, would grant them sufficient moral value to not be turned into hamburgers.
That was the most fucking long-winded question I've ever been asked in my life.
That's not even the formal way to phrase it.
What? Can you rephrase it in words I can understand?
What? That's the simplified version.
Wait, okay, I just want to make sure I understand the question. So you're asking me what trait would humans have to have?
What traits would what trait, true in humans?
What trait would an
not,
an animal have to have
to be granted sufficient moral value to not be turned into hamburgers or raped or artificially inseminated or whatever?
I don't know, because here's the thing. I love animals. I love cows. I love I love bunny rabbits. I love deer. But I also I love eating animals. I love eating them. And here's the thing. Okay, I would never eat a rabbit or a deer in my life. I could never eat veal. I could never eat anything of the sort. That disgusts me. I can never eat lamb either. God. I think we eat cows because they're kind of ugly. Like they have some level of beauty to them, but like they are like really ugly and kind of scary to look at and like be like in the presence of.
So if we had a really ugly human.
Yeah, I probably, like, if there was, like, no other alternative. Like, I personally would not. I do not condone cannibalism. But, like, if there was someone, like, really ugly and I just, like, couldn't stand looking at them, like, yeah, I would be okay if they died.
Well, you said, would you would you find it morally acceptable to eat them if there were reasonable alternatives?
To eat humans or to eat animals?
Well, to eat the really ugly human.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the trait is just ugliness. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Listen. I'm one to never judge by a book by its cover.
Well, I mean, you just said. I mean, you said it's okay to eat ugly people. I don't know.
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my thought, please.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
I'm never one to judge a book by its cover. I am always. I judge by someone's character. And. However, honestly, no, I take it back about the ugly thing. Ugliness is not the trait, it's whether I like them or not.
Okay, so if you just didn't like someone, it would be morally acceptable to like eat them.
For me, yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Well, oh my God.
Because me personally, I think I should be able to do whatever I want.
Well, that's certainly one moral view. I mean, that's just gonna like entail some like rather negative things.
Well,
like that would entail that like you're allowed. That's like saying you're allowed to be a lesbian, and that's just obviously immoral, right? So.
No, but lesbians are hot.
This is true,
so
actually.
you're wrong.
This corresponds to reality. I didn't consider
My
that.
favorite
All right.
ideology, if they're ugly, you should die. True.
It's a very
That's the thing,
narcissistic view of cannibalism. Yeah, didn't you say you don't? Well, you said you don't condone cannibalism, but is that just for like other people? Like you can do cannibalism, like?
Yeah, like me personally, I wouldn't eat them, but like I wouldn't be mad if other people ate the ugly people that I don't like.
Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. What if ugly people you don't like? Is this like how much do you have to dislike them? Like, is it a?
Okay, see, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this earlier. Like,
You thinking about
20
which
minutes
people
ago.
you could eat?
No, I was thinking about like what would happen if like people that I didn't like just died. Like would I be upset about it like truly? And at first I was like yeah, I'd be okay with it if like all of my ops just died. But then I really thought about it and I was like, no, because then then they're gonna die and like they're just gonna die and they're gonna hate me. And we wouldn't have a chance to reconcile. So I don't.
So the only reason you don't want them to die is because selfishly you want to be able to like reconcile with them.
No, that's not. Well, that's not the only reason. I just like. I don't know. I don't want them to die with hate in their heart. That would be bad.
But hate towards you. That's okay. You know what? Makes sense. I mean, it doesn't. Well, I mean it's not a very good ethical view, but you know, I guess.
But also, like, I'm just thinking of one person in particular that, like, I just really want them to die.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm
So
not gonna
there's
do
only-
anything about it, but I'm thinking about it every second of every minute of every hour of every day.
Right, and you wouldn't be sad if someone ate him.
Her.
Her? It's a. Oh well. Oh, I guess. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, I. Sure. Okay. I mean, it
See,
just
this
seems
is
like
where
a
the
weird.
ideology came in that ugly people need to die.
Right. I mean, it just seems like. When I was saying need to die, not just like you can kill them, but like they actively. Oh, my dogs are gonna die. They actively like need to die.
Okay, well, I want them to die. They don't have to, I guess.
This is the highbrow political content I live for. It is. It is. What about incest? What do you think of incest, Ness?
You know, I'm
Gay
personally
incest,
not a fan
specifically.
of it, and I'm not a gay incest.
Yeah, just on like the moral acceptability of gay incest.
Do I need to report something? Do you know someone involved
No.
in a gay incestual relationship?
Well, no, well, okay. Let's imagine a hypothetical. Let's say I do
Jared,
know that.
are you
okay.
in a gay incestual relationship?
Well, no, because I'm not gay. But
Okay.
I'm just saying. Let's imagine a hypothetical. Let's say someone is. Let's say two
Do
brothers.
you have a friend in a gay? Is Carter in a gay incestual relationship?
As far as I know, no. But let's just say, let's imagine a hypothetical again, where two twin brothers, okay?
Oh, hey, it's his birthday, by the way.
They're both. That is true. They're both 25. Also, welcome to the stream. My dad left me 574, and I am, for the most part, a Democrat. there's two, people in a gay, my dogs are going to die, in a gay incestual relationship, two twin brothers. Both of them are now 25 years old. And they are...
You've really thought about this, huh?
And they are having some gay incest together, okay?
They're having gay incest.
Yeah, they are having gay incest together. Is that a thing that you should report?
See, okay. Okay, most of the arguments against incest and why I personally think it's wrong is because if you produce offspring,
yeah, that's why
it's
they're
like
gay.
it's gonna fuck up the kid. But it's like if they're gay, like that's not really an argument you can make because they're not producing children. But it's still fucking disgusting. That's still really fucking gross.
I mean, it's gross, but
No, it is pretty. Well, first of all, gay sex period is gross.
that is accurate. That is true.
Second of all,
we can make them lesbian, so the sex isn't gross. It's just.
Well, that doesn't really change the fact that it's incest, and incest is gross. It's just. You're gonna say something like, oh, there's no blah, 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 and you're gonna make me feel stupid. But
real, accurate. How do you know what I was planning? I mean, it just seems
I do know what you were planning.
People can do disgusting things that aren't morally wrong. Like eating ketchup and apples is disgusting, and even eating my own shit.
I mean, it's gross, but I wouldn't report it to the police. I might call a hotline, but I wouldn't call the police over it.
That makes sense. I mean, what is there an incest hotline?
I don't know.
It probably is actually.
Probably, yeah.
But it's probably for people being abused by their parents. I don't know if it's for just consensual incest between two adults.
Idiot
but also,
would
I believe.
Call a hotline? Hey, that's not nice.
I mean, I'm just saying, there's kind of an argument that you can make that incest between heterosexual people is immoral based on the reproduction thing. But I think if you make that argument, that also basically entails you into being some type of eugenicist.
Okay, well,
which maybe we don't think that's wrong, but there's an issue called the non-identity problem, which I haven't done this in a while, so I haven't debated incest in a while, so I might phrase this poorly, but basically the only way that a child from incest can exist is via that incest. So, if I have let's say I have a sister. If I have a child with my sister, I don't know why the fuck did I use me. If a brother and a sister have a child together, that the child that they would have together is not identical to the child as if that would have existed if they didn't, reproduce incestually, and they just had children with other people, right? These are non-identical persons, so there's no way the child of incest could be better off because they would just not exist. I don't think there's any. I don't know if you can argue there's an individualized moral harm to that child, considering they only could have existed through incest. There's arguably societal harm, but then, I mean, if we want to legislate,
because incest makes people come out ugly, and we
hate ugly people.
Yeah, we've established this.
But then this is so. I think the
would you call
odd place.
A hotline to report non-fawn going bald? Yes, I would, because bald people really scare me, and this phobia of mine started when I was probably 6 or 7. I remember this was around the time that Britney Spears shaved her head. and I saw her on the cover of a magazine with her clean-shaven, bald head in like a grocery store somewhere, and I just remember being really horrified and scared of bald people ever since.
That's
And that's
understandable.
why I don't talk to my dad anymore, because he is bald.
That makes sense. Do you think we should be able to kill bald people? Or at least most of them. Maybe not some of them, but
Most
that's a
of them.
belief
I
I could
feel
get
like
behind.
here's the thing. I know 2 people off the top of my head who are 19 years old and balding. And I think we should be allowed to kill them because they have no future. Truthfully.
They have
So
no
might as
future.
well just put them out of their misery.
I mean, that makes sense. What if they're just like temporarily bald though? Like from chemotherapy, let's say.
Okay, well, from chemo, that's different because that's like out of their control.
Well, I think there are some people who just bald out of their control too. But I mean,
Okay. I don't really know. you know,
what if we developed a
just
drug
think-
that could make? Oh yeah, PPG is bald. Do you really want to kill PPG, Ness?
who's PPG?
And
Powerpuff
awesome.
Girls?
Yes, that is what it stands for.
I love the Powerpuff Girls. They're
It's
not
like
bald, though.
It's like a 30-year-old man. He like pees on the floor. He got banned on Twitch for peeing on the floor, actually.
Oh, I've seen this.
yeah.
Wasn't he like drunk out of his mind and he was like playing Fall Guys and he just pissed on his floor?
Yeah, I don't know if he's playing Fall Guys, but yeah, basically
pretty
he gets
sure he
drunk.
was.
He drinks a ton of beer on stream, and I have a video of him pretending to jerk off to a picture of another Twitch streamer. He did that as well. That was funny.
Yeah. How about someone with alopecia? The only person I know with alopecia is Jada Pinkett Smith, and I don't like her.
So we can get rid of them.
Maybe not everybody with alopecia. I think if you have alopecia and you have a good heart, then you can stay. But if you're evil
okay.
like Jada Pinkett Smith, you need to go.
Why is she evil? What's so bad in her heart?
She's just mean. She just has an attitude. She tell Will Smith to punch Kiss Ross in the Chris Ross.
That is probably true, actually, but
she did tell him to do that. There, you can see her whispering in his ear before he goes up and does it. Guys, did you know that Will Smith punched Chris Rock in the face? Chat, did you guys know this?
Chat, have you heard the new celebrity? I know we come here for the celebrity gossip. What's up, guys? It's Drama Fun here. Welcome back to another celebrity video. Today, some drama at the Grammy Awards. Will Smith got real mad Chris Rock.
It was the Oscars.
Some drama at the heated drama at the Oscars. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock in the face after Chris Rock made a joke about his wife. Tune in next time for Drama Fun. Yeah.
Today's drama, PewDiePie said the N-word.
What?
Did you guys know this? Go to nonfon.com if you knew
think I
this.
could be a drama YouTuber. Are you guys talking about incest again? Because if you are, I'm just gonna leave again.
No, we're not talking about incest. We're talking about poop.
That is so true.
We're not talking about poop, by the way.
Damn.
Speaking of
Landon.
poop, do you... That was such a bad first impression, by the way.
What do you mean?
The second I walk into the bathroom, I see Landon's poopy diaper on the floor. That was a really good first impression of the way that you guys live.
It's better than what Landon used to do, which was have a bunch of poopy underwear in a corner in his closet.
I remember that.
He doesn't do that no more. Landon got a 3D printer.
Does he still have the issue?
No, not really, no.
Okay.
Luckily.
I would hope so. As much as I don't like Landon, respectfully, Landon, if you're out there, no hard feelings. It would be detrimental to his mental health if he was in 6th grade and he still had to wear diapers. Because I remember being in 6th grade and there was this kid named Michael.
And you had to wear diapers.
No, but he did. And we made fun of him a lot.
Oh my god, this is an awesome letter to the editor. Israel didn't start it. What the fuck? Why are we arguing about Israel in Pinehurst local news? Reading Michael Smith's recent comment. Who is Michael Smith? Who on earth? Why are we arguing about this? Mike takes he did not believe Israel has a right to exist or even defend itself. Nowhere in his commentary was there mention of October 7th or the Holocaust. I don't see how that's relevant at this point, but the Holocaust isn't. October 7th is because it's the cause for the war. But did not grant the Israel the right to exist. The Holocaust is
relevant because Elon Musk heiled Hitler.
I mean, he did do that. I'm just saying, like, for the... I mean, I wouldn't... It's just because the Holocaust happened, I wouldn't necessarily give Israel the, like, right to defend itself against, like, Gaza if Gaza didn't do anything wrong.
Non-Fawn, your leading streamer in highly educational topics of political poop and incest. Hey, buddy. Hey, I'm the one doing all the talking here.
True. My wonderful co-host.
Is giving me a platform.
Yeah.
I'm the one answering I'm the one talking the big talk. Okay? Get it right. I should be my own streamer. Do you think I could be a successful streamer?
Probably just as successful as me, at least, yeah.
Awesome. I'm not gonna do it, because if I did, I would probably kill myself. Non-Fawn's questionably ideologically driven friend.
I mean, it is also Ophelia, if you're here, no offense. I mean, being a woman on Twitch, okay, kind of a trade-off. On one hand, you do get more viewers. On the other hand, those viewers are gooners, and you have to deal with them being in your chat. So
I can handle it.
You might.
Not the first time.
Exactly.
Not the first time I've had to deal with a group of gooners. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
I ain't no gooner. You don't know.
I can confidently say I've never gooned to a female Twitch streamer. Yeah, buddy, because as previously mentioned, you are homosexual.
He's bisexual.
Bisexual. I didn't know that. I'm sorry for assuming. That was incredibly homonormative of me.
True. Biphobic of you.
You know what? No. Here's the thing. I am biphobic. And I'm proud to say that because you know what? Am I allowed to say this on Twitch?
I mean, as long as it's not like too serious. I mean,
okay, I'm half joking.
Okay.
I'm half joking when I say that I do not like bisexuals. And here's why. Because specifically bisexual men, here's what I don't like about bisexual men. Bisexual men, they want to be women in the sense that they listen to Claro and fucking Biba Doobie, and they wear silver chains and rings, and they have fucking baggy pants, and they go skating, and they think that they're fucking lesbians, and they're not. They're not. And all they do is date women, and they like the idea of butt sex, but they never do it. And these are all stereotypes, and I'm sure that there are lots of bisexual men in the world who are lovely people, but I've never met one who I like. So you're a 6-foot-tall Giga Chad who wears skinny jeans? Good for you. But you didn't deny the Claro thing. Do you listen to Claro? I bet you do. And if you don't, that's going to be embarrassing for me. But anyway, here's what I don't like about bisexual women.
Who the fuck is Claro? I mean, I think, Maida, you're probably over the age demographic for Claro. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine.
You listen to death metal? Okay, buddy.
Yeah,
All right, pal. Anyway, here's what I don't like about bisexual women.
Okay.
Bisexual women and their boyfriends always piss me off. And I know that there's like a statistical, like logical reason for why bisexual women tend to end up with men. But 90% of the bisexual female population have never had their fingers inside of a vagina. And it bothers me because how can you say that you like pussy if you've never tasted it? I just don't understand. You can't go around telling people that you like pussy if you've never fucking tried it. I just don't understand because that's like telling people that you like broccoli when you've never eaten broccoli in your life.
I mean, like, to be fair, like, I've never had my hands in vaginas, but like, I'm fairly confident that I would enjoy the experience. Like,
but like, it's different when women do it because women are annoying.
True.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. And bisexual women, they love James Charles. They love James Charles so much, and James Charles is a pedophile. And everybody has forgotten this because he made a comeback like a year ago, and people thought that he like is saved by the good graces of God, when in reality he's still a pedophile. And I don't appreciate that about bisexual women because here's the thing. Bisexual men want to be lesbians, but bisexual women want to be gay men.
True. I don't know if that, when I think of I think there's some lesbians who act a lot more masculine than like some bisexual women. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Bisexual women aren't masculine because they want to be gay men, and gay men are
fake men, feminine.
not.
That is true.
Are
Accurate.
fake men. Anyway. Chat, do you have any questions for me? I have time for one more question, chat. I'll leave this one up to chat.
Okay. Has she even proved that women exist? I don't know. I guess not.
Woman. Yeah.
That is not a valid or sound argument.
I don't know what to tell you, man. What do you want from me?
I want a valid and sound argument. Your argument was neither sound nor was it
What
valid.
is the question? That women exist?
Can you prove that women exist?
Yeah, vagina.
Okay, transphobic. Miss Transphobic here.
If we're talking, you need to be more specific. You need to be more specific. Do you mean like this, like the sex of X and Y and XX chromosomes, or are we talking about gender? Because me personally, I think that gender is non-existent. I think that gender is a social construct and that everybody can identify however the fuck they want.
Okay, so let's
Don't
talk about
give me the
sex,
fucking
then.
attack helicopter shit.
Give me
either. I don't want to hear that.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just I'm asking for a sound and valid argument that vaginas exist. I'm not convinced.
Do you want to see a fucking picture? What do you want from me?
No, this can be edited.
Okay.
Or they can do like feminization surgery on men. They take the men and they turn them into vaginas. Fake vaginas, not real vaginas, obviously. So they could just be that as well.
Yes, look at that flock of vaginas. Yeah, that's what I think all the time, because I have sex on my brain 24/7. Everybody in this chat fucking hates me. This is kind of disappointing.
They don't. I don't think they hate you. At least I don't. I think they're just trolling. We're just having fun. We're just joshing around, just trolling, doing a little trolling. Okay. Listen, they're used to the high tier arguments that I give. Okay, not the low tier incest is bad arguments. They want the high tier incest is good and everyone should do it arguments.
Oh, okay.
Paul Krugman and Noah Smith are proving gay love is possible during this whole conversation. True. The only gay people I support are Noah Smith and Paul Krugman.
Yeah, I don't really support that.
But he's Paul Krugman.
I mean, I guess, but like at the end of the day, he's gay.
But it's with Noah
but that's still a sin.
Oh, you know what? That is true, actually. Yeah.
God doesn't like sinners.
This is
Okay.
accurate. This corresponds to reality. This is true.
And you know what else God doesn't like? Abortion.
That is even more true. Are there any homosexual Austrian economists? No, they didn't like them gays. Hayek, Sample told me this. I think it was Hayek. It might have been Mises or someone else. Didn't like public housing because he thought it would lead to more gay sex, which is the best reason to oppose public housing.
You'd both get down and start praying. I'm really glad that you do that and that you can, come before God and, do that. I don't fucking know.
Okay. But wait. How can you say gay sex is a sin if abortion is a sin? And if you have gay sex, you can't get no abortion.
Because gay sex is nasty. If you think about it, okay, here's the thing. Gay sex, men don't have vagina, so you gotta put that in the butt.
Well,
what comes out of the butt? Poop.
This is true.
And you
Poopy
have
dick.
Poopy dick. That's nasty. And most men don't wash their dick anyway. So, Jared, don't test me.
Okay.
Don't test me. I know.
Well, I mean, I would assume gay people probably wash it more and probably wash their butt more as well. I would guess. If your physical policy views and your social policy views share the same ideology, because mine's do. I mean, basically, yeah. I would say, yeah. I don't know how I mean, how do those even conflict usually?
You ignored my funny comment?
I didn't. What'd you say? What was the funny? My bad. What was the funny comment?
You said, I'm sure gay people wash their butt more.
I did say that.
Do you want to ask the birthday boy?
Oh, I can DM him.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay. Well, I guess there's no way to find out then. I mean, Midas says straight people do that too. Well, actually, you know, here's the. Do you think regular anal sex with like a woman is wrong between a man and a woman? Is that a sin?
I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's nasty. I just think it's gross.
I was hoping you would be ironic still, but I mean, I would agree.
Yeah.
But
it's a sin and it's disgusting because God says no.
That's accurate. That corresponds to reality.
Exactly. So here's the deal. There's this movie called Brokeback Mountain, and I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Really good movie. However, the main characters are gay. They're in a gay relationship, a secret gay relationship, and here's the thing: it's a double sin. Because you know why? Because not only are they... This is so stupid. Not only are they homosexual, they're also lying to their wives and to God.
That
and
is
lying to God
true.
is the ultimate sin.
Lying to were they lying to God? Isn't God all knowing? How are they lying to him?
Well, you lie to God when you lie to yourself. Because the whole movie, you haven't seen the movie, Jared, so I don't want
I
to hear
have
it.
seen the movie. I mean, I guess.
Okay, you have seen the movie, but the whole movie, Ennis is like, I ain't no queer, because that's what he sounds like.
Well, yeah, because the
And-
movie. Well, the other guy accepts himself more though, right? Because he's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing. The other guy's like, I ain't no queer. I ain't gay. So he's lying to himself, which in turn means that he's lying to God about his homosexuality. But he's
Okay.
also embracing the homosexuality, but on the down low. And that's not good either.
All right.
Define gay.
Poopy dick.
True. True.
Do you ever think that, like, some of the first humans might not even known which hole was the right one?
Yeah, that's probably how we got butt sex.
Yeah, probably is how yeah.
That's weird to think about, like caveman sex.
It is weird. I'm always super. I mean, it makes sense that humans would like broadly know how to do it because animals know how to do it, and like we have the same like biological urges, I guess. But like, I guess like I never really got horny before I knew what sex was, because I obviously don't get horny at like
I
fucking
remember
6
my
years old.
sexual awakening.
But like,
do you care to know what it is?
Like, yeah, I would love to know.
I think I was like 10, and I was watching Aladdin, and it was the magic carpet scene, and for some reason it just fireworks.
Okay.
I didn't like I didn't do anything about it. It just felt like something was happening in my brain. Like a flip switch.
And you've been lesbian ever since.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
But,
I mean, I guess we could say that.
It's hard for me to like imagine like just having like some like biological like knowledge to like to put it in the right place. Like I don't know how caveman would have done that. Like without anyone telling them what to do. Just have
Well, isn't that how evolution works?
Well, yeah, it's just hard. Well, I mean, I understand like why it's possible because obviously animals like do the same thing and like they know. It's just hard to like imagine that happening to a human, considering like every human nowadays just finds out by Googling big boobs on Google when they're 12 years old and not from biology.
Okay, well, my current boyfriend was a virgin. I didn't have to tell him where to put it.
Well, yeah, but like he knew. It's not like it was like an ape that you found in the woods and like brought into civilization. Like he, like presumably either his parents told him or another kid told him or he like watched porn. I mean, presumably he.
But okay, between you and me, he is a gooner.
Yeah, like he's probably seen it, at least a few times. Like I would imagine we know the general goal here,
Are you talking to a little boy? Who are you? VIP, 1 month subscriber? Can we ban this guy?
Do not ban them. Ness, I have I think I told you broadly about...
I'm a grown adult, thank you very much. Wait, what were you saying, Jared?
I told you broadly about Destiny's scandal, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's career ending me to not talk to Destiny, but talk to Destiny's son?
He has a son?
Yeah, his name is Nathan.
How old is he?
13.
Don't talk to this kid.
I've already spoken to him. But
okay.
I, in fact, already have the Orbiter role in his Discord server. We were just hanging out. I didn't stream it. He streamed it, though. A little bit of
it. Did you tell him that you're Hot Tub's ADHD?
I don't know if I want to tell Destiny that anymore.
You're gonna have to come clean at some point.
I don't know if Destiny remembers Hot Tub's ADHD. I doubt that his son knows about it.
I think you should hit him with Hot Tub's ADHD one more time, just to get his memory jogging, and then tell him.
He hasn't streamed in a few days. Also, I wonder if I still have 8 mutual friends with Destiny, or if or some people have unadded him. Oh no, I still have 8 mutuals right now. Here's the real question. Is it worth to add Destiny as a friend and become a Destiny Orbiter because his old, more popular Orbiters all left? Because I would get some of his viewers, right? But also, a lot of people would not like that.
Okay, me personally, it doesn't change my opinion of you. And I don't really know how to answer the question here because I'm me and I don't know how other people would feel about it. If I didn't know you personally and I think that I saw that you were still associating with Destiny after he did all that, I would be
allegedly
I would be put off a little bit, but I don't think it would be enough to make me stop watching your videos.
Good to know. I'll consider.
But that's just me personally.
The friend request.
I know that all your fan base is a bunch of sissy liberals who are woke and cancel
this is
people
true.
all the time.
They all are. All of them are. Yeah. Most of them aren't canceling people. Some of them are liberals. I'm pretty sure the majority in Twitch aren't liberals. I don't actually know about YouTube. Well, people who watch me on YouTube are most likely liberals.
Are your Twitch audience more progressive?
No, they're... Twitch is weird. I don't...
Oh, you guys are Nazis.
Only like 2 of them are. Don't worry.
Oh, which ones? So I can block them.
I ain't telling.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll find out at some point.
I need the engagement.
Well, I'm not gonna ban them. I personally want to block them.
Oh, well, block them from where? Twitch?
Are they on the server too?
They don't post much, but yeah.
You just DM me later, I guess.
Sure.
I never watch stream anyway, so it doesn't matter.
This is true also. This also corresponds to reality because you're not a real non-fun fan Unlike
I am a real non-Fawn fan. I've been to your house. That's about as real non-Fawn fan as you can get.
Yeah, but that's not. No, but that's not supporting my creations. That's just.
I do support your fucking creations, okay?
Oh yeah? What was the last debate I had?
Tariff debate.
Ah, damn. Well, I guess you do support it. Who was it with? Just name one of the 4 other people there. Come on.
Econo Boy?
Yes.
Yeah, see? I know non-Fawn.
See? Wow, you do know non-Fawn. That was wild. Okay, I don't even know if he knows the allegations. I guess you do know non-Fawn.
Yeah, I know non-Fawn's full name and address. That's how big of a fan I am.
Well, sure.
I won't be sharing it on stream, by the way. Just in case you guys were wondering.
Right. No, they want you to prove it by saying it on stream. You don't gotta do that.
I will if I get permission.
No, you don't have. See, that would be bad, actually. I mean, I've definitely leaked my full name on stream before. I mean, I don't really care about that being knowledge. And people knowing that, but public knowledge. You could abuse the fact that you have mutual friends with a lot of streamers. You could be like, you could send a friend request to like streamers and be like, and they'll maybe accept it because you have a mutual friend, which is me, and they know me, and I'm awesome. Okay, she left. I'm assuming her grandma walked in or something. Oh, her boyfriend called her. Damn. Guess I'm not as important as her boyfriend. What the freak. Okay, hold on. Wait. What do I have left to do? I want to watch the rest of this, and then I actually do kind of want to read. The brutality of war in Gaza demands accountability for what has occurred. Occasionally someone comes along with fervent courage, sufficient to set things on an honorable course. Henry Durant was such a guy, borrowing from the American Red Cross that Clara Barton founded in 1681. Henry helped pioneer the Red Cross in Europe in 1863. The following year, he persuaded 12 European countries to sign treaties requiring armies to protect Red Cross members as they administered wounded soldiers from either side during hostilities. Henry's endeavors became known as the Geneva Convention of 1864. Over time, its membership grew. It grew in membership. The atrocities of the World Wars generated impediments for more protections to that end. In 1945, 50 countries met in San Francisco, signed a charter launching the United Nations. 40 years later, 196 nations established the Geneva Conventions. 44 years later, of 1949, numerous forms of protection were ratified, and they collectively are the Geneva Conventions, international rules for war. Rules most applicable in the Israel-Hamas war, for example, specify that civilians must not be targeted, hospitals and aid workers may not be attacked, civilians fleeing war must not be blocked, the delivery of humanitarian aid that can forestall starvation must not be restricted, and military actions may not be excessive and unnecessary. Theoretically, the UN Security Council enforces the use of wars, but UN resolutions may be vetoed by permanent members of the Security Council, meaning France, China, Russia, the UK, or the United States. The US has vetoed resolutions critical of Israel 49. I don't know if he's just talking about the ceasefire resolutions. The reason the US vetoes the ceasefire resolutions is because they demanded Israel stop fighting, but not that Hamas release the hostages. The resolutions that demanded Hamas release the hostages and Israel implement a ceasefire, the U.S. did not veto. First human rights treaty UN adopted, which is the Geneva Convention. It defined genocide as acts intended to destroy national, ethnic, racial, or religious groups. It requires UN member states, including the U.S. and Israel, to prevent and punish the crime of genocide. Separate from the UN, the ICC, established in 1988, is likewise concerned with punishing violators of the Geneva Convention's Geneva Convention rules of war. The ICC has 124 members, including all 27 members of the EU. Members pledge to enforce ICC arrest warrants for individuals responsible for war crimes against humanity, war crimes, the crime of aggression, and genocide. Enforcement means that the acting persons charged by the ICC, arresting the person charged by the ICC when they enter a member country. Enforcement can be compromised by a non-member state like Israel or the U.S. that refuses to recognize ICC jurisdiction when charges spotlight its own actions or actions of another country supports. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant were named in arrest warrants in November. ICC charges specify crimes against humanity, murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts, and using starvation as a method of warfare, as well as the crime of intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population. Expectedly, Netanyahu characterized the warrants as anti-Semitic, the boilerplate reaction to any criticism of Israel. Biden called the warrants outrageous, adding the U.S. would always stand with Israel and threats to its security. Both leaders denied the ICC's jurisdiction, as neither country is a member of the ICC, nor is Russia, yet in March 2023. Biden administration said that ICC's warrants for arrest warrants for Putin. The U.S. supports a range of international investigations to hold perpetrators responsible, including the ICC. The ICC has jurisdiction over Israel because Israel's conduct to counter Palestinian territory. Palestine is an ICC member. The warrants are confined to how Israel conducts the war. This is true. This part is accurate. There's no basis for. Obviously. Even I would make this point that like the warrants for Putin are not legally justified, or are legally justified, but the ones for Israel aren't legally justified. You could make the argument that you believe that Israel hasn't committed the crimes the ICC specifies, but Putin has committed the crimes the ICC specified, and therefore it's good for Putin to be arrested and not good for Netanyahu to be arrested or whatever. But you can't make the argument. The same legal jurisdiction applies to both. You can't make the argument that the jurisdiction is legitimate for Russia but not legitimate for Israel. In October 2023, Yoav Gallant announced a complete siege of the Gaza Strip. First of all, I think he was only talking about northern Gaza. Second of all, yes, let's keep first. And this is in October. This quote was like on October 7th or October 8th or whatever. First of all, yes, let's infinitely quote people right after the massacre of their civilians. Yes. Let's pay no attention to the fact that they have delivered humanitarian aid and sent. Yes, this was Hamas militants were still inside of Israel. The Gaza Strip was not sealed off yet. It's hard to deliver aid to not a country, a territory that currently is invading your territory. Dog, of course. The International, not the, I'm assuming he's not supposed to be the International Non-Government Human Rights Watch, leans politically left but is graded A+ for facts it reports. Human Rights Watch said Israel made good on its promise. The Israeli government has deliberately blocked the delivery of aid, food, and fuel into Gaza, while impeding humanitarian assistance and depriving civilians of the means to survive, it wrote, meaning Israel starves Palestinians. So technically, he's not wrong because the crime of using starvation as a method of warfare doesn't actually require intent to starve civilians. All it requires is that starvation would occur in the ordinary course of events after by the policies you're using, right? It doesn't actually require intent to starve people. So aid trucks delivery was consistently committing adequate levels after Israel's military operation and that ended in genocide started in Gaza. Well, I obviously dispute that it ended in genocide or whatever. But for most of the war, there's been enough aid to prevent famine. Israel's not by no means been perfect on delivering aid, right? But since the war started, for the most part, I think over like 150 trucks a day have been getting in, and that seems to be adequate at preventing famine. The quality of life issue is different, but there have been times where aid was halted, whether it be to Israel's policies or, as the case was the case. I think in like February last year, is because Egypt started construction in like a walled off area next to Rafah because it thought it might have to, I think, evacuate civilians there. So that was the time where aid was actually halted due to Egypt's policies. But it was definitely targeting aid trucks and storage reserves it was definitely targeting aid and storage reserves. I don't believe Israel was intentionally targeting, well, I should say purposefully targeting aid. But compared to truck amount before war, you don't need the same amount of trucks going into Gaza before the war to prevent famine. It was. I just don't. It doesn't seem to be evidence that they're doing it with the intent to like kill civilians or whatever, or kill aid workers or whatever. I mean, they even like the aid, even like that World Central Kitchen strike or whatever. Like they fired the people who did that strike, right? Like it doesn't seem to be indicative of actually intentionally doing so. I mean. So impressed. Okay. As of November, Israel killed more than 45,000 Palestinians, almost 70% of whom the UN says are women and children. I think this was, there was just that new thing that contradicted this, that Anarch sent. I don't know. This was a Twitter thread, so take it. Okay. I'm not a high conviction take yet. Okay. Because I have to do more reading. That I think says, ask what the starvation rate is. Firing equals accountability to you. If firing them is evidence of the fact that that's not standard Israeli procedure, is what that is evidence of. It's not enough accountability to just be fired, obviously, but it's evidence against the fact that they are purposefully doing it. Because if that was standard policy to purposely do that, why would they fire them? That's like the only direct strike that I know of. There might have been other like aid facilities damaged, but I would assume mostly that those were incidental. But anyway, wait, real quick. Dr. Nazim Mahmoud, a British surgeon who worked at a Gaza hospital, testified at Great Britain's Parliament that Israeli drones would come down and pick off civilians, children. One child, deliberately shot by a drone, came into the hospital with his stomach hanging out of his chest and further injuries to his liver and spleen, bowel, and arteries. Bruce Fein, an expert in international law, says the United States has clearly become a belligerent with Israel in its war against co-belligerent with Israel in its war against Hamas, Gaza, Palestinians by systematically supplying IDF with weapons and intelligence without condition. I mean, it's not true that it's literally without conditions, but it was definitely more than killing, like, besides WCK. Look at sniper wounds and videos of snipers shooting. So that's separate from the... you were trying to prove that they were targeting aid workers earlier, right? Are we just moving to snipers were targeting civilians? I think that's a more defensible claim. Helping to revise their numbers, cutting a disproportionate number of women and children. Yeah, my understanding is that the... Oh, shit. You and me. Thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's that when they updated their numbers, it's like the number of children who were shown to have, like, lost fathers was higher than the number of... way higher than the number of supposed adult males killed. I mean, there's no good way to actually know the number of people dead in Gaza, but like certainly the Ministry of Health number, its demographics are probably off. I'd say targeting aid was done with rockets and bombs, not with bullets. Well, yeah, but then you switch to the claim of snipers. You didn't really defend the claim of the aid workers saying after I responded, and you said, wow, such accountability. And I said, well, it's still evidence of the fact that it's not standard Israeli policy. Then you just said, well, actually, they have snipers that shoot children, too. President Biden's position in America is accomplishing genocide. Cato Institute says Biden turned a blind eye to Israel's genocide. Biden administration has joined hands with Netanyahu's march into the abyss. And Amnesty International notes the Biden administration has long had evidence of Israeli genocide, starvation, ethnic cleansing, yet lied to it about the American public, how to own criminal culpability in war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Biden might not get off the hook. ICC's normal practice is keep warrants secret until their subject visits a member country, so it's possible the arrest warrants may have already been issued for Biden. It does not matter if he's in office or not. Henry Durant would love it. Real. We talked about the snipers not being made. To be clear, I think Israel does an incredibly shitty job at holding people who do commit crimes accountable. The Israeli soldiers who like raped the Palestinians, I think they were like arrested and there were like protests calling for their release. Israel just does not do a good job at sending people to jail who actually fucking commit crimes. Yes, I'm aware. But I was just using the fact that they were fired as evidence of the effect that it's probably not standard policy to do this. Otherwise, why would they be fired? Everyone would be fired. Like... The riotous crowds who protested to be freed was left alone by the prosecutors. What? Sorry? Lenient sentencing is a problem? Yeah. Well, it's not just... I don't even think it's just lenient sentencing. It's like... It's nothing. It's total, like... There are, like, some prisoners who were, like... Or some, like... IDF members who will be arrested, but then like they get fucking pardoned by a right-wing administration. It's horrible. Horrible. Yeah, but I don't think it's like deliberate policy that IDF to do these things. I think it's just kind of a result of drafting a bunch of radicalized 19-year-olds into your military. Presumably that's going to have negative effects on that front. Like, I also think, like, the U.S. did a ton of fucked up shit in Vietnam. Like, we had the My Lai massacre. We had massacres worse than the My Lai massacre. All right? I don't think the U.S. committed genocide in Vietnam. Oops, I did not mean it. I thought my dog was a spider. Okay, that's fine. He's chill. And did we even punish the people who did the My Lai massacre? I don't even know if we did. They did punish a guy who did Kent State. I don't know. Remember the protesters who wanted to free IDF members who involved in the... Yes, I'm aware. Yes, that's what I just mentioned. That was the first thing I mentioned when I said Israel did a shit job holding people accountable. I said they do a shit job holding people accountable. For example, with a protester charged, it's not illegal to protest in Israel, is my understanding. So, no. Nor should, unless they were violent. If they were violent, then they probably should be arrested and charged, right? But if they weren't violent, they shouldn't even be arrested and charged. I know it said something about protests who intrude the government, but then I have no clue if they were. If they, I'm just taking your word for it, assuming that they broke into the fucking prison or whatever, or trying to free him, yeah, they should be fucking arrested for that. Yeah. And sent to prison, yes. But just the protest alone, I obviously think they're protesting for like a massively immoral and retarded thing. But no, I want to say that I don't think they should be arrested for that alone, but... Or any intruder. I don't know. How many times do I have to say I don't know? I have no clue. We arrested this one guy at least. I don't know how many. U.S. did genocide in Southeast Asia and Korea. Okay, so if we're defining the Vietnam War, do we define a Vietnam? I think you can make a maybe a stronger case for genocide in Cambodia even, that the U.S. did one in Cambodia, maybe we could. But if we're defining that as genocide, then I don't even know if we can say, oh, if that is a genocide, like holistically what we did, not just certain actions within it. I don't think that's a very useful definition of genocide, because it wouldn't even seem that we'd be able to condemn all genocides then. It was commanded to express. Yeah, true. But if we're saying like holistically, I do think the Vietnam War was bad. But if we're saying holistically the Vietnam War was genocide, not just like there were certain acts of genocide within it, which you could make that case. I don't know if like My Lai would count technically as a genocide, because I don't think the motive to the soldiers who did it was genocidal intent. I think they intentionally killed civilians, but that's different than genocide, right? But USSR did genocides too. I mean, that's okay. Holodomor's fake news, real. Yeah, he was the only one. This was the only guy charged. I wonder if I can find Avi Bitterman, a chart. Here we go. This is a good graph that shows you when Israel has done a good job and bad job at delivering aid. Well, it's not just Israel, because there were some cases where it wasn't Israel's fault that aid was delayed, but instead, like, again, Egypt's fault for doing construction, right? The red line is famine, assuming no access to local food, which by now is a safe assumption, but the red line is famine, yellow line is malnutrition, and green line is the recommendation for an active lifestyle. I mean, you can see, obviously, there are dips in everything. They dipped below the red line here, and subsequently people starved to death. There are also distribution problems, so it's not just doing 150 trucks to get in a day or whatever. It's, do those trucks actually get does that aid actually get delivered to the people who need it, or is it caught up is it stolen before it gets to UN facilities and can't be distributed equitably? Is it stolen by people who are acting in bad faith and try to sell it? Yeah. Are there even any starving Gazans? Yeah, absolutely. There's been like 32 starvation deaths or something. I think last I checked there were 32 starvation deaths, but certainly there are malnourished Gazans and starving Gazans. I think the easiest... What's up, Glock Orange? I think the easiest case you can make against Israel is the starvation as a method of warfare. Again, I hate the way that thing is phrased, because if I hear starvation as a method of warfare, I'm thinking that implies intent to starve people such that they can't fight anymore or something. When in actuality, all the crime entails is restricting aid, or doing some. I don't even think it's restricting aid. It's just doing some policies such that in the ordinary course of events, starvation would follow. And I think you can maybe make that case, at least for certain periods during the war. But end of the day, they are both subs real. It's totally fake. It's just kids not eating their fruits and veggies. So true, you and me. Anyway, back to Krugman.
He's fine, and I'm concerned that Trump.
They use bulldozers to destroy greenhouses, farms, and orchard. So, my understanding is that, okay, number one, that's not illegal intrinsically. You can destroy residential homes. You can destroy greenhouses. That's not automatically illegal or representative of genocide. For example, Israel considers the border fence a military objective, and they actually are planning on extending the buffer zone into like a kilometer into Gaza or whatever. You might think that's immoral. From an IHL perspective, that can be a lawful military objective, and Israel is allowed to destroy anything that is restricting them from building defense. I mean, obviously, they still have to. There's still other rules they have to comply with. But any like building that's obstructing them from performing that military objective, they could legally destroy. Now, obviously, there are still. I mean, like, if the building has 1 million people in it or 100 people in it, they can't just bomb the building because they want to get rid of the building. They still have to adhere to like proportionality principles and like distinction principles. But it's not illegal for them to like bulldoze. It's not illegal in war to bulldoze a home ever. Like, or I shouldn't say ever, like intrinsically. Why can't they? That'd be a violation of, well, it depends. Well, there's a home with 100 civilians in it and you knew there were 100 civilians in it. That's a failure of discrimination. Is it a violation to do what I just said? So over 60% of orchards and greenhouses were essentially destroyed. I don't know. That could very well be the case. There's no, I mean, like, the way Hamas operates, that could be the case. I don't know for sure, but like, yes, I could see there plausibly being a case for that. Also, I mean, essentially to be destroyed, it doesn't necessarily. Greenhouses and everything can be incidental damage while doing other strikes, right? So, like, if I'm striking a building that has Hamas militants in it, and I blow up that building, and the greenhouse is next to it, that greenhouse can be incidental damage to civilian objects. Now, that incidental damage to civilian objects is factored into a proportionality analysis, right? So you can't do infinite harm to civilian objects just to kill one Hamas militant, but you can kill. I mean, it's a hypothetical that I'm making a hypothetical extreme, so it would be lawful. You can kill 10 Hamas militants and blow up a greenhouse at the same time. That would be a lawful strike. That would adhere to proportionality and distinction. Like, that would be lawful. Am I still arguing with Gorps about this on the first? I don't know. I mean, we can. I'm down to do it. But I don't know. I mean, from my perspective, it's hard to argue that it is a genocide when there's a ceasefire now. But I mean, we still have disagreements about it. We can chat. Whatever. It is carried out in a manner that can render life conditions impossible for organized society. Plus, air is very polluted, and simply living there after genocidal military op is unhealthy. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the air was polluted because they are bombing cities and everything. But I obviously don't believe that it is carried out in a manner specifically with the intention to make conditions in Gaza unlivable. They'll say there's no ceasefire since there's still genocide in West Bank. No. I mean, he'll say, presumably, I know Israel and Hamas are fighting right now about if the ceasefire has been broken and who's breaking the ceasefire. I saw a, oh, here we go. Some Gazans set to return to home. I saw, Israel was allegedly restricting, Palestinians from returning home to the north, because, oh shit, my phone died. Because I think Hamas hadn't released enough hostages, or Hamas hadn't listed the hostages that they were going to release or something. And Israel wanted that before they returned to the north. I gotta give my phone a second to charge until it turns back on. There we go. Tens of thousands of Palestinians began walking towards their... Oh, by the way, Andrew owes me $20. He said that they would never be allowed to the north again, but they are. At least some of them are. Well, people began to walk shortly after 7 a.m. local time. It was not clear Monday whether any had been able to cross into the area of the enclave yet. It was Andrew. I got one of my old classmates who I debated on Israel-Palestine early on. I think we agreed to a $20 bet that he said Israel would never allow the return of Palestinians to northern Gaza. And I said, I think they probably will after the war is over. And I mean, so far, it looks like I'm right. Now, I mean, we didn't stipulate what percentage of them had to return. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can still argue not enough of them happened or something, but I don't have a contact with him anymore, so I can't collect on it anyway. I don't really care to collect on it regardless. But Saturday, Hamas released 4 female Israeli soldiers who had been taken in hostage on October 7th. Israel in turn handed over 200 Palestinian prisoners, but on Sunday, their week-old ceasefire appeared to wobble. Israel said it was not withdrawing some troops from Gaza, as planned, partly because Hamas had not returned female Israeli civilians first, as agreed. Hours after tense negotiations, two sides had reached an agreement under which Hamas would hand over several hostages by the end of the week. In exchange, Israel agreed to begin allowing displaced Palestinians to return to their homes in the north drawn on Monday. Here's what else to know. Displaced people in southern Gaza were allowed to start returning to the north on foot at 7 a.m. or midnight Eastern time. The Israeli military said vehicles will be allowed to drive north on a different route starting at 9 a.m. Second point, the Israeli government said over the weekend, Hamas had violated ceasefire by failing to release the Israeli civilian. President Trump told reporters that he would like Jordan and Egypt to take in more displaced Palestinians as an effort to clean out Gaza. Egypt and Jordan rejected the suggestion, saying the only way forward was Palestinian statehood. Don't worry, we'll just tariff them, guys. We'll just tariff Egypt and say you have to accept Palestinians. That's kind of long.
Might screw it up, which I think is a thing we should talk about.
But it's 30 minutes left in this, so.
But overall, like, I don't feel a sense of economic crisis in America, and I think that all the people who said that for the election were really just using it as a stalking horse because they're upset about wokeness and culture wars or just general exhaustion from like the political culture, social media, whatever. And so they said, "Oh, inflation, the price of egg, blah blah blah." When really, as soon as Trump got elected, all the Republicans stopped caring about inflation, even though inflation didn't change.
No, that's right. It was all
True.
It was all a vibe, and you can see that. I mean, if you look at the surveys, self-identified. I mean, there was both parties. Their assessment not just of the future, but of the current economy changed radically with the election. But as always, much stronger effect with Republicans. So all of a sudden, Republicans think that the economy is great, even though it's the same economy that it was a month before.
It's about I think 150% as strong in Republicans as Democrats now, if you look at the recent change in inflation expectations that they just published.
So, except that, well, I'd say it's actually probably twice as strong because there is some reason to believe with the tariffs that inflation will go up. So Democrats are directionally right, although exaggerated. But anyway, it's pretty. Although here, look, the U.S. has amazing productivity. And,
True.
We beat inflation at essentially no cost, which is great.
True and based and correct.
Really good productivity.
They hate to hear it. But he's true and correct and based.
Our GDP is fine. Some other things, compared with other advanced countries, we're substantially richer. We also die a lot sooner. And, I would think that the U.S. life expectancy is way below other advanced countries, and the gap is growing. And I would think that part of the quality of life is not being dead. And that happens to be one of the places where Trump, so far, is doing really terrible stuff. It basically just throws in medical research. And we don't know, for the moment, it's actually literally just come to a dead halt. National Institutes of Health are effectively shut down. So that's not going to improve. But but I have to say there is some temptation, which I have to find myself of. If you think that this is a really terrible administration, to expect instant gratification, to expect everything to go to hell right away, and America is this vast.
There's a lot of ruin in the country.
Great deal of ruin. That's an Adam Smith quote for listeners. There's an enormous amount of dynamism and creativity and flexibility. And now a lot of that actually does come from immigrants, but still, it will take quite a lot. And America can, a lot of what we are will take a lot of work to ruin. And now, these guys may be willing to put in that work, but meanwhile, and but wow, but yeah, I mean, everybody I know, of course, people I know not everybody, but tend to be high socioeconomic status and interesting jobs, and we're all kind of.
Page style. Iran claims Israel rigged nuclear centrifuge. Oh yeah, no, I haven't read a ton about this, but no, I've heard about this. Yeah, I think this is the least damning thing ever. Intentionally targeting civilians is infinitely way worse to me than destroying nuclear centrifuges in Iran, a hostile nation to you that is developing nuclear weapons. Leadership of Army and Israeli state expressed desire to render area unable to sustain organized society. It is best if Gazans leave at this point. What are you quoting from? Are you quoting from that article?
Saying, I feel guilty. Obviously, I'm having fun with the Substack, but just in general, this is really scary. They're doing terrible things, and meanwhile, I'm planning my next trip to Italy. And
were they out of touch elite?
What's right?
Were they out of touch elite?
Yeah. Well, it's although it's ordinary people as well. I mean, there's been a lot of people. You ask people how's the economy, they say it's terrible and it's awful and I can't afford anything. Oh, and by the way, I've just spent $300 for Taylor Swift tickets. So there's a lot of. I mean, the core Trump constituency.
My own words on a quote. Okay, sounded like you were quoting.
Then consistently, hard right Republicans are small, are local small business people. Who are
the car dealer is the archetypical.
What's up, Pothos, buddy?
Car dealers are the archetypical.
Welcome to the stream.
Even Hunter Thompson was writing this in the 80s. He was like, "We're a nation of car dealers now."
Well, that's Rick Perlstein has done that a lot. This is where it all kind of comes from, and they're doing fine. Although I will say we're still nursing along our 2009 Volkswagen.
Alex did well now. Yeah, I thought Alex did really well. Yeah.
And kind of outraged at what new cars cost these days. Mostly because mostly because they don't make modest cars anymore, which is actually turning out to be a bit of a problem. But anyway.
Alex O'Connor, the video. I don't know if you were there earlier. The atheist guy who debated all the Christians on Jubilee.
We can talk about manufacturing. We can talk about inflation, macroeconomics. What's your pleasure?
I think manufacturing is more interesting because you and I wrote what people I think wrongly think are conflicting posts.
Yeah. Yes, I noticed that they're not conflicting.
Right.
We don't disagree.
That Americans can do manufacturing well, which I totally agree with.
Yeah.
This notion that this is all of these. The TSMC can't run a plant in America because American workers are lazy and shiftless. That turns out not to be true.
Yeah. Not to be true.
And so
kind of knew the whole philosophical interesting at least. Yeah, religion is not my fiat bad gold good. It's so real. Religion is not my whole. Yeah, religion and philosophy is not my biggest thing, but yeah, I'm an Alex O'Connor fan. I love Alex. Okay, so I had to watch him epically own all the Christians. Okay, I mean I am agnostic atheist. So,
but the macroeconomics of
how you do MMT with gold, you can't do it. The entire premise of MMT is that the nations that make their own currency that's not tied to anything real don't have to worry about debt, essentially. Captain OK might object a little bit there, but
the size of your manufacturing sector is dictated sort of by the total demand for manufactured goods, plus or minus the trade balance. And,
what's your political leaning? I am. This is Joe Biden behind me. I'm I would say somewhere between social democrat and new liberal. So, pretty aligned with a lot of establishment Democrats. I would say, I guess. Neolib. I am a neolib, but people. What can I say? People have the wrong impression of neoliberalism. Okay.
Even if we could eliminate our trade deficit in manufacturers, which we can't, but if we even if we could,
and for the audience, why can't we?
We can't because it would take. But certain Trump's policies are not going to do that. Trump is going to put on tariffs, but tariffs tend to raise the value of the dollar. So whatever you save on imports is at least partially offset by less exports. Plus, other countries have agency.
I'm a Bernie guy, but I get it. Well, listen, I mean, like, okay, when I say neoliberal, I'm not like, I obviously don't like some of Bernie's policies because I am a neolib, whatever. I ain't Reagan though, okay? We could have a goddamn fucking minimum wage, okay? I ain't got an issue with that. We can have some goddamn welfare. Give the single mothers money, okay? I'm all for giving the single mothers money, okay? I'm just not for like healthcare. We can have a fucking public option, okay? Certainly. Like, I think Medicare for all, even Bernie style, would be a net benefit. I don't think the way Bernie proposed it is politically feasible, but certainly we could do Medicare for all and it would be a net benefit. I mean, technically I would probably lean more in favor of like some, public option similar to what they do in like Germany and the Netherlands. But just like auto enroll everyone into Medicare, and I wouldn't ban private insurance the way Bernie wants to, but you would see Gaza as part of typical settler colonial violence. It would make it a lot more easy to understand why genocide is more probable than military used by a state like Israel against population Palestinians who are their colonial settlement project real. Yeah. Let's just say all healthcare payments are free, and now any provider can claim it all from the feds. That's not really what I don't, when you say providers, would you support that since it could be implemented immediately? When you say providers can claim it all from the feds, I kind of like the way you're phrasing that makes me sound like you're going to say, oh, the providers are going to charge whatever they want because they're charging the government and no one cares how much they charge their government. But health insurance, people care how much they charge health insurance, and there's competition. So, I wouldn't like on its face object to it, but like, yes, they charge however they want. Well, then no. Obviously, this is just not how it works. Like, you have like a government insurance company, and that, like any other insurance company, negotiates with providers for what they can charge, as they do in every other country, and every other developed country. And if you have a whole lot of people on an insurance company, why have insurance at all? Just pay for it. What, the full cost of medical care? Insurance is just a way of, pooling risk and distributing risk. Like, it's necessary to, like, for example, if you have a pre-existing condition and, ordinarily your payments would be, millions of dollars a year or whatever, because you have some rare condition that you can't control. Kind of makes sense you're talking about welfare. First of all, I am pro welfare. Second of all, saying money is more important than welfare. What do you mean? But like, second of all, what do you mean? When you say why have insurance, are you talking about like why individuals buy insurance, or are you?
Even if, Trump goes on about Canada, but it turns out that Canada actually runs a trade deficit in manufactured goods with the United States. Their overall trade surplus with us is about oil, which we'll have to stop importing, and so there will be retaliation. And anyway, it just
might have an intermediate step. It just doesn't seem to make sense for the government to like control healthcare providers, because providers actually like are not they're the providers are the not necessarily the, I don't want to say they're not necessarily the bad guys, because providers do overcharge, but they're able to overcharge. I would say we don't want to control providers because they seem to like control, just pay directly. You could do that. I just don't think that's politically feasible, right? I don't know. My understanding, Bernie is for private and public options, but private is somewhat limited. The last understanding of Bernie's plan, what's wrong with overcharging? Well, you would cause, if you literally printed more money, presumably you would cause inflation. That would be the issue there. Now, maybe, the MMT argument would be that, like, maybe if we had 3% inflation a year instead of 2% inflation a year, but everyone got healthcare, that could be a net benefit. In fact, in that hypothetical, I would say that probably is a net benefit. And the MMT would also say, like, oh, what matters more is, like, real resources and not just the money supply, right? So it's money chasing other goods. But.
Approximately. A little bit of investment income, but never mind this. Trade balance plus capital account balance equals zero. The trade deficit is equal to the amount of capital flowing into America, and America is an attractive place to invest. We have
True.
And so money is going to be flowing, and the counterpart of that has to be a trade deficit.
Do you agree with the idea that the reserve currency is closely related to this because people park their money here because it's reserve currency?
No, first of all, it just doesn't match the facts. If you look at when the U.S. trade deficit exploded in the 90s, not because of the reserve currency, but because we were ahead of the game on applying IT, and we were an attractive destination. In general, it's funny.
I mean, it's obviously not the only thing going on, but then
I think
you don't think exorbitant privilege is a real thing?
There's a little bit. We can get we get a lot of we get a large zero interest loan from the 800 billion or whatever it is. I'm making this up because I don't have the number straight to my head of mostly $100 bills that are being held by drug lords and all that outside the United States. And we possibly are able to borrow at slightly lower rates, but it's really just not Britain has run consistent current account deficits, and the pound stopped being a reserve currency 50 years ago. Australia has run massive current deficits year after year. So I study with, I can't source this quote, but he said it, but Charlie Kindleberger used to say that anyone who spends any amount of time thinking about international money goes a little mad. That you start to think that...
What about carrying costs? Are you placing a value to human lives? You're asking me? I mean, we already do like implicitly place a value on human lives. I think like the statistical... Fuck, I forget what it is, right? It's like $4 million or something, I think.
Like the dollar as a reserve currency are really important things in the world, when all of the objective evidence really suggests that it's pretty marginal, that it's, that people are going to use something for...
It's just 1 to 10 million. US. I think it's like 4 million or something for 5 million? 7.5 million is. For FEMA.
For international transactions, and dollars are the natural...
I'm priceless, my mom said. Same, buddy, same. She also said she also said I'm handsome, but I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. Sometimes mom's just too nice. Okay.
I actually just put up on the Substack. I'm giving a talk at a webinar at Princeton. Is webinar actually anywhere? But a webinar hosted by people at Princeton anyway. And I put up the slides with a little voiceover commentary and about all of this stuff. And there's just this belief that some people are saying that there's something unnatural about the fact that we have large trade imbalances in today's world. But in fact, there were large trade imbalances before World War I. And then there was a long period when trade was mostly balanced, but that was because governments had capital controls in place everywhere. And when the capital controls were lifted in the 70s, we went back to a world of large trade imbalances. This is the idea that there's something weird about the fact that the U.S. runs a trade deficit is wrong.
You need chin filler and lip filler? I'll let my plastic surgeon know, buddy.
Trade deficit, manufacturing might go from 10% of GDP to 13%, but it used to be 30%, and that's not coming back.
Right, but
I could. I'm gonna put the fucking Snapchat dog filter.
Well, there's a different issue which you've written about, and I actually agree, which is having the manufacturing capacity to deal with strategic threats but that's about specific sectors. I don't think anyone...
Do you think money and special interests is a problem? Probably not as much as you do. Now, I think it's more of an issue when it comes to Republicans. Like the fact, obviously there's a competing interest when Elon Musk is running Doge, right? Like literally the richest, first of all, the richest person in the world who owns a social media platform, who then is working for the government whilst not divesting from any of his company. Like obviously there's a fucking issue there. I'm not the money and politics guy. Sample, you hear? Samples. I'm summoning you sample text. I don't know a ton about the money and politics stuff. I don't think it's a huge issue. I don't think the U.S. is an oligarchy or anything. Okay, like all the stuff about do you think there's any problems with California? Obviously, there's problems with California. California is way too NIMBY, especially with the fires. Well, what do you mean? The fires are a problem. What do you want me to say? The fires are an issue that California is currently facing. California's also way too NIMBY. They restrict building too much. Do you think the fire's a problem? Why do you think the fire's a problem? Because people have to be evacuated and it does billions of dollars in damages? Or are you asking like why? Are you asking like if I think DEI is responsible for the fire? Is that what you're trying to ask? I think that's what you're trying to ask, right? I don't think I haven't done a ton of reading on the California wildfire, but I think it's mostly to do with the fucking windstorm. There might have been like some might have been in the forest, but I don't think it was like the whole like $17 million cut from the budget of the California Fire Department. That's not even true. Like, the problem is because of the use of tax revenue. I mean, money is partially the reason why agencies are so inefficient and dishonest, in my opinion. Actually, also, you want to know what the real reason tariffs are bad? Tariffs are bad because the billionaire class can implement them for their own interest. That's the reason. Problems because of tax revenue, water access problem, government failed to address. I haven't read into that. I should probably do that because I'm sure some conservative Cali gets a tax revenue, 40% from property. I mean, I don't really know how much that is relevant to the buyers. Presumably, there's a variety of ways that they could collect tax revenue, and depending on how they use that tax revenue, they would be more or less efficient at fighting the fire. I don't know. They approved building there they shouldn't have. They should approve building everywhere.
Whether we're
Biden partnering is good as son, bro. And it was based. Okay. Biden parting his son was not good. I don't think it was. Listen, there's a way he could have done it that would have been based. He could have come out and said, if Jack Smith can't prosecute Trump for crimes, you can't prosecute my son for crimes. I'm pardoning Hunter Biden. That could have been based. If he did that, that could have been okay. That could have been based in like some, tit for tat sense. I don't know if it actually would have been net positive because like the biggest issue I have with Hunter Biden is that pardoning Hunter Biden is that it's divisive for the benefit of no one. A lot of things I don't think Biden's a super divisive president or anything. I think Biden's generally for unity, or was generally for unity, and at least tried to be. But there are obviously things that he does that are divisive. Giving aid to Ukraine is somewhat divisive, but you help the entirety of Ukraine, right? Pardoning Hunter Biden is divisive, and the person that gets helped is Hunter Biden, his son. It's just not, doesn't seem to be worth the political division.
Well, people didn't think toys were important until toys started.
You want to pardon for anyone he did not pardon? I mean, technically, I think he pardoned, or he didn't pardon. Well, I think it's a conditional pardon because it's like, I'm pardoning the people on death row unless they are on the condition that they serve life in prison or whatever. I mean, it probably just should have done that for all the people on death row. I think he did it for like 37 out of 40 or whatever. Like, just do it. Bro, you're pardoning 37 death row inmates. It's just fucking let them. Just do it to all of them. Okay, do it to the mass murderers too. Based correct. I don't know if there's anyone. I honestly don't have an issue with Trump pardoning the Ross guy, the Silk Road drug lord guy. I think 11 years in prison for non-violent drug offense, starting a fucking drug website. 9 years in prison, or 11 years in prison. I think he spent. That's probably enough, bro. Bro, that's probably enough, bro. You can probably, maybe fucking 50 years in prison, life in prison for non-violent drug crime. 11 years, you're good, bro. You're good, bro. He was not a drug lord. Drug lord might be a harsh term. Silk Road website, drug website.
Battlefields of Ukraine.
Well, this is true. I guess there's a question of what is it? All right, maybe that. No, I mean there is.
And batteries. I mean, like people, there's this idea that batteries are for electric vehicles, or batteries are for solar storage, whatever. But then a drone
is
a battery, an electric motor, and a couple chips, with some plastic injection molded parts, and that's what a drone is. And so then, if China makes all the batteries, they make all the drones. And so, the IRA, of course, was
Facebook
supposed to
drug website. And
we were talking.
But it wasn't Facebook. It was Silk Road, right? It was a.
About how this was decarbonization, climate. That's how it was sold to progressives, and that's not wrong. But at the same time, if you were going to make a bill to say the United States has the battery manufacturing capacity to make
the Silk Road was a website specifically for buying and purchasing, or for selling and purchasing illicit drugs, like hard drugs. Why do you think Kamala lost the election, bro? Primarily because of inflation. Probably secondly because of the perceptions about the border. And that I say perceptions about the border, but I mean obviously there is a real issue at the border. But at the same time, I think that people's perceptions were off on default for it. Obviously, I think those are the two biggest reasons. And then, there are other smaller parts of it, like did she not have good answers to some questions in an interview? Like, sure, whatever. She lost her shoes to Biden 2.0. I don't know. Campaign was trash. She stood for nothing. Let's be real, bro. What do you mean stood for nothing? I don't think she stood for nothing. She had more clear policy than Trump. I still don't know what the fuck Trump is going to do, man.
Drones and other like electric vehicles of war, which are going to be really important, then it would look like the IRA, or it look like the battery subsidy provisions of the IRA. And
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And so you probably can't get, if your idea is we're going to go back to the days when big, strong men worked on assembly lines and that was a typical job in America, that's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Job-wise, not going to happen.
What's right? Yeah.
I agree. I think people think that manufacturing is about percent of the economy and that it's about jobs, good union manufacturing, 1950 style assembly line jobs. It is not about either of those things. I think that people like me who think that manufacturing is important have to make that point. And it's actually hard to make that point, because people are so used to thinking of like the disappearing factory jobs. There's such in this Rust Belt mindset, and some people are in like a trade balance mindset, like we've got to win in this, export market, things like that. And I'm like, we have to focus on like capacity to make strategic things.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one thing that I really did not see coming was the return of conventional.
Yeah, Trump is the anti-establishment guy, though. Kamala, just a classic neolib who wants to no real change for people. Biden 2.0 is a good way of putting it. I mean, she tried. I know people were complaining that she was too liberal. Even she should have been more establishment. I'm pretty sure, like one of the. I didn't check up on this afterwards. I should have. Like one of the big exit polls that came out was people felt Kamala Harris was too liberal. The best ad that Trump had against Kamala that I think focus grouped the best was Trump is for you, Kamala is for they them. Like I don't know. Do you disagree with this? What big developers crushed regulation that could have mitigated LA fires? Potentially. I don't know. I haven't read into it. That wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me that much, at least. She was defending Liz Cheney and platform Republicans. She got too close to the center. People did not see that. A lot of people who didn't read what I sent. No, I mean, not really. I have not kept up with all your chat messages. I read the Kamala ones. I didn't read the last fire one or whatever. Just because we're not on that topic anymore. But I don't think most people experience that. And also I don't know how many people were actually upset enough about that to not vote for her. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine people who are anti-establishment voting for anyone other than Trump in the election. If you're hardcore, just anti-establishment, it's hard for me to imagine Kamala being enough anti-establishment to get you to vote for her.
And that's and that it suddenly makes the issue of do you have the ability?
Hassan voted for Trump for real.
Strategically crucial manufactured goods on somebody who may be your enemy, may be invading, probably not the United States, but might be invading Taiwan. So. In a way, I think Putin, in a backhanded way, may have done us a favor by telling.
You don't think her bringing up Republicans saying we aren't like Trump didn't hurt her or something? Clearly, white people like Trump. I don't think it significantly hurt her. He was why Kamala for real. Hassan is the single biggest reason why Kamala. No, Hassan was 0.001% of the reason why Kamala lost.
Get your act together. Now, unfortunately, I don't think the Biden people basically understood that. I don't know what.
Jake Sullivan did.
I haven't grand signs.
What, if anything, the Trump people understand? But the
Trump people that I know, like the tech people who are working with Trump and for Trump, they understand this well. But I don't know how much those guys are driving policy. I'll talk to some of these defense tech entrepreneur people, like the Anduril people or like Joe Lonsdale. These guys, they really understand the importance of defense tech and of manufacturing stuff in America. But I don't know how much those people are driving policy.
You should read Mein
Kampf. Revelatory things, revelations I wish we didn't have to have, but there was a lot of us were really very down on the defense industry and lots of, which does have, if you're going to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, that's probably where you're going to find it. But we have learned in Ukraine that at least many of these systems actually do work. Now, what is also true is that the homemade drones also work. So there's a whole other level which we are not ready for. But
there's the classic and the new.
Yeah.
Both are important.
No, I mean it's I'm wearing. I think it's Article 22 of the GATT.
I think people saw right through her BS, to be honest. What was her BS exactly?
I can never remember which is which, but there is a national security article which basically says all of these things about rules about what you can do and what you can't do, and when a tariff is allowable and when it isn't, and forget about all of those if national security is at stake. And I went my entire career until basically February 2022, thinking, well, nobody cares about that anymore. That's
okay. Grand designs.
Well, what do you know? It turns out that that's very, very real. And you need to.
Who the fuck is a soy boy trying to talk? Welcome, JC.
Some of my international economics sort of friends and colleagues still want us to go back to the kind of Obama 2015.
Inconsistent AF. Explain more.
But the sort of
how? What do you mean? By inconsistent, do you mean the flip flop stuff? Like the stuff she flip flopped on between 2019 or whatever. I don't know if that's actually net negative for her, considering what she was saying in 2019 was probably too progressive for most Americans to vote for, like the court packing thing. And I mean, even when she did relatively progressive price control thing, right? When she just said had anti-price gouging laws in groceries, every news column, everyone on CNN screaming, "Oh my God, Soviet fucking style price controls!" What? I mean, a guy on screen, the old guy, Paul Krugman. This is Noah Smith. This is Paul Krugman. This guy over here is non-fun. The Sigma male in this situation.
Economic nationalism is always bad, and it can be, but on the other hand, we do live in the world we do, and it's there are it's just yeah.
Right. Yeah. I for so many years we just had this idea that if you defunded defense, you'd have the money to spend on
do
other
support
stuff.
Reselling civilians in flood-prone areas as safer places for government funds. I mean, I don't have a high conviction take on that, but I don't know, probably. Well, really what we should do is probably, we should get rid of some of the price controls on insurance, because right now there's a lot of places in dangerous areas that should have way higher home insurance, but don't, because they put price controls on it. What that means is that home insurers, homes in the Midwest or wherever, where it's not very dangerous to live, where there aren't as many natural disasters, are actually paying way too much in home insurance. And people, on the coastline where hurricanes are paying way too little for home insurance. Probably should get rid of that, and some people choose to move without it. If there's an especially flood prone, I mean, I'm in favor of most fucking welfare. So if I think something's a positive externality, like people moving away from flood prone areas, I'm probably in favor of subsidizing it. I don't want people to be homeless at all. So I'm fine giving people money to move. I think that's a fine thing to do, I guess.
I dream of the day when the Air Force will have to hold a bake sale to buy a bomber, and we fund education. That was one of those bumper stickers.
Should people move away from fire-prone areas? I mean, probably. Anna Glock, what is she even saying? The pandering was crazy. I don't know do you think the Iona Glock was net negative for her? I honestly don't. I don't know if it was. I don't know who is. I don't know. Maybe you're right, but it's hard for me to imagine a progressive person seeing Kamala say "I own a Glock" and then just not voting for her because of that. Or
it's not the case.
Yeah, well, there was even by the numbers, I've always I have
move away from fire-prone areas. The revenue for property taxes decrease. Well, were they? That's probably still a net benefit. You and me, I don't think that's a net negative.
To deal with this quite
if the alternative is people die from a fucking flood and billions of dollars in damages, I don't think losing a little bit of money in tax revenue because of lower property taxes is a net negative. That's probably still a net benefit.
or used to have to, people who would normally be on my side saying, well, why can't we just pay for all of this by cutting defense?
I think the swings voters saw through it.
The defense budget is there for a reason.
Maybe.
There's waste in there, but
I don't know. Maybe it's just too hard for me to get in mind as swing voter, but it's a net negative since the only the rich people living there who aren't even in the homes most of the time. How's that? I don't see how that changes anything I say. You still, I mean, I guess we could. When you ask me, should people move away from fire-prone areas? Like, are you asking anything about government money? Or are you to pay them to move? Because maybe then I could see the objection to, like, should we give rich people money to pay to move or whatever? But, like, it doesn't really change anything I say. Like, saving homes from being destroyed and saving potentially people's lives, it's a lot more beneficial than just losing money in tax revenue that presumably can just be raised other ways. You can just increase consumption tax. You can increase the sales tax. Like, would you try to influence construction such industry to build more resilient in hurricane prone? I mean, probably. I mean, presumably there'd be some regulations I don't like, but also, like, stopped focusing on swing voters. She didn't have a voter base. Let's be honest. I don't totally disagree with that one.
If you want to look for a program that you can cut and probably leave people no worse off and free up some funds, try to stop the overpayments for Medicare Advantage. The defense is not a huge boondoggle, and it has been huge. You know, in the days of Eisenhower, the defense dominated the budget, but these days it is the social insurance programs, which I approve of. But
you once famously said that the United States is an insurance company with an army, but now we're just an insurance company.
I stole that line, but everybody attributes it to me. But it's a good.
Who said that?
What? It was
Who said that first?
Some guy named Peter Fisher, who was an undersecretary under Bush. But nobody remembers that. Everybody attributes it to me, and that encapsulates it. We're defense, which is one big chunk, and then you have roughly equal-sized chunks for Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And you know, so some other stuff in there as well, but it's also kind of
Bernie would have won, but I don't think Bernie would have won. I don't know. He would just be branded as a socialist, crazy progressive lunatic. I really don't think he would have won. If people thought, do you know how many ads there would be about fucking transgender women in sports? Okay, if Bernie Sanders won, okay. Do you know how much people would complain about price controls? Bernie Sanders would not. Bernard Sanders would not have won. So real. First thing he said, I agreed with grand designs.
That's you know, and if you ask, well, how can we afford all of that with this budget deficit? Well, the answer, which nobody wants to talk about, is the U.S. is a low tax country, and we could certainly, there's some money from actually just plain enforcing the tax laws against the wealthy, and some more from raising rates. But all those social democracies in Europe that provide a much stronger safety net, they all have value-added taxes that pay for it, and
basically a fancy sales tax.
Yeah, it's a fancy sales tax. It's and it has, and you know, people there consider it worth it. I mean, you go to Denmark and people say, well, you know, cost of living is high because we have a 20-something percent VAT. But on the other hand, I don't have to worry about health expenses. I don't have to worry about being impoverished if I lose my job. Or it's but all right, we're a long way from being politically ready to do that in the United States. And the good thing, I guess, is assuming that Trump doesn't make himself.
If you eliminate one or the other, they downgrade massively to like an apartment and having a larger residence outside the state. I mean, I don't know how much the percentages break down there between what's up, Paul? I was clicking back. Between how many people would just choose to have a larger residence out of state. I don't know why they could have just have a larger residence inland in the state. If they like living in the state, they might, but meaning a massive drop in tax revenue from property. Again, that's still probably preferable to that property being destroyed. You don't collect any tax revenue from property where everything's been burned down. And again, even if you experience a drop in tax revenue, you can raise the idea. I touched your mom last night. There are other types of taxes other than property taxes. You can do an income tax. You can do a consumption tax. You can raise taxes other ways. I just think it's probably a net benefit to save people from dying and save property from being destroyed and costing billions of dollars in damages to potentially repair than it is to just have some people like move out of state and therefore experience a drop in tax revenue. Just get rid of income tax and have tariffs low. True. If this would be solved if actually we should allow intrastate tariffs. So, like Florida can tariff everyone else. California can tariff Michigan, Income tax means they leave. VAT is politically painful. The repairs are paid by the rich private citizens. Not always. I mean, there's still, first of all, it's public property the government has to repay. But a lot of times it is subsidized. So it's just basically taxation without representation. What? VAT? That's taxation without representation? The Columbia tariff going to fuck up coffee prices, bro. Yeah, I know. There's that and the flour prices. We're only 3 weeks away from Valentine's Day, and he just put a fucking 50% tariff on flowers from Colombia. We get a lot of our flowers from Colombia. You got a voice cracked off on deep dog. God damn it. Have you seen my comment where I told you to mom OpenAI whistleblower bases her conclusion on an independent expert's report? No, I didn't see that. And it shows that son was murdered besides impressions after interactions with police and lawyers. No, I didn't see that. But
president for life is that...
Doesn't have that much more life, Jeff.
Well, that too.
My wife and getting flowers this year helped pick the grass a lot.
Which is, I think, much more of a possibility. But we can raise a lot of money for good stuff just by reversing his outrageous tax cuts for the wealthy.
For me, and now you. So we are now pass-through businesses.
That's right.
We are pass-through businesses. Substack.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. The Substack, because I haven't even thought about. We have to look into it because Robin, my wife, and I, our biggest source of income is actually textbook royalties, and it turns out that that's not a pass-through business by the law, and it also turns out that the
problem with Flowers' argument is literally Colombia folded to Trump. No, I still don't. I don't understand why people think this. My understanding, maybe I'm going crazy. I've seen it reported nowhere that Colombia is accepting military planes full of deportees to land in their country yet. The issue Colombia had, they previously accepted planes full of deportees on civilian jets. They didn't want planes full of deportees with military jets, so they didn't let them land. I don't think anywhere they've said, actually, we're going to let the military planes land. As far as I know, this has not happened. They have not said so. Nowhere. It wouldn't make sense for them to do that because they said in retaliation to Trump's tariffs that they were going to put their own tariffs up on America. Why would they do that if the issue's already been resolved? Tariffs are, they're supposed to rise to 50% next week. Yeah. If they're responding to Trump's tariffs, which was responding to the military jet thing. If the military jet thing is solved, why are the tariffs and retaliatory tariffs still there? Doesn't make sense. Colombia is using their own jets now as well. Wait, JC, yes or no? Did Colombia allow military jets to land in their territory, which was the whole issue they had? Because as far as I know, they have not. They have not said, we're going to let military jets full of deportees land in their territory. No, Colombia is not full. Yeah, I don't understand. I've had like 3 people tell me this. They've never, their issue was with military jets landing in their territory. Yes, link something. Please link something. Please link something. Because as far as I know, they've not said military jets can land in their fucking territory.
Loophole, which Wall Street guys justify on the grounds that, well, it may be kind of earned income, but they're taking on a big risk. Well, devoting 5 years of your life to writing a principles textbook is also taking on a lot of risk. But
that's the most DS excuse. Carried interest loophole is terrible.
Yeah, we don't get to treat it as capital gains. So that's... All
right, wait, hold on. I got distracted. I want to hear what he says about... I want to hear the taxation of...
Which Wall Street guys justify on the grounds that, well, it may be kind of earned income, but they're taking on a big risk. Well, devoting 5 years of your life to writing a principles textbook is also taking on a lot of risk. But
that's the most DS excuse. Carried interest loophole is terrible.
Yeah, we don't get to treat it as capital gains. So that's... All
right, so I have 2 things.
We're almost at an hour, so at some point we probably have to stop.
We're almost an hour. There's 2 things that I want. I want to ask. Number one, the last question about manufacturing is if we want to improve manufacturing, especially for strategic sectors, including upstream sectors like batteries and mineral processing, what are the most effective policies that we can do?
Okay, I mean, just in general, the old standard trade policy argument I think still applies. Subsidies. I mean, the IRA was the right kind of thing. That tariff is like a subsidy combined with a sales tax, and why those are separate things. Your goal is to increase production. And so the general rule for interventionist policies is target, surgical. Figure out what it is you want to accomplish and spend money on that. Now, in practice, I mean, that's actually kind of what the Biden people did. They left the Trump tariffs in place because that was not a fight they wanted to
Sure,
fight.
you and me.
But they didn't introduce new tariffs. They just introduced quite a lot of industrial subsidies, and that's the way to do it. I mean, to a large extent, actually, that's what China does. China has a lot. They do a lot of things wrong, but they do have a lot of industrial subsidies rather than tariffs, and that's a targeted policy. And I mean, look, industrial policy is an American invention. It's Alexander Hamilton, and that's and we had huge arguments in the 80s about, can we do industrial policy? Do we have enough information? Can we identify the right sectors? Won't it be corrupted? Which is still an issue. But at this point, I think between the strategic argument, above all the strategic argument, we do have a pretty good idea of which sectors should be targeted. So I mean, give me a sophisticated.
Crazy how we just like normalizing presidents threatening to destroy economies with countries that have historically good relations with. Yeah, well, don't you know? Of course, you would say this, Mr. Sanders supporter. Okay, don't you know? Colombia has a socialist president.
Not a Republican, but I don't think they've been hunted to extinction. But give me a Democratic president and a
not very America, freedom loving of them.
Industrial policy aimed at promoting strategically important manufacturing makes a lot of sense. And
all right, that's great. So before we go, I have a piece of advice for Substack, which my
Denmark and Canada. I actually don't even know exactly what the policies of Colombia's government is. I don't think they're holistically socialist. I mean, the president may be a part of the Socialist Party, but I mean, I don't know if it's Denmark socialism or Canadian socialism or Cuba socialism type stuff, USSR socialism type stuff, or if it's, or if Trump is also just making that up. Because he also considers Kamala Harris a socialist, Marxist, fascist, communist.
Advice is that don't paywall too many posts.
Probably even well.
When people start to think of your blog as mostly paid with the occasional free post, then people stop reading it.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, I wasn't actually expecting to make any money at all from this.
Okay.
The Substack was to, having felt that I needed to leave the Times was a way of getting my voice out. And then, Substack, they have a conflict of interest, but they urged me to, have at least have a paid subscriber option. And and I'm trying to have a few goodies so that people who pay do get something in return. But no, this is going to be overwhelmingly free. This is not I'm not hurting for money. Although we'll see. One thing we're wondering is how many universities will cancel our textbook sales in the new political environment. Even though the textbook itself is scrupulously neutral, but we'll see. But but no, that's right. This is mostly. I mean, it is amazing to see that you can actually make some money off of this, but that's not what this is about. This is about being your own voice, communicating. You've done spectacular.
You guys should all subscribe to my Substack at nonfun.blog. Okay, I'll pay me, pledge $50 a month. I post one blog post every when I feel like it. I think I posted one in like 2 or 3 weeks at this point. There are paid posts, never. But I need the money before the tariffs hit.
Good job at that. With a little invidious. I've got to add 150,000 or so subscribers to catch up with you still. But but that's
your Substack will be much more read than mine soon.
I don't know, but it's wonderful. I mean, and that's, by the way, the whole world of intellectual discourse has changed, right? The gatekeepers are kind of gone. There are these options. It's not democratic. That's one of the big things people imagined about the internet was that it would mean that everybody gets a say. But the fact of the matter is, there's limited attention, and it ends up being very hierarchical.
Oh, they came to an agreement. Wait, link something. Can you link something?
My bet is that the number of subscribers
just saw it
follows the power law, and with a pretty steep exponent. But I guess most of your listeners have no idea what I'm talking about. But it's
okay. Give me. We're just about done with this, so.
But there is kind of free entry. It's people, important sounding people with good tailors don't.
Wait, when it is 11:30 p.m. EST. Okay, so just to be clear, when I started streaming, they not come to this agreement. Okay, I just want to be clear. Okay, they came to this agreement fucking 3 hours ago. Okay, I just want to be clear.
what gets communicated, which is a really good thing.
Which is not to say that we shouldn't have good tailors, because as Twitter's fashion guru guy would remind us, tailoring is important.
Not just him, also my wife. Is that you have to replace those suits there. So which
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so they did agree. There's your link. Did you link anything, JC? Like, just to be clear, JC, the reason I didn't think that this happened was because it did not happen when I read all the articles about it 5 hours ago on stream. But it did, in fact, eventually happen. They now allow unrestricted access to migrants from Colombia, and including would allow them to return to the country, including on U.S. military aircraft. My bad, JC. You're right. Daddy Trump wins again.
I have done. I mean,
Trump can't stop winning. So real.
Nice. All right. Well, anyway, we should let people go. This has been great. Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, this has been fun. Terrific. Take care.
Awesome. Take care.
Take care.
Insert Sam Hyde. He can't keep getting away. This is so real. Don't tell Trump parts of Colombia are ruled by Marxist militias. Are they actually? I don't know. I don't know enough about Colombia. It's okay. I'm just trying to keep everyone informed. Okay, we'll read these two fucking things tomorrow. I think we're good. Okay. I appreciate everyone watching. Okay, I think we're done for today. I love streaming. I love that you guys watch your stream. Really cool that you guys are able to do this. Really glad. Turn on an Insta filter. Oh, thanks for the follow. Follow, buddy. I hope to see you next stream. Hell yeah, brother. Who is streaming right now? Kid Not Kin is basically the only one. Okay, so head over to Kid Not Kin. Love streaming. Love it, guys. Watch me stream. Yeah, it's really cool. Been chatting with all of you on Twitch and on YouTube Shorts, and I actually don't know if we had I'll make you a lefty on me. Conaboy is trying. Do you know Conaboy? Conaboy is trying his best. Okay. It seems like every time we're talking to Conaboy, he tries to eventually bring up socialism. Conaboy tries. But I love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I really enjoy streaming. I will streaming. Yeah, I'll stream again tomorrow. Yeah, been fun. See you guys tomorrow. Gotta edit these videos. Sub to the YouTube channel here, not by the way. Exclamation point YouTube in the chat. Get lip filler. I'm not gonna get lip filler. I don't care about lip filler, guys. I don't care. Yeah, head over to Kinectin. See you guys tomorrow. Not getting lip filler. Sub to the YouTube channel. A lot of debates on the YouTube channel. You guys should go watch them. Non-fun on YouTube, obviously. Bro looks good. See, the Bernie bro gets it. Instagram, Twitter, nonfun420, YouTube channel, nonfun. Go watch. See you guys. Love you guys, chat. Bye.